No clear consensus of conceptual definition can be said to have emerged so far. Yet it remains the site of a significant theoretical rupture, coupure, an intervention. This is the intervention principally associated with the work of Althusser and the school of structuralist Marxism. The term is widely employed, in a range of contexts, especially in the For Marx essays, Althusser 1969, and in the succeeding volume, with Etienne Balibar, in Reading Capital, Althusser and Balibar 1970. At least two different applications are particularly relevant to our concerns here, though, interestingly, the term is not defined in the glossary, prepared by Ben Brewster and sanctioned by Althusser himself, which appeared in the English editions of both books. Aside from these particular usages, the term has a wider reference of both a theoretical and a methodological nature. Foster Carter correctly suggests that articulation is a metaphor used to indicate relations of linkage and effectivity between different levels of all sorts of things, though he might have added that these things require to be linked because, though connected, they are not the same. The unity which they form is thus not that of an identity, where one structure perfectly recapitulates or reproduces or even expresses another, or where each is reducible to the other, or where each is defined by the same determinations or have exactly the same conditions of existence, or even where each develops according to the effectivity of the same conditions of existence, or even where each develops according to the effectivity of the same contradiction, e.g., the principle contradiction so beloved, as the warrant and guarantee of all arguments, by so-called orthodox Marxists. The unity formed by this combination or articulation, is always, necessarily, a complex structure, a structure in which things are related, as much through their differences as through their similarities. This requires that the mechanisms which connect dissimilar features must be shown, since no necessary correspondence or expressive homology can be assumed as given. It also means, since the combination is a structure, an articulated combination, and not a random association, that there will be structured relations between its parts, i.e., relations of dominance and subordination. Hence, in Althusser's cryptic phrase, a complex unity, structured in dominance. Many of the classic themes of the Althusserian intervention are resumed in and through his various uses of this term, for example, his argument that Marx's unity is not the essentialist expressive unity to be found in Hegel, and that, therefore, Marx's dialectic is not merely an inversion, but a theoretical advance over Hegel. This is the critique against conceiving Marx's totality as an expressive totality, which grounds Althusser's early critique of the attempts to rescue Marx's work from vulgar materialism by way of a detour through Hegelianism. See Althusser's For Marx 1969, especially the chapter on the Marxian dialectic. It also founds Althusser's critique of the attempt to read Marx as if he meant that all the structures of a social formation could be reduced to an expression of the economic base, or as if all the instances of any historical conjuncture moved in a relation of direct correspondence with the terms of the principal contradiction, that of the base, between forces and relations of production. This is Althusser's critique, the opposite of that against Hegelian idealism, against economic reductionism. Marx's complex unity, Althusser argues, is neither that in which everything perfectly expresses or corresponds to everything else, nor that in which everything is reducible to an expression of the economic. It operates, instead, on the terrain of articulation. What we find, in any particular historical conjuncture, his example, in contradiction and overdetermination in For Marx, is Russia in 1917, is not the unrolling of the principal contradiction, evenly, throughout all the other levels of the social formation, but, in Lenin's terms, the merger, rupture, condensation of contradictions, each with its own specificity and periodization, absolutely dissimilar currents, absolutely heterogeneous class interests, absolutely contrary political and social strivings which have merged, in a strikingly harmonious manner. Lenin 1932. Such conjunctures are not so much determined as overdetermined, i.e., they are the product of an articulation of contradictions, not directly reduced to one another. Althusser and Balibar, then, employ this general theoretical concept in a variety of different contexts. They conceive of a social formation as composed of a number of instances, each with a degree of relative autonomy from one another, articulated into a contradictory unity. The economic instance or level, itself, is the result of such a combination, the articulation between forces and relations of production. Particular social formations, especially in periods of transition, may be an articulated combination of different modes with specified, shifting terms of hierarchical ordering between them. The term also figures in Althusserian epistemology, which insists that knowledge and the production of knowledge are not directly produced, as an empiricist reflection of the real in thought, but have a specificity and autonomy of their own thought established on and articulated to the real world of a given historical society. Althusser and Balibar 1970, 42. The scientific analysis of any specific social formation depends on the correct grasping of its principle of articulation, the fits between different instances, different periods and epochs, indeed different periodicities, e.g., times, histories. The same principle is applied, not only synchronically, between instances and periodizations within any moment of a structure, but also diachronically, between different moments. This connects with Althusser's objections to the notion of a given and necessary sequence of stages, with the necessary progression built into them. He insists on the non-teleological reading of Marx, on the notion of a discontinuous succession of modes of production, Althusser and Balibar 1970, 204, whose combined succession, i.e., articulation through time, requires to be demonstrated. Indeed, scientificity itself is associated with the problem of the forms of variation of the articulation of the instances in every social structure, Althusser and Balibar 1970, 207. The same is said of the relations between the economic and the political and ideological forms of their appearance. This, too, is thought on the analogy of an articulation between structures which do not directly express or mirror each other. Hence, the classical problem for Marxism, the problem of determinacy of the structure, the determination in the last instance by the economic, which distinguishes Marxism from other types of social scientific explanation, is itself redefined as a problem of articulation. What is determined is not the inner form and appearance of each level, but the mode of combination and the placing of each instance in an articulated relation to the other elements. It is this articulation of the structure as the global effect of the structure itself, or what has been called, by Balibar, the matrix role of the mode of production, which defines the Althusserian concept of determination as a structural causality, Althusser and Balibar 1970, 220. It is this conception, on the other hand, which has provided the basis for the critique by Hindus and Hurst, 1975, of Althusser's determinacy of articulation by the structure as, itself, an expressive totality, a Spinozian eternity. Dealing with the example of the relation between feudal ground rent and the feudal relation of lordship and servitude, Balibar treats it as a reduced instance of the articulation of two different instances, an economic instance and a political instance. Likewise, Balibar defines the concept of mode of production as, itself, the result of a variant combination of elements, object of labor, means of labor, labor power. What changes, in each epoch, are not the elements, which are invariant, in the definitional sense, but the way they are combined, their articulation. While it is not possible to tell the whole of the Althusserian intervention through the terms of a single concept, like articulation, it must be by now apparent that the concept has a wide and extensive reference in the works of the structuralist Marxists. Though we cannot go into the theoretical and methodological background to the emergence of the concept, we can at least note, in passing, two pertinent provenances. The first is that of structuralist linguistics, which provided the master model of a substantial part of the whole structuralist venture. Saussure, the founder of this school, who argued that language is not a reflection of the world but produces meaning through the articulation of linguistic systems upon real relations, insists that meaning is no mere correlation between signifier and signified, but perhaps more essentially an act of simultaneously cutting out two amorphous masses, two floating kingdoms. Language is the domain of articulations, Barthes 1967. More pertinent, perhaps, is the warrant which Althusser and others have found, in Marx's most extensive methodological text, his 1857 Introduction to the Grundriss for a Theory of the Social Formation, as what Marx himself calls an articulated hierarchy, Gliederung, or, as Althusser translates him, an organic hierarchized whole. In all forms of society, Marx wrote, it is a determinate production and its relations which assign every other production and its relations their rank and influence. Marx 1973. If this represents a slender warrant for the construction of the whole structuralist edifice, it is certainly clear that, in that text, Marx was decisively opposing himself to any notion of a simple identity between the different relations of capital, production, circulation, exchange, consumption. He spoke, at length, of the complexity of determinations between these relations, the sum of whose articulations, nevertheless, provided him, in this text, with the object of his inquiry, adequately constructed in a theoretical sense, and, in capital, with the key to the unraveling of the necessarily complex nature of the relations between the different circuits operating within the capitalist mode. See Hall 1973. This is the real burden of Marx's extensive criticisms in the 1857 Introduction against treating the different relations which compose the capitalist mode as a regular syllogism and immediate identity. To regard society as one single subject is, to look at it wrongly, speculatively. The conclusion we reach is not that production, distribution, exchange, and consumption are identical, but that they all form the members of a totality of distinctions within a unity. Marx 1973. In the same way, there seems to be a clear warning issued against any simple notion of an evolutionary sequence or succession of stages in that development. Their sequence is determined, rather, by their relation to one another in modern bourgeois society, which is precisely the opposite of that which seems to be their natural order or which corresponds to historical development. The point is not the historic position of the economic relations in the succession of different forms of society. This last point indicates what we would want to call, in addition to those already signaled, the third premise of Marx's method, the structural premise. It is, above all, the employment of the structural premise in the later, mature work of Marx, and the manner in which this has been appropriated and developed by Althusser and the structuralists, which produces, as one of its theoretical results, the extensive intensive concept of articulation. The term itself is by no means unproblematic, indicating here a certain approach, rather than providing in itself a theoretical resolution to the problems it indexes. It has been subjected to a searching critique. In itself, the term has an ambiguous meaning, for, in English, it can mean both joining up, as in the limbs of the body, or an anatomical structure, and giving expression to, Foster Carter 1978. In Althusserian usage, it is primarily the first sense which is intended. There are, in any case, theoretical objections to the notion that one structure gives expression to another, since this would be tantamount to seeing the second structure as an epiphenomenon of the first, i.e., a reductionist conception, and would involve treating a social formation as an expressive totality, precisely the object of Althusser's initial critique of Hegelianism. Some notion of an expressive link, say, between the economic and political structures of a society remains, even in Althusserian usage, but this is elaborated by other terms which break up or break into any residual sense of a perfect and necessary correspondence. Thus, in addition to insisting on the specificity, the non-reductiveness, the relative autonomy, of each level of the society, Althusser always uses such terms as displacement, dislocation, condensation, in order to demonstrate that the unity which these different relations form are not univocal, but mislead through overdetermination. Another criticism, then, is that the concept of articulation may simply leave two dissimilar things yoked together by a mere external or arbitrary connection, what Marx once called independent, autonomous neighbors, not grasped in their unity. Marx 1973, 90. Althusser attempts to overcome this mere juxtaposition by using the concept of overdetermination, and by always speaking of articulation as involving hierarchical as well as lateral relations, i.e., relations of dominance and subordination. Relevant in this regard is Marx's discussion of money in different historical epochs, which does not wade its way through all economic relations but is defined by where it plays a dominant or a subordinate role. This, however, leads on to other criticisms. The schema, constructed around articulation has, often with justice, been described as too formalist. Thus, in the full-blown structural causality of Althusser and Balibar's Reading Capital, 1970, the economic determines in the last instance not substantively but principally by giving the index of effectivity in the structure to one or another level, i.e., in a formal way, even though Althusser retreats from some of these more formalist excesses, Althusser 1976. While the whole attempt to develop such an analysis is predicated on the need for an approach which is not reductive, it has been criticized as giving rise to a conception of structure which, since it contains within itself all the conditions of its own functioning, is itself that expressive totality which Althusser seeks to avoid. Hindus and Hurst 1975, Hurst 1976. The framework is also open to the criticism that it leaves the internal elements of any structural combination unchanged, with change or transition being limited to the variations, different articulations, through which the invariant elements are combined. This weakens the historicity of the approach, contravening what we have called the historical premise of Marx's work, although again see Althusser 1976. This notion of the variation between invariant elements has resulted in a formalist way of defining a mode of production, following, especially, Balibar, so that some of the real advances made in attempting to ground analysis in a more developed and sophisticated understanding of modes of production and their combination can easily be vitiated by a sort of formalist hunt for one separate mode of production after another. Nevertheless, we would continue to insist on the potentially generative value of the term and its cognate concepts, which give us a start in thinking the complex unity and differentia specificae of social formations, without falling back on a naive or vulgar materialist reductionism, on the one hand, or a form of sociological pluralism, on the other. So far, I have been speaking, exclusively, of the application of the term articulation to the economic structure of complex social formations. But I have also said that the social formation itself can be analyzed as an articulated hierarchy. At the economic level, this may involve the articulation of a social formation around more than one mode of production. Some of the political and ideological features of such societies can then be explained with reference to this particular combination. But it is also possible to conceptualize the different levels of a social formation as an articulated hierarchy. Since we must assume no necessary correspondence, no perfect replication, homology of structures, expressive connection between these different levels, but are nevertheless required to think the relations between them as an ensemble of relations, marked by what Marx in his 1857 introduction, when dealing with these issues, defined as the law of uneven development, then it is, once more, to the nature of the articulations between them to which we must turn. The attention of a more detailed and analytic kind to the nature of modes of production helps to ground these other aspects of the social formation more adequately at the level of the economic structures, the materialist premise. However, we cannot thereby deduce a priori the relations and mechanisms of the political and ideological structures, where such features as racism make a decisive reappearance, exclusively from the level of the economic. The economic level is the necessary but not sufficient condition for explaining the operations at other levels of the society, the premise of non-reductionism. We cannot assume an express relation of necessary correspondence between them, the premise of historical specificity. These are, as Marx put it, a product of historical relations and possess their full validity only for and within these relations. This is an important, indeed a critical qualification. It requires us to demonstrate rather than to assume, a priori, what the nature and degree of correspondence is, in any specific historical case. Thus, through this opening, some of the criticisms which, as was noted earlier, are made from the perspective of sociological explanations, for example the requirement to be historically specific, begin to be met within the framework of this seminal revision. Here, however, different positions within the general problematic of articulation can be identified. Some theorists argue that all we can do is to deal with each level, in terms of its own specificity, and of the conditions of existence which must be fulfilled for it to function, e.g., the economic relations of the capitalist mode require, as a condition of existence, some extra-economic, juridical framework, which secures the contract between buyer and seller of labor power. But, it is argued, the internal forms and specificities of the extra-economic levels can neither be prescribed nor identified from the economic level which requires it, as a formal necessity of its functioning. This is tantamount to a theory of the autonomy, not relative autonomy, of the different levels, Hurst 1976, Cutler et al. 1977. This, however, fails to deal with social formations as a complex unity, Marx's unity of many determinations. Other approaches recognize that there may well be tendential combinations which, while not prescribed in the fully determinist sense, are the preferred combinations, sedimented and solidified by real historical development over time. Thus, as is clear from, say, the Latin American case, there is no necessary correspondence between the development of a form of capitalism and the political forms of parliamentary democracy. Capitalism can arise on very different political foundations. Engels himself showed how capitalism can also harness and adapt very different legal systems to its functions. This does not prevent us from arguing that the advent of capitalism has frequently, tendentially, been accompanied by the formation of bourgeois parliamentary democratic regimes, or even from accepting Lenin's percipient observation that parliamentary democracy provides the best possible political shell for capitalism. We must, however, see these combinations as historically specific, rather than specified a priori, as laws of tendency which can be countermanded by counteracting tendencies. To take a pertinent example, in Europe, the rise of capitalism is consequent upon the destruction of feudal ties and the formation of free labor power as a commodity. It is hard to think of a capitalist formation in which there would be no form of labor power available to capital in its free form. This, in turn, means that, whatever is the specific legal form with which capitalist development corresponds, it must be one in which the concept of the juridical contract between free persons appears, which can legally regulate the forms of contract which free labor require. This requirement is something more than a mere, empty, or formal condition of existence. However, this does not mean that the tendency to combine capitalism with free labor cannot, under specific historical conditions, be crosscut or countermanded by a counteracting tendency, namely, the possibility of certain of the conditions of existence of capitalism being effectively secured by combining free labor with certain forms of unfree or forced labor. Once we move away from European to post-conquest or post-colonial societies, this combination free and unfree labor, on the basis of a combination of different modes of production becomes more and more the paradigm case. This leaves almost everything of importance, still, to be done in developing a better understanding of the laws of motion of capitalist formations which are structured in this alternative manner. Naturally, it has consequences, then, for political and legal structures. In such deviant social formations, deviant only in the sense of departing from the European paradigm case, there will be political structures which combine, or may combine, forms of parliamentary democracy with other forms of political representation or legal structures which elaborate more than one form of citizen status. The articulation of free and forced labor, the combination of equal and restricted franchises, the position of the chiefs and the Bantustan internal colonies, and the different legal statuses of white and black citizens, in the South African social formation, perfectly represent the elements of such a variant case, one which is in no sense non-capitalist, provided, that is, we read Marx's laws of development and motion as laws of tendency, and counter-tendency, rather than as a priori laws of necessity. Where, then, the relations between the different levels of a social formation are concerned, one needs additional concepts, i.e., to supply further determinations, to those which have been mobilized for the analysis of the economic mode of production levels. And one needs to acknowledge that the economic level, alone, cannot prescribe what those levels will be like and how they will operate, even if their mechanisms are not fully specifiable without attending to the level of the economic. Here, the work of Althusser, and of the Althusserians, for example, Poulantzas's work on the state, requires to be supplemented by the work of another Marxist theorist whose elaboration, at this level, constitutes a contribution to the development of a rigorously non-reductionist Marxism of the very first importance. This is the work of Gramsci. Gramsci's work is more fragmentary, much of it written in prison, under the eyes of the censor, in one of Mussolini's jails, far less theorized than that of Althusser. Gramsci has been formative for the development of Althusser's problematic, though, since in certain respects Gramsci remained a historicist, the relationship between Althusser and Gramsci is a complex one. In a recent review of this relationship, we have expressed it in terms of Gramsci providing the limit case of historicity for Marxist structuralism, Hall, Lumley, and McLennan 1977. We cannot elaborate in any depth, here, on Gramsci's concepts. For a review, see Hall, Lumley, and McLennan 1977, Anderson 1976, Mouth 1979. The central concept in his work is that of hegemony. Hegemony is that state of total social authority which, at certain specific conjunctures, a specific class alliance wins, by a combination of coercion and consent, over the whole social formation, and its dominated classes, not only at the economic level, but also at the level of political and ideological leadership, in civil, intellectual and moral life, as well as at the material level, and over the terrain of civil society, as well as in and through the condensed relations of the state. This authority and leadership is, for Gramsci, not a given a priori but a specific historical moment, one of unusual social authority. It represents the product of a certain mastery of the class struggle, certainly, but it is still subject to the class struggle and the relations of social forces in society, of which its unstable equilibrium is only one, provisional, outcome or result. Hegemony is a state of play in the class struggle which has, therefore, to be continually worked on and reconstructed in order to be maintained, and which remains a contradictory conjuncture. The important point, for Gramsci, is that, under hegemonic conditions, the organization of consent, by the dominated classes to the leadership of the dominant class alliance, takes precedence, though it does not obliterate, the exercise of domination through coercion. In such conditions, the class struggle tends to assume the form, not of a frontal assault on the bastions of the state, war of maneuver, but of a more protracted, strategic and tactical struggle, exploiting and working on a number of different contradictions, Gramsci's war of position. A state of hegemony enables the ruling class alliance to undertake the enormous task of modifying, harnessing, securing, and elaborating the superstructure of society in line with the long-term requirements of the development of the mode of production, e.g., capital accumulation on an expanded scale. It enables such a class alliance to undertake the educative and formative tasks of raising the whole social formation to what he calls a new level of civilization, favoring the expanded regime of capital. This is no immediate and direct imposition of the narrow, short-term, corporate class interests of a single class on society. It forges that unity between economic, political, and ideological objectives such that it can place all the questions around which the struggle rages on a universal, not a corporative level, thereby creating a hegemony of a fundamental social group over a series of subordinate groups. This is what Gramsci calls the educative and formative role of the state. Its aim is always that of creating new and higher types of civilization, of adapting the civilization and the morality of the broadest popular masses to the necessities of the continuous development of the economic apparatus of production, the formation of a national popular will, based on a particular relationship between the dominant and dominated classes. This, then, depends, not on a presumed, necessary or a priori correspondence between economic structure and political and ideological superstructures, but precisely on those historically specific mechanisms and the concrete analysis of those historical moments through which such a normative relationship between structure and superstructures comes to be forged. For Gramsci, the object of analysis is always the specificity of this structure-superstructure complex, though as a historically concrete articulation. It is the problem of the relations between structure and superstructure which must be accurately posed and resolved if the forces which are active in history are to be correctly analyzed. This is a rigorously non-reductionist conception. How then could the whole system of superstructures be understood as distinctions within politics, and the introduction of the concept of distinction into a philosophy of praxis hence be justified? But can one really speak of a dialectic of distincts, and how is the concept of a circle joining the levels of the superstructure to be understood? Concept of historical block, i.e., unity of opposites and distincts? Can one introduce the criterion of distinction into the structure too? Gramsci, clearly, answers these questions in the affirmative. He is especially sharp against any form of vulgar economism. It is therefore necessary to combat economism not only in the theory of historiography, but also and especially in the theory and practice of politics. In this field, the struggle can and must be carried on by developing the concept of hegemony. All the quotes are from two essays in Gramsci 1971. Gramsci's theoretical contribution has only begun, recently, to be recognized, though his role as an outstanding militant in Italian politics in the 1920s and 1930s has long been acknowledged. His analysis bears, in a specially rich and productive way, on the analysis of the great bourgeois social formations of a developed capitalist type in Western Europe, where a reductionist economistic analysis, clearly, will not suffice to account for the depth of the transformations involved. Perhaps for this very reason, he has been thought of as, par excellence, the Marxist theorist of Western capitalism. His work has, therefore, hardly been applied or employed in the analysis of non-European formations. There are, however, very strong grounds for thinking that it may have particular relevance for non-European social formations, for three separate reasons. First, Gramsci may help to counteract the overwhelming weight of economism, Marxist and non-Marxist, which has characterized the analysis of post-conquest and colonial societies. Perhaps because the weight of imperialist economic relations has been so powerfully visible, these formations have virtually been held to be explainable by an application of imperialism as essentially a purely economic process. Second, these societies' present problems as to the relation in the structure-superstructure complex equal in complexity to those about which Gramsci wrote. Naturally, no simple transfer of concepts would be advisable here. Gramsci would be the first to insist on historical specificity, on difference. Third, Gramsci viewed the problem of hegemony from within the specific history of the Italian social formation. This gave him a particular, and highly relevant, perspective on the problem. For long periods Italy was marked precisely by the absence of hegemony, by an alliance of ruling classes governing through domination rather than through hegemonic class leadership, direction. So his work is equally relevant for societies in which, according to the rhythm and punctuation of the class struggle, there have been significant movements into and out of a phase of hegemonic direction. Moreover, Italy is a society brutally marked by the law of uneven development, with massive industrial capitalist development to the north, massive underdevelopment to the south. This raises the question of how the contradictions of the Italian social formation are articulated through different modes of production, capitalist and feudal, and through class alliances which combine elements from different social orders. The problem of the state, and the question of strategic alliances between the industrial proletariat and the peasantry, the play of traditional and advanced ideologies, and the difficulties these provide in the formation of a national popular will all make his analysis of Italy specially relevant to colonial societies. Gramsci's work has recently been taken up and developed in a structuralist manner, especially in Althusser's essay Ideological State Apparatuses, Althusser 1971. This seminal essay differs from Gramsci's work, specifically, in posing the problem in terms of reproduction. But the concerns which underlie this approach are not all that distant from those of Gramsci. The economic relations of production must themselves be reproduced. This reproduction is not simply economic, but social, technical and, above all, ideological. This is another way of putting Gramsci's observation that, to achieve its full development, capitalist social relations require to be coupled with an elaborate development and elaboration at the non-economic levels of politics, civil society, and culture, through moral, intellectual and ideological leadership. Althusser then shares with Gramsci a classical concern for the manner in which the hegemony of a ruling class alliance is secured, at these other levels, through a formative and educative class leadership or authority over the social formation as a whole. Both of them argue that this enlarged or expanded hegemony is specific to the institutions, apparatuses, and relations of the so-called superstructures of the state and civil society. Both Althusser and Gramsci, then, insist that ideology, while itself a contradictory side and stake in the class struggle, has a specific function in securing the conditions for the expanded reproduction of capital. It is, therefore, a pertinent and distinctive level of struggle, where leadership is secured and contested, with mechanisms and sites of struggle relatively autonomous. Both also maintain that ideology is not a simple form of false consciousness, to be explained as a set of myths or simple false constructions in the head. All societies require specific ideologies, which provide those systems of meaning, concepts, categories, and representations which make sense of the world, and through which men come to live, albeit unconsciously, and through a series of misrecognitions, in an imaginary way, their relation to the real, material conditions of their existence, which are only representable to them, as modes of consciousness, in and through ideology. Althusser sometimes tends to represent ideology as rather too functionally secured to the rule of the dominant classes, as if all ideology is, by definition, operative within the horizon of the dominance ideas of the ruling class. For Gramsci, ideologies are thought of in a more contradictory way really, as sites and stakes in the class struggle. What interests Gramsci is how the existing ideologies, the common sense of the fundamental classes which are themselves the complex result of previous moments and resolutions in the ideological class struggle, can be actively worked upon so as to transform them into the basis of a more conscious struggle, and form of intervention in the historical process. Both insist, however, that ideologies are not simply in the head, but are material relations, what Lenin called ideological social relations, which shape social actions, function through concrete institutions and apparatuses, and are materialized through practices. Gramsci insists on the process which transforms these great practical ideologies of fundamental social classes. Althusser, for his part, adds that ideologies operate by constituting concrete individuals as the social subjects of ideological discourses, the process of what he calls interpellating subjects. These propositions have recently been taken forward in a seminal intervention by Lacan, 1977. In the essays on populism and fascism, he argues that the individual elements of these ideologies, e.g., nationalism, militarism, racism, the people, etc., have, in themselves, no necessary class belonging, no necessary class connotation. We cannot assume, a priori, that these elements necessarily belong to any specific class, or indeed that a class, as a single homogeneous entity, has a single unitary and uncontradictory worldview which, as Poulantzas says, it carries around with it, through history, like a number plate on its back. Poulantzas 1973. Ideologies, as concrete discursive formations, do exhibit a peculiar unity of their own. This unity arises, first, through what Lacan calls condensation, where each element fulfills a role of condensation with respect to others. When a familial interpellation, for example, evokes a political interpellation, or an aesthetic interpellation, and when each of these isolated interpellations operates as a symbol of the others, we have a relatively unified ideological discourse. This has been defined as ideological unity through a process of connotative condensation. See O'Shea 1978. Secondly, unity is secured through the specific interpellation which forms the axis and organizing principle of all ideology. In trying to analyze the ideological level of a determinate social formation, our first task must be to reconstruct the interpellative structures which constitute it. Lacan 1977. If separate ideological elements have no necessary class belonging, and classes do not have paradigmatic ideologies assigned or ascribed to them, what then is the relationship between classes and ideologies? As might be assumed, this relation is understood in terms of the way the class struggle articulates the various ideological discourses. Articulation requires the existence of non-class contents, interpolations and contradictions which constitute the raw materials on which class ideological practices operate. The ideology of the dominant class, precisely because it is dominant, interpellates not only the members of that class but also members of the dominated class. Lacan 1977. It succeeds to the extent that it articulates different ideologies to its hegemonic project by an elimination of their antagonistic character. Ideologies are therefore transformed through the class struggle, which is carried out through the production of subjects and the articulation/disarticulation of discourses. This follows Gramsci, who argued that ideologies cannot be reduced to the transparent, coherent class interests of their class subjects, and that ideologies are transformed, not by one class imposing a unitary world vision upon all other classes, but by a process of distinction and of change in the relative weight possessed by the elements of the old ideology. What was secondary or subordinate or even incidental becomes of primary importance, it becomes the nucleus of a new doctrinal and ideological ensemble. Gramsci quoted in Mouth 1979, see also Mouth 1979 for an important elaboration of this argument in relation to Gramsci. There are problems with Lacan's tentative formulations, for example, what are class practices which can operate to transform ideologies but which are, themselves, presumably, without any specific ideological elements which belong to them? Despite these difficulties, these theorists begin to give us the tentative elements by means of which we can attempt to construct a non-reductionist theory of the superstructural or extra-economic aspects of social formations, once again, powered through the use of the concept of articulation. What I have tried to do in this paper is to document the emergence of a new theoretical paradigm, which takes its fundamental orientation from the problematic of Marx, but which seeks, by various theoretical means, to overcome certain of the limitations economism, reductionism, a priorism, a lack of historical specificity which have beset certain traditional appropriations of Marxism and which still disfigure the contributions to this field by otherwise distinguished writers, leaving Marxism vulnerable and exposed to effective criticism by many different variants of economistic monism and sociological pluralism. This is a survey of an emergent field, not a comprehensive critical account. It must in no sense be assumed that the solutions attempted have been fully demonstrated, or that they are as yet adequately developed or without serious weaknesses and lacunae. With respect to those racially structured social formations, which form the principal objects of inquiry in this collection, the problematic has hardly begun to be applied. Thus all that I have been able to do is to indicate certain strategic points of departure in such a potential field of application, certain protocols of theoretical procedure. Specifically, there is as yet no adequate theory of racism which is capable of dealing with both the economic and the superstructural features of such societies, while at the same time giving a historically concrete and sociologically specific account of distinctive racial aspects. Such an account, sufficient to substitute those inadequate versions which continue to dominate the field, remains to be provided. Nevertheless, in the hope of sponsoring and promoting such a development, it might be useful to conclude with a brief outline of some of the theoretical protocols which, in my view, of necessity must govern any such proposed investigation. This would have to begin from a rigorous application of what I have called the premise of historical specificity. Racism is not dealt with as a general feature of human societies, but with historically specific racisms, beginning with an assumption of difference, of specificity rather than of a unitary, trans-historical universal structure. This is not to deny that there might well be discovered to be certain common features to all those social systems to which one would wish to attribute the designation racially structured. But as Marx remarked about the chaotic nature of all abstractions which proceed at the level of the in general exclusively, such a general theory of racism is not the most favorable source for theoretical development and investigation, even though the most developed languages have laws and characteristics in common with the least developed. Nevertheless, just those things which determine their development, i.e., the elements which are not general and common, must be separated out, so that in their unity, their essential difference is not forgotten. Marx 1973. Racism in general is a rational abstraction insofar as it really brings out and fixes the common element and saves us repetition. Marx 1973. Thus it may help to distinguish those social features which fix the different positions of social groups and classes on the basis of racial ascription, biologically or socially defined, from other systems which have a similar social function. However, some determinations belong to all epochs, others only to a few. Some will be shared by the most modern epoch and the most ancient. This is a warning against extrapolating a common and universal structure to racism, which remains essentially the same, outside of its specific historical location. It is only as the different racisms are historically specified in their difference that they can be properly understood as a product of historical relations and possess full validity only for and within those relations. It follows that there might be more to be learned from distinguishing what, in common sense, appear to be variants of the same thing, for example, the racism of the slave South from the racism of the insertion of blacks into the free forms of industrial capitalist development in the postbellum North, or the racism of Caribbean slave societies from that of the metropolitan societies like Britain, which have had to absorb black workers into industrial production in the 20th century. In part, this must be because one cannot explain racism in abstraction from other social relations even if, alternatively, one cannot explain it by reducing it to those relations. It has been said that there are flourishing racisms in pre-capitalist social formations. This only means that, when dealing with more recent social formations, one is required to show how thoroughly racism is reorganized and rearticulated with the relations of new modes of production. Racism within plantation slave societies in the mercantilist phase of world capitalist development has a place and function, means and mechanisms of its specific effectivity, which are only superficially explained by translating it out from these specific historical contexts into totally different ones. Finley 1969, Davis 1969, 1966. Others have argued that, though slavery in the ancient world was articulated through derogatory classifications which distinguished between the enslaved and enslaving peoples, it did not necessarily entail the use of specifically racial categories, whilst plantation slavery almost everywhere did. Thus, there can be no assumed, necessary coincidence between racism and slavery as such. Precisely the differences in the roles which slavery played in these very different epochs and social formations may point us to the necessary ground for specifying what this specific coincidence between slavery and racism might secure. Where this coincidence does in fact appear, the mechanisms and effectivity of its functioning including its articulation with other relations need to be demonstrated, not assumed. Again, the common assumption that it was attitudes of racial superiority which precipitated the introduction of plantation slavery needs to be challenged. It might be better to start from the opposite end, by seeing how slavery, the product of specific problems of labor shortage and the organization of plantation agriculture, supplied, in the first instance, by non-black, indigenous labor, and then by white indentured labor, produced those forms of juridical racism which distinguish the epoch of plantation slavery. The elaboration of the juridical and property forms of slavery, as a set of enclaves within societies predicated on other legal and property forms, required specific and elaborate ideological work as the history of slavery, and of its abolition, eloquently testifies. The same point may be made, in extenso, for all those explanations which ascribe racism in general to some universal functioning of individual psychology, the racial itch, the race instinct, or explain its appearance in terms of a general psychology of prejudice. The question is not whether men in general make perceptual distinctions between groups with different racial or ethnic characteristics, but rather, what are the specific conditions which make this form of distinction socially pertinent, historically active? What gives this abstract human potentiality its effectivity, as a concrete material force? It could be said, for example, that Britain's long imperial hegemony, and the intimacy of the relationship between capitalist development at home and colonial conquest overseas, laid the trace of an active racism in British popular consciousness. Nevertheless, this alone cannot explain either the form and function which racism assumed, in the period of popular imperialism at the height of the imperialist rivalry towards the end of the 19th century, or the very different forms of indigenous racism, penetrating deep into the working class itself, which has been an emergent feature of the contact between black and white workers in the conditions of post-war migration. The histories of these different racisms cannot be written as a general history. Hall et al. 1978. Appeals to human nature are not explanations, they are an alibi. One must start, then, from the concrete historical work which racism accomplishes under specific historical conditions as a set of economic, political, and ideological practices, of a distinctive kind, concretely articulated with other practices in a social formation. These practices ascribe the positioning of different social groups in relation to one another with respect to the elementary structures of society, they fix and ascribe those positionings in ongoing social practices, they legitimate the positions so ascribed. In short, they are practices which secure the hegemony of a dominant group over a series of subordinate ones, in such a way as to dominate the whole social formation in a form favorable to the long-term development of the economic productive base. Though the economic aspects are critical, as a way of beginning, this form of hegemony cannot be understood as operating purely through economic coercion. Racism, so active at the level the economic nucleus where Gramsci insists hegemony must first be secured, will have to contract elaborate relations at other instances, in the political, cultural, and ideological levels. Yet even put in this way, the assertion is still too a priori. How specifically do these mechanisms operate? What further determinations need to be supplied? Racism is not present, in the same form or degree, in all capitalist formations. It is not necessary to the concrete functioning of all capitalisms. It needs to be shown how and why racism has been specifically overdetermined by and articulated with certain capitalisms at different stages of their development. Nor can it be assumed that this must take one single form or follow one necessary path or logic, through a series of necessary stages. This requires us, in turn, to show its articulation with the different structures of the social formation. For example, the position of the slave in pre-emancipation plantation society was not secured exclusively through race. It was predominantly secured by the quite specific and distinctive productive relations of slave-based agriculture, and through the distinctive property status of the slave, as a commodity, and of slave labor power, as united with its exerciser, who was not however its owner, coupled with legal, political, and ideological systems which anchored this relation by racial ascription. This coupling may have provided the ready-made rationale and framework for those structures of informal racism which became operative when freed black labor migrated northwards in the United States or into the free village system in the post-emancipation Caribbean. Yet the coupling operated in new ways, and required their own ideological work as in the Jim Crow legislation of the 1880s and 1890s, Woodward 1957. The reproduction of the low and ascribed status of black labor, as a specific fraction of the free laboring classes of industrial capitalism, was secured with the assistance of a transformed racism, to be sure, but also through other mechanisms, which accomplished their structured positioning with respect to new forms of capital in new ways. In the latter case, pertinent struggles have developed which exploited the gaps, or worked directly on the contradictions between racial ascription and the official ideologies of equal opportunity which were simply not available to black slaves under a plantation system, Moordahl 1962. We treat these differences as essentially the same at our peril. On the other hand, it does not follow that because developed capitalism here functions predominantly on the basis of free labor that the racial aspects of social relations can be assimilated, for all practical purposes, to its typical class relations as does Cox, 1970, despite his many pertinent observations. Race continues to differentiate between the different fractions of the working classes with respect to capital, creating specific forms of fracturing and fractioning which are as important for the ways in which they intersect class relations, and divide the class struggle, internally, as they are mere expressions of some general form of the class struggle. Politically and culturally, these combined and uneven relations between class and race are historically more pertinent than their simple correspondence. At the economic level, it is clear that race must be given its distinctive and relatively autonomous effectivity, as a distinctive feature. This does not mean that the economic is sufficient to found an explanation of how these relations concretely function. One needs to know how different racial and ethnic groups were inserted historically, and the relations which have tended to erode and transform, or to preserve these distinctions through time, not simply as residues and traces of previous modes, but as active structuring principles of the present organization of society. Racial categories alone will not provide or explain these. What are the different forms and relations in which these racial fractions were combined under capital? Do they stand in significantly different relations to capital? Do they stand within an articulation of different modes of production? What are the relations of dissolution/conservation between them? How has race functioned to preserve and develop these articulations? What are the functions which the dominated modes of production perform in the reproduction of the dominant mode? Are these linked to it through the domestic reproduction of labor power below its value, the supply of cheap labor, the regulation of the reserve army of labor, the supply of raw materials, of subsistence agriculture, the hidden costs of social reproduction? The indigenous natural economies of Latin America and the forms of semi-domestic production characteristic of the Caribbean societies differ significantly, among and between them, in this respect. The same is true even where different ethnic fractions stand in the same sets of relations to capital. For example, the position of black labor in the industrial north of the United States and of black migration to post-war Britain show highly distinctive patternings along racial lines, yet these situations are not explicable without the concept of the reserve army of labor. Yet it is clear that blacks are not the only division within the reserve army, hence race is not the only mechanism through which its size and composition is regulated. In the United States, both white immigrants, e.g., European and Central American, and women, and in Britain, both women and the Irish, have provided a significant alternative element, see Braverman 1975, Castles and Cossack 1973. The either/or alternatives, surveyed in the opening parts of this paper, are therefore seriously disabling, at a theoretical level, whether it is metropolitan or satellite formations which are under discussion, and whether it is historical or contemporary forms which are under scrutiny. As I have recently argued, Hall et al. 1978, the structures through which black labor is reproduced, structures which may be general to capital at a certain stage of development, whatever the racial composition of labor, are not simply colored by race, they work through race. The relations of capitalism can be thought of as articulating classes in distinct ways at each of the levels or instances of the social formation: economic, political, ideological. These levels are the effects of the structures of modern capitalist production, with the necessary displacement of relative autonomy operating between them. Each level of the social formation requires its own independent means of representation, the means by which the class-structured mode of production appears, and acquires effectivity at the level of the economic, the political, the ideological class struggle. Race is intrinsic to the manner in which the black laboring classes are complexly constituted at each of these levels. It enters into the way black labor, male and female, is distributed as economic agents at the level of economic practices, and the class struggles which result from it, and into the way the fractions of the black laboring classes are reconstituted, through the means of political representation, parties, organizations, community action centers, publications, and campaigns, as political forces in the theater of politics, and the political struggles which result, and the manner in which the working class is articulated as the collective and individual subjects of emergent ideologies, and the struggles over ideology, culture, and consciousness which result. This gives the matter or dimension of race, and racism, a practical as well as theoretical centrality to all the relations which affect black labor. The constitution of this fraction as a class, and the class relations which ascribe it, function as race relations. Race is thus, also, the modality in which class is lived, the medium through which class relations are experienced, the form in which it is appropriated and fought through. This has consequences for the whole class, not specifically for its racially defined segment. It has consequences in terms of the internal fractioning and division within the working class which, among other ways, are articulated in part through race. This is no mere racist conspiracy from above. For racism is also one of the dominant means of ideological representation through which the white fractions of the class come to live their relations to other fractions, and through them to capital itself. Those who seek, with effect, to disarticulate some of the existing syntaxes of class struggle, albeit of a corporatist or social reformist kind, and to re-articulate class experience through the condensed interpolations of a racist ideological syntax are, of course, key agents in this work of ideological transformation. This is the ideological class struggle, pursued, precisely, through harnessing the dominated classes to capital by means of the articulation of the internal contradictions of class experience with racism. In Britain, this process has recently attained a rare and general pitch. But they succeed, to the measure that they do, because they are practicing on real contradictions within and inside the class, working on real effects of the structure, however these may be misrecognized through racism, not because they are clever at conjuring demons, or because they brandish swastikas and read Mein Kampf. Racism is, thus, not only a problem for blacks who are obliged to suffer it. Nor is it a problem only for those sections of the white working class and those organizations infected by its stain. Nor can it be overcome, as a general virus in the social body, by a heavy dose of liberal inoculation. Capital reproduces class relations, including their internal contradictions, as a whole, structured by race. It dominates the divided class, in part, through those internal divisions which have racism as one of its effects. It contains and disables representative class institutions, by neutralizing them, confining them to strategies and struggles which are race-specific, which do not surmount its limits, its barrier. Through racism, it is able to defeat the attempts to construct alternative means of representation which could more adequately represent the class as a whole, or which are capable of affecting the unity of the class as a result, that is, those alternatives which would adequately represent the class as a whole against capitalism, against racism. The sectional struggles, articulated through race, instead, continue to appear as the necessary defensive strategies of a class divided against itself, face to face with capital. They are, therefore, also the site of capital's continuing hegemony over it. This is certainly not to treat racism as, in any simple sense, the product of an ideological trick. Nevertheless, such an analysis would need to be complemented by an analysis of the specific forms which racism assumes in its ideological functioning. Here, we would have to begin by investigating the different ways in which racist ideologies have been constructed and made operative under different historical conditions, the racisms of mercantilist theory and of chattel slavery, of conquest and colonialism, of trade and high imperialism, of popular imperialism and of so-called post-imperialism. In each case, in specific social formations, racism as an ideological configuration has been reconstituted by the dominant class relations, and thoroughly reworked. If it has performed the function of that cementing ideology which secures a whole social formation under a dominant class, its pertinent differences from other such hegemonic ideologies require to be registered in detail. Here, racism is particularly powerful and its imprint on popular consciousness especially deep, because in such racial characteristics as color, ethnic origin, geographical position, etc., racism discovers what other ideologies have to construct, an apparently natural and universal basis in nature itself. Yet, despite this apparent grounding in biological givens outside history, racism, when it appears, has an effect on other ideological formations within the same society, and its development promotes a transformation of the whole ideological field in which it becomes operative. It can, in this way, harness other ideological discourses to itself. For example, it articulates securely with the us/them structure of corporate class consciousness through the mechanism previously discussed of connotative condensation. Its effects are similar to other ideologies from which, on other grounds, it must be distinguished. Racisms also dehistoricize, translating historically specific structures into the timeless language of nature, decomposing classes into individuals and recomposing those disaggregated individuals into the reconstructed unities, the great coherences, of new ideological subjects. It translates classes into blacks and whites, economic groups into peoples, solid forces into races. This is the process of constituting new historical subjects for ideological discourses, the mechanism we encountered earlier, of forming new interpellative structures. It produces, as the natural and given authors of a spontaneous form of racial perception, the naturalized racist subject. This is not an external function, operative only against those whom it disposes or disarticulates, renders silent. It is also pertinent for the dominated subjects, those subordinated ethnic groups or races which live their relation to their real conditions of existence, and to the domination of the dominant classes, in and through the imaginary representations of a racist interpellation, and who come to experience themselves as the inferiors, les autres. And yet these processes are themselves never exempted from the ideological class struggle. The racist interpellations can become themselves the sights and stake in the ideological struggle, occupied and redefined to become the elementary forms of an oppositional formation, as where white racism is vigorously contested through the symbolic inversions of black power. The ideologies of racism remain contradictory structures, which can function both as the vehicles for the imposition of dominant ideologies, and as the elementary forms for the cultures of resistance. Any attempt to delineate the politics and ideologies of racism which omit these continuing features of struggle and contradiction win an apparent adequacy of explanation only by operating a disabling reductionism. In this field of inquiry, sociological theory has still to find its way, by a difficult effort of theoretical clarification, through the scylla of a reductionism which must deny almost everything in order to explain something, and the charybdis of a pluralism which is so mesmerized by everything that it cannot explain anything. To those willing to labor on, the vocation remains an open one. Chapter 12. New Ethnicities. I have centered my remarks on an attempt to identify and characterize a significant shift that has been going on, and is still going on, in black cultural politics. This shift is not definitive, in the sense that there are two clearly discernible phases, one in the past which is now over and the new one which is beginning, which we can neatly counterpose to one another. Rather, they are two phases of the same movement, which constantly overlap and interweave. Both are framed by the same historical conjuncture and both are rooted in the politics of anti-racism and the post-war black experience in Britain. Nevertheless, I think we can identify two different moments and that the difference between them is significant. It is difficult to characterize these precisely, but I would say that the first moment was grounded in a particular political and cultural analysis. Politically, this is the moment when the term black was coined as a way of referencing the common experience of racism and marginalization in Britain and came to provide the organizing category of a new politics of resistance amongst groups and communities with, in fact, very different histories, traditions, and ethnic identities. In this moment, politically speaking, the black experience, as a singular and unifying framework based on the building up of identity across ethnic and cultural difference between the different communities, became hegemonic over other ethnic/racial identities, though the latter did not, of course, disappear. Culturally, this analysis formulated itself in terms of a critique of the way blacks were positioned as the unspoken and invisible other of predominantly white aesthetic and cultural discourses. This analysis was predicated on the marginalization of the black experience in British culture, not fortuitously occurring at the margins, but positioned at the margins, as the consequence of a set of quite specific political and cultural practices which regulated, governed, and normalized the representational and discursive spaces of English society. These formed the conditions of existence of a cultural politics designed to challenge, resist and, where possible, to transform the dominant regimes of representation, first in music and style, later in literary, visual, and cinematic forms. In these spaces blacks have typically been the objects, but rarely the subjects, of the practices of representation. The struggle to come into representation was predicated on a critique of the degree of fetishization, objectification, and negative figuration which are so much a feature of the representation of the black subject. There was a concern not simply with the absence or marginality of the black experience but with its simplification and its stereotypical character. The cultural politics and strategies which developed around this critique had many facets, but its two principal objects were, first, the question of access to the rights to representation by black artists and black cultural workers themselves. Secondly, the contestation of the marginality, the stereotypical quality and the fetishized nature of images of blacks, by the counterposition of a positive black imagery. These strategies were principally addressed to changing what I would call the relations of representation. I have a distinct sense that in the recent period we are entering a new phase. But we need to be absolutely clear what we mean by a new phase because, as soon as you talk of a new phase, people instantly imagine that what is entailed is the substitution of one kind of politics for another. I am quite distinctly not talking about a shift in those terms. Politics does not necessarily proceed by way of a set of oppositions and reversals of this kind, though some groups and individuals are anxious to stage the question in this way. The original critique of the predominant relations of race and representation and the politics which have developed around it have not disappeared and cannot possibly disappear while the conditions which gave rise to it, cultural racism in its Dewsbury form, not only persists but positively flourishes under Thatcherism. 1 There is no sense in which a new phase in black cultural politics could replace the earlier one. Nevertheless, it is true that as the struggle moves forward and assumes new forms, it does to some degree displace, reorganize and reposition the different cultural strategies in relation to one another. If this can be conceived in terms of the burden of representation, I would put the point in this form, that black artists and cultural workers now have to struggle, not on one, but on two fronts. The problem is, how to characterize this shift if indeed, we agree that such a shift has taken or is taking place, and if the language of binary oppositions and substitutions will no longer suffice. The characterization that I would offer is tentative, proposed in the context of this essay mainly to try and clarify some of the issues involved, rather than to preempt them. This shift is best thought of in terms of change from a struggle over the relations of representation to a politics of representation itself. It would be useful to separate out such a politics of representation into its different elements. We all now use the word representation, but, as we know, it is an extremely slippery customer. It can be used, on the one hand, simply as another way of talking about how one imagines a reality that exists outside the means by which things are represented, a conception grounded in a mimetic theory of representation. On the other hand, the term can also stand for a very radical displacement of that unproblematic notion of the concept of representation. My own view is that events, relations, structures do have conditions of existence and real effects, outside the sphere of the discursive, but that only within the discursive, and subject to its specific conditions, limits, and modalities, do they have or can they be constructed within meaning. Thus, while not wanting to expand the territorial claims of the discursive infinitely, how things are represented and the machineries and regimes of representation in a culture do play a constitutive and not merely a reflexive, after the event role. This gives questions of culture and ideology, and the scenarios of representation subjectivity, identity, politics a formative, not merely an expressive, place in the constitution of social and political life. I think it is the move towards this second sense of representation which is taking place and which is transforming the politics of representation in black culture. This is a complex issue. First, it is the effect of a theoretical encounter between black cultural politics and the discourses of a Eurocentric, largely white, critical cultural theory which, in recent years, has focused so much analysis of the politics of representation. This is always an extremely difficult, if not dangerous, encounter. I think particularly of black people encountering the discourses of post-structuralism, postmodernism, psychoanalysis, and feminism. Secondly, it marks what I can only call the end of innocence, or the end of the innocent notion of the essential black subject. Here again, the end of the essential black subject is something which people are increasingly debating, but they may not have fully reckoned with its political consequences. What is at issue here is the recognition of the extraordinary diversity of subjective positions, social experiences, and cultural identities which compose the category Black, that is, the recognition that Black is essentially a politically and culturally constructed category, which cannot be grounded in a set of fixed transcultural or transcendental racial categories and which therefore has no guarantees in nature. What this brings into play is the recognition of the immense diversity and differentiation of the historical and cultural experience of Black subjects. This inevitably entails a weakening or fading of the notion that race or some composite notion of race around the term Black will either guarantee the effectivity of any cultural practice or determine in any final sense its aesthetic value. We should put this as plainly as possible. Films are not necessarily good because Black people make them. They are not necessarily right on by virtue of the fact that they deal with the Black experience. Once you enter the politics of the end of the essential Black subject, you are plunged headlong into the maelstrom of a continuously contingent, unguaranteed political argument and debate, a critical politics, a politics of criticism. You can no longer conduct Black politics through the strategy of a simple set of reversals, putting in the place of the bad old essential white subject, the new essentially good Black subject. Now, that formulation may seem to threaten the collapse of an entire political world. Alternatively, it may be greeted with extraordinary relief at the passing away of what at one time seemed to be a necessary fiction, namely, either that all Black people are good or indeed that all Black people are the same. After all, it is one of the predicates of racism that you can't tell the difference because they all took the same. This does not make it any easier to conceive of how a politics can be constructed which works with and through difference, which is able to build those forms of solidarity and identification which make common struggle and resistance possible but without suppressing the real heterogeneity of interests and identities, and which can effectively draw the political boundary lines without which political contestation is impossible, without fixing those boundaries for eternity. It entails the movement in Black politics, from what Gramsci called the war of maneuver to the war of position, the struggle around positionalities. But the difficulty of conceptualizing such a politics, and the temptation to slip into a sort of endlessly sliding discursive liberal pluralism, does not absolve us of the task of developing such a politics. The end of the essential Black subject also entails a recognition that the central issues of race always appear historically in articulation, in a formation, with other categories and divisions and are constantly crossed and recrossed by the categories of class, gender, and ethnicity. I make a distinction here between race and ethnicity to which I shall return. To me, films like Territories, Passion of Remembrance, My Beautiful Laundrette and Sammy and Rosie Get Laid, for example, make it perfectly clear that this shift has been engaged, and that the question of the Black subject cannot be represented without reference to the dimensions of class, gender, sexuality, and ethnicity. Difference and contestation. A further consequence of this politics of representation is the slow recognition of the deep ambivalence of identification and desire. We think about identification usually as a simple process, structured around fixed selves which we either are or are not. The play of identity and difference which constructs racism is powered not only by the positioning of Blacks as the inferior species but also, and at the same time, by an inexpressible envy and desire, and this is something the recognition of which fundamentally displaces many of our hitherto stable political categories, since it implies a process of identification and otherness which is more complex than we had hitherto imagined. Racism, of course, operates by constructing impassable symbolic boundaries between racially constituted categories, and its typically binary system of representation constantly marks and attempts to fix and naturalize the difference between belongingness and otherness. Along this frontier there arises what Gayatri Spivak, 1987, calls the epistemic violence of the discourses of the other, of imperialism, the colonized, Orientalism, the exotic, the primitive, the anthropological and the folklore. Consequently, the discourse of anti-racism had often been founded on a strategy of reversal and inversion, turning the Manichaean aesthetic of colonial discourse upside down. However, as Fanon constantly reminded us, the epistemic violence is both outside and inside, and operates by a process of splitting on both sides of the division in here as well as out here. That is why it is a question, not only of black skin, white skin, but of black skin, white masks the internalization of the self as other. Just as masculinity always constructs femininity as double simultaneously Madonna and whore, so racism constructs the black subject, noble savage and violent avenger. And in the doubling, fear and desire double for one another and play across the structure of otherness, complicating its politics. Recently I've read several articles about the photographic text of Robert Mapplethorpe, especially his inscription of the nude, black male, all written by black critics or cultural practitioners, Mercer 1987, Bailey 1986. These essays properly begin by identifying in Mapplethorpe's work the tropes of fetishization, the fragmentation of the black image and its objectification, as the forms of their appropriation within the white, gay gaze. But, as I read, I know that something else is going on as well in both the production and the reading of those texts. The continuous circling around Mapplethorpe's work is not exhausted by being able to place him as the white fetishistic gay photographer, and this is because it is also marked by the surreptitious return of desire, that deep ambivalence of identification which makes the categories in which we have previously thought and argued about black cultural politics and the black cultural text extremely problematic. This brings to the surface the unwelcome fact that a great deal of black politics, constructed, addressed and developed directly in relation to questions of race and ethnicity, has been predicated on the assumption that the categories of gender and sexuality would stay the same and remain fixed and secured. What the new politics of representation does is to put that into question, crossing the questions of racism irrevocably with questions of sexuality. That is what is so disturbing, finally, to many of our settled political habits about passion of remembrance. This double fracturing entails a different kind of politics because, as we know, black radical politics has frequently been stabilized around particular conceptions of black masculinity, which are only now being put into question by black women and black gay men. At certain points, black politics has also been underpinned by a deep absence, or more typically an evasive silence, with reference to class. Another element inscribed in the new politics of representation has to do with the question of ethnicity. I am familiar with all the dangers of ethnicity as a concept and have written myself about the fact that ethnicity, in the form of a culturally constructed sense of Englishness and a particularly closed, exclusive, and regressive form of English national identity, is one of the core characteristics of British racism today. Hall 1978. I am also well aware that the politics of anti-racism has often constructed itself in terms of a contestation of multi-ethnicity or multiculturalism. On the other hand, as the politics of representation around the black subject shifts, I think we will begin to see a renewed contestation over the meaning of the term ethnicity itself. If the black subject and black experience are not stabilized by nature or by some other essential guarantee, then it must be the case that they are constructed historically, culturally, politically, and the concept which refers to this is ethnicity. The term ethnicity acknowledges the place of history, language, and culture in the construction of subjectivity and identity, as well as the fact that all discourse is placed, positioned, situated, and all knowledge is contextual. Representation is possible only because enunciation is always produced within codes which have a history, a position within the discursive formations of a particular space and time. The displacement of the centered discourses of the West entails putting in question its universalist character and its transcendental claims to speak for everyone, while being itself everywhere and nowhere. The fact that this grounding of ethnicity in difference was deployed, in the discourse of racism, as a means of disavowing the realities of racism and repression does not mean that we can permit the term to be permanently colonized. That appropriation will have to be contested, the term disarticulated from its position in the discourse of multiculturalism and transcoded, just as we previously had to recuperate the term black, from its place in a system of negative equivalences. The new politics of representation therefore also sets in motion an ideological contestation around the term ethnicity. But in order to pursue that movement further, we will have to re-theorize the concept of difference. It seems to me that, in the various practices and discourses of black cultural production, we are beginning to see constructions of just such a new conception of ethnicity, a new cultural politics which engages rather than suppresses difference and which depends, in part, on the cultural construction of new ethnic identities. Difference, like representation, is also a slippery, and therefore contested concept. There is the difference which makes a radical and unbridgeable separation, and there is a difference which is positional, conditional, and conjunctural, closer to Derrida's notion of difference, though if we are concerned to maintain a politics it cannot be defined exclusively in terms of an infinite sliding of the signifier. We still have a great deal of work to do to decouple ethnicity, as it functions in the dominant discourse, from its equivalence with nationalism, imperialism, racism, and the state, which are the points of attachment around which a distinctive British or, more accurately, English ethnicity have been constructed. Nevertheless, I think such a project is not only possible but necessary. Indeed, this decoupling of ethnicity from the violence of the state is implicit in some of the new forms of cultural practice that are going on in films like Passion and Handsworth Songs. We are beginning to think about how to represent a non-coercive and a more diverse conception of ethnicity, to set against the embattled, hegemonic conception of Englishness which, under Thatcherism, stabilizes so much of the dominant political and cultural discourses, and which, because it is hegemonic, does not represent itself as an ethnicity at all. This marks a real shift in the point of contestation, since it is no longer only between anti-racism and multiculturalism but inside the notion of ethnicity itself. What is involved is the splitting of the notion of ethnicity between, on the one hand, the dominant notion which connects it to nation and race and, on the other hand, what I think is the beginning of a positive conception of the ethnicity of the margins, of the periphery. That is to say, a recognition that we all speak from a particular place, out of a particular history, out of a particular experience, a particular culture, without being contained by that position as ethnic artists or filmmakers. We are all, in that sense, ethnically located and our ethnic identities are crucial to our subjective sense of who we are. But this is also a recognition that this is not an ethnicity which is doomed to survive, as Englishness was, only by marginalizing, dispossessing, displacing, and forgetting other ethnicities. This precisely is the politics of ethnicity predicated on difference and diversity. The final point which I think is entailed in this new politics of representation has to do with an awareness of the black experience as a diaspora experience, and the consequences which this carries for the process of unsettling, recombination, hybridization and cut and mix, in short, the process of cultural diasporaization, to coin an ugly term, which it implies. In the case of the young black British films and filmmakers under discussion, the diaspora experience is certainly profoundly fed and nourished by, for example, the emergence of Third World cinema, by the African experience, the connection with Afro-Caribbean experience, and the deep inheritance of complex systems of representation and aesthetic traditions from Asian and African culture. But, in spite of these rich cultural roots, the new cultural politics is operating on new and quite distinct ground, specifically, contestation over what it means to be British. The relation of this cultural politics to the past, to its different roots, is profound, but complex. It cannot be simple or unmediated. It is, as a film like Dreaming Rivers reminds us, complexly mediated and transformed by memory, fantasy, and desire. Or, as even an explicitly political film like Handsworth Songs clearly suggests, the relation is intertextual, mediated through a variety of other texts. There can, therefore, be no simple return or recovery of the ancestral past which is not re-experienced through the categories of the present, no base for creative enunciation in a simple reproduction of traditional forms which are not transformed by the technologies and the identities of the present. This is something that was signaled as early as a film like Black's Britannica and as recently as Paul Gilroy's important book There Ain't No Black in the Union Jack, 1988. 15 years ago we didn't care, or at least I didn't care, whether there was any black in the Union Jack. Now not only do we care, we must. This last point suggests that we are also approaching what I would call the end of a certain critical innocence in black cultural politics. And here, it might be appropriate to refer, glancingly, to the debate between Salman Rushdie and myself in The Guardian some months ago, Rushdie 1987, Hall 1987. The debate was not about whether Handsworth Songs or The Passion of Remembrance were great films or not, because, in the light of what I have said, once you enter this particular problematic, the question of what good films are, which parts of them are good and why, is open to the politics of criticism. Once you abandon essential categories, there is no place to go apart from the politics of criticism, and to enter the politics of criticism in black culture is to grow up, to leave the age of critical innocence. It was not Salman Rushdie's particular judgment that I was contesting, so much as the mode in which he addressed them. He seemed to me to be addressing the films as if from the stable, well-established critical criteria of a Guardian reviewer. I was trying, perhaps unsuccessfully, to say that I thought this an inadequate basis for a political criticism, and one which overlooked precisely the signs of innovation, and the constraints, under which these filmmakers were operating. It is difficult to define what an alternative mode of address would be. I certainly didn't want Salman Rushdie to say he thought the films were good because they were black. But I also didn't want him to say that he thought they weren't good because we creative artists all know what good films are, since I no longer believe we can resolve the questions of aesthetic value by the use of these transcendental, canonical cultural categories. I think there is another position, one which locates itself inside a continuous struggle and politics around black representation, but which then is able to open up a continuous critical discourse about themes, about the forms of representation, the subjects of representation, above all, the regimes of representation. I thought it was important, at that point, to intervene to try and get that mode of critical address right, in relation to the new black filmmaking. It is extremely tricky, as I know, because as it happens, in intervening, I got the mode of address wrong too. I failed to communicate the fact that, in relation to his Guardian article, I thought Salman was hopelessly wrong about Handsworth Songs, which does not in any way diminish my judgment about the stature of Midnight's Children. I regret that I couldn't get it right, exactly, because the politics of criticism has to be able to get both things right. Such a politics of criticism has to be able to say, just to give one example, why My Beautiful Laundrette is one of the most riveting and important films produced by a black writer in recent years, and precisely for the reason that made it so controversial, its refusal to represent the black experience in Britain as monolithic, self-contained, sexually stabilized and always right on, in a word, always and only positive, or what Hanif Kureishi, 1985, has called cheering fictions. The writer as public relations officer, as hired liar. If there is to be a serious attempt to understand Britain today, with its mix of races and colors, its hysteria and despair, then, writing about it has to be complex. It can't apologize or idealize. It can't sentimentalize, and it can't represent only one group as having a monopoly on virtue. Laundrette is important particularly in terms of its control, of knowing what it is doing, as the text crosses those frontiers between gender, race, ethnicity, sexuality, and class. Sammy and Rosie is also a bold and adventurous film, though in some ways less coherent, not so sure of where it is going, overdriven by an almost uncontrollable, cool anger. One needs to be able to offer that as a critical judgment and to argue it through, to have one's mind changed, without undermining one's essential commitment to the project of the politics of black representation. Chapter 13. Cultural Identity and Diaspora. A new cinema of the Caribbean is emerging, joining the company of the other third cinemas. It is related to, but different from, the vibrant film and other forms of visual representation of the Afro-Caribbean, and Asian, blacks of the diasporas of the West, the new post-colonial subjects. All these cultural practices and forms of representation have the black subject at their center, putting the issue of cultural identity in question. Who is this emergent, new subject of the cinema? From where does he/she speak? Practices of representation always implicate the positions from which we speak or write, the positions of enunciation. What recent theories of enunciation suggest is that, though we speak, so to say, in our own name, of ourselves and from our own experience, nevertheless who speaks, and the subject who is spoken of, are never identical, never exactly in the same place. Identity is not as transparent or unproblematic as we think. Perhaps instead of thinking of identity as an already accomplished fact, which the new cultural practices then represent, we should think, instead, of identity as a production, which is never complete, always in process, and always constituted within, not outside, representation. This view problematizes the very authority and authenticity to which the term cultural identity lays claim. We seek, here, to open a dialogue, an investigation, on the subject of cultural identity and representation. Of course, the I who writes here must also be thought of as, itself, enunciated. We all write and speak from a particular place and time, from a history and a culture which is specific. What we say is always in context, positioned. I was born into and spent my childhood and adolescence in a lower middle class family in Jamaica. I have lived all my adult life in England, in the shadow of the black diaspora in the belly of the beast. I write against the background of a lifetime's work in cultural studies. If the paper seems preoccupied with the diaspora experience and its narratives of displacement, it is worth remembering that all discourse is placed, and the heart has its reasons. There are at least two different ways of thinking about cultural identity. The first position defines cultural identity in terms of one, shared culture, a sort of collective one true self, hiding inside the many other, more superficial or artificially imposed selves, which people with a shared history and ancestry hold in common. Within the terms of this definition, our cultural identities reflect the common historical experiences and shared cultural codes which provide us, as one people, with stable, unchanging, and continuous frames of reference and meaning, beneath the shifting divisions and vicissitudes of our actual history. This oneness, underlying all the other, more superficial differences, is the truth, the essence, of Caribbeanness, of the Black experience. It is this identity which a Caribbean or Black diaspora must discover, excavate, bring to light and express through cinematic representation. Such a conception of cultural identity played a critical role in all the post-colonial struggles which have so profoundly reshaped our world. It lay at the center of the vision of the poets of negritude, like Aimé Césaire and Leopold Senghor, and of the Pan-African political project, earlier in the century. It continues to be a very powerful and creative force in emergent forms of representation amongst hitherto marginalized peoples. In post-colonial societies, the rediscovery of this identity is often the object of what Frantz Fanon once called a passionate research, directed by the secret hope of discovering beyond the misery of today, beyond self-contempt, resignation and abjuration, some very beautiful and splendid era whose existence rehabilitates us both in regard to ourselves and in regard to others. New forms of cultural practice in these societies address themselves to this project for the very good reason that, as Fanon puts it, in the recent past, colonization is not satisfied merely with holding a people in its grip and emptying the native's brain of all form and content. By a kind of perverted logic, it turns to the past of oppressed people, and distorts, disfigures and destroys it. 1963, 170. The question which Fanon's observation poses is, what is the nature of this profound research which drives the new forms of visual and cinematic representation? Is it only a matter of unearthing that which the colonial experience buried and overlaid, bringing to light the hidden continuities it suppressed? Or is a quite different practice entailed not the rediscovery but the production of identity? Not an identity grounded in the archaeology, but in the retelling of the past? We should not, for a moment, underestimate or neglect the importance of the act of imaginative rediscovery which this conception of a rediscovered, essential identity entails. Hidden histories have played a critical role in the emergence of many of the most important social movements of our time: feminist, anti-colonial, and anti-racist. The photographic work of a generation of Jamaican and Rastafarian artists, or of a visual artist like Armit Francis, a Jamaican-born photographer who has lived in Britain since the age of 8, is a testimony to the continuing creative power of this conception of identity within the emerging practices of representation. Francis's photographs of the peoples of the Black Triangle, taken in Africa, the Caribbean, the USA, and the UK, attempt to reconstruct in visual terms the underlying unity of the black people whom colonization and slavery distributed across the African diaspora. His text is an act of imaginary reunification. Crucially, such images offer a way of imposing an imaginary coherence on the experience of dispersal and fragmentation, which is the history of all enforced diasporas. They do this by representing or figuring Africa as the mother of these different civilizations. This triangle is, after all, centered in Africa. Africa is the name of the missing term, the Great Aporia, which lies at the center of our cultural identity and gives it a meaning which, until recently, it lacked. No one who looks at these textural images now, in the light of the history of transportation, slavery, and emigration, can fail to understand how the rift of separation, the loss of identity, which has been integral to the Caribbean experience only begins to be healed when these forgotten connections are once more set in place. Such texts restore an imaginary fullness or plenitude, to set against the broken rubric of our past. They are resources of resistance and identity, with which to confront the fragmented and pathological ways in which that experience has been reconstructed within the dominant regimes of cinematic and visual representation of the West. There is, however, a second, related but different view of cultural identity. This second position recognizes that, as well as the many points of similarity, there are also critical points of deep and significant difference which constitute what we really are, or rather, since history has intervened, what we have become. We cannot speak for very long, with any exactness, about one experience, one identity, without acknowledging its other side, the ruptures and discontinuities which constitute, precisely, the Caribbean's uniqueness. Cultural identity, in this second sense, is a matter of becoming as well as of being. It belongs to the future as much as to the past. It is not something which already exists, transcending place, time, history and culture. Cultural identities come from somewhere, have histories. But, like everything which is historical, they undergo constant transformation. Far from being eternally fixed in some essentialist past, they are subject to the continuous play of history, culture, and power. Far from being grounded in a mere recovery of the past, which is waiting to be found, and which, when found, will secure our sense of ourselves into eternity, identities are the names we give to the different ways we are positioned by, and position ourselves within, the narratives of the past. It is only from this second position that we can properly understand the traumatic character of the colonial experience. The ways in which black people, black experiences, were positioned and subjected in the dominant regimes of representation were the effects of a critical exercise of cultural power and normalization. Not only, in Said's Orientalist sense, were we constructed as different and other within the categories of knowledge of the West by those regimes. They had the power to make us see and experience ourselves as other. Every regime of representation is a regime of power formed, as Foucault reminds us, by the fatal couplet power/knowledge. But this kind of knowledge is internal, not external. It is one thing to position a subject or set of peoples as the other of a dominant discourse. It is quite another thing to subject them to that knowledge, not only as a matter of imposed will and domination, by the power of inner compulsion and subjective conformation to the norm. That is the lesson, the somber majesty of Fanon's insight into the colonizing experience in black skin, white masks. This inner expropriation of cultural identity cripples and deforms. If its silences are not resisted, they produce, in Fanon's vivid phrase, individuals without an anchor, without horizon, colorless, stateless, a race of angels, 1963, 176. Nevertheless, this idea of otherness as an inner compulsion changes our conception of cultural identity. In this perspective, cultural identity is not a fixed essence at all, lying unchanged outside history and culture. It is not some universal and transcendental spirit inside us on which history has made no fundamental mark. It is not once and for all. It is not a fixed origin to which we can make some final and absolute return. Of course, it is not a mere phantasm either. It is something, not a mere trick of the imagination. It has its histories, and histories have their real, material, and symbolic effects. The past continues to speak to us. But it no longer addresses us as a simple, factual past, since our relation to it, like the child's relation to the mother, is always already after the break. It is always constructed through memory, fantasy, narrative, and myth. Cultural identities are the points of identification, the unstable points of identification or suture, which are made within the discourses of history and culture. Not an essence but a positioning. Hence, there is always a politics of identity, a politics of position, which has no absolute guarantee in an unproblematic, transcendental law of origin. This second view of cultural identity is much less familiar, and more unsettling. If identity does not proceed, in a straight, unbroken line, from some fixed origin, how are we to understand its formation? We might think of Black Caribbean identities as framed by two axes or vectors, simultaneously operative, the vector of similarity and continuity, and the vector of difference and rupture. Caribbean identities always have to be thought of in terms of the dialogic relationship between these two axes. The one gives us some grounding in, some continuity with, the past. The second reminds us that what we share is precisely the experience of a profound discontinuity. The peoples dragged into slavery, transportation, colonization, migration, came predominantly from Africa, and when that supply ended, it was temporarily refreshed by indentured labor from the Asian subcontinent. This neglected fact explains why, when you visit Guyana or Trinidad, you see, symbolically inscribed in the faces of their peoples, the paradoxical truth of Christopher Columbus's mistake: you can find Asia by sailing west, if you know where to look. In the history of the modern world, there are few more traumatic ruptures to match these enforced separations from Africa already figured, in the European imaginary, as the Dark Continent. But the slaves were also from different countries, tribal communities, villages, languages, and gods. African religion, which has been so profoundly formative in Caribbean spiritual life, is precisely different from Christian monotheism in believing that God is so powerful that he can only be known through a proliferation of spiritual manifestations, present everywhere in the natural and social world. These gods live on, in an underground existence, in the hybridized religious universe of Haitian voodoo, Pocomania, native Pentecostalism, Black Baptism, Rastafarianism, and the Black Saints Latin American Catholicism. The paradox is that it was the uprooting of slavery and transportation and the insertion into the plantation economy, as well as the symbolic economy, of the Western world that unified these peoples across their differences, in the same moment as it cut them off from direct access to their past. Difference, therefore, persists in and alongside continuity. To return to the Caribbean after any long absence is to experience again the shock of the doubleness of similarity and difference. Visiting the French Caribbean for the first time, I also saw at once how different Martinique is from, say, Jamaica, and this is no mere difference of topography or climate. It is a profound difference of culture and history. And the difference matters. It positions Martiniquais and Jamaicans as both the same and different. Moreover, the boundaries of difference are continually repositioned in relation to different points of reference. Vis-a-vis the developed West, we are very much the same. We belong to the marginal, the underdeveloped, the periphery, the other. We are at the outer edge, the rim, of the metropolitan world, always south to someone else's El Norte. At the same time, we do not stand in the same relation of the otherness to the metropolitan centers. Each has negotiated its economic, political, and cultural dependency differently. And this difference, whether we like it or not, is already inscribed in our cultural identities. In turn, it is this negotiation of identity which makes us, vis-a-vis other Latin American people, with a very similar history, different Caribbeans, Les Antilleans, Icelanders to their mainland. And yet, vis-a-vis one another, Jamaican, Haitian, Cuban, Guadeloupean, Barbadian, etc. How, then, to describe this play of difference within identity? The common history: transportation, slavery, Colonization has been profoundly formative for all these societies, unifying us across our differences. But it does not constitute a common origin, since it was, metaphorically as well as literally, a translation. The inscription of difference is also specific and critical. I use the word play because the double meaning of the metaphor is important. It suggests, on the one hand, the instability, the permanent unsettlement, the lack of any final resolution. On the other hand, it reminds us that the place where this doubleness is most powerfully to be heard is playing within the varieties of Caribbean musics. This cultural play could not therefore be represented, cinematically, as a simple, binary opposition past/present, them/us. Its complexity exceeds this binary structure of representation. At different places, times, in relation to different questions, the boundaries are recited. They become, not only what they have, at times, certainly been mutually excluding categories but also what they sometimes are, differential points along a sliding scale. One trivial example is the way Martinique both is and is not French. It is, of course, a department of France, and this is reflected in its standard and style of life. Fort-de-France is a much richer, more fashionable place than Kingston, which is not only visibly poorer, but itself at a point of transition between being in fashion in an Anglo-African and Afro-American way for those who can afford to be in any sort of fashion at all. Yet, what is distinctively Martiniquais can only be described in terms of that special and peculiar supplement which the black and mulatto skin adds to the refinement and sophistication of a Parisian-derived haute couture, that is, a sophistication which, because it is black, is always transgressive. To capture this sense of difference which is not pure otherness, we need to deploy the play on words of a theorist like Jacques Derrida. Derrida uses the anomalous A in his way of writing difference as a marker which sets up a disturbance in our settled understanding or translation of the word/concept. It sets the word in motion to new meanings without erasing the trace of its other meanings. His sense of difference, as Christopher Norris puts it, thus remains suspended between the two French verbs to differ and to defer, postpone, both of which contribute to its textual force but neither of which can fully capture its meaning. Language depends on difference, as Saussure showed, the structure of distinctive propositions which make up its basic economy. Where Derrida breaks new ground, is in the extent to which differ shades into defer, the idea that meaning is always deferred, perhaps to this point of an endless supplementarity, by the play of signification. 1982, 32. This second sense of difference challenges the fixed binaries which stabilize meaning and representation and show how meaning is never finished or completed, but keeps on moving to encompass other, additional, or supplementary meanings, which, as Norris puts it elsewhere, disturb the classical economy of language and representation. 1987, 15. Without relations of difference, no representation could occur. But what is then constituted within representation is always open to being deferred, staggered, serialized. Where, then, does identity come into this infinite postponement of meaning? Derrida does not help us as much as he might here, though the notion of the trace goes some way towards it. This is where it sometimes seems as if Derrida has permitted his profound theoretical insights to be reappropriated by his disciples into a celebration of formal playfulness, which evacuates them of their political meaning. For if signification depends upon the endless repositioning of its differential terms, meaning, in any specific instance, depends on the contingent and arbitrary stop, the necessary and temporary break in the infinite semiosis of language. This does not detract from the original insight. It only threatens to do so if we mistake this cut of identity, this positioning, which makes meaning possible as a natural and permanent, rather than an arbitrary and contingent ending, whereas I understand every such position as strategic and arbitrary, in the sense that there is no permanent equivalence between the particular sentence we close, and its true meaning, as such. Meaning continues to unfold, so to speak, beyond the arbitrary closure which makes it, at any moment, possible. It is always either over or underdetermined, either an excess or a supplement. There is always something left over. It is possible, with this conception of difference, to rethink the positionings and repositionings of Caribbean cultural identities in relation to at least three presences, to borrow Aimé César's and Leopold Senghor's metaphor, presence Africaine, presence European, and the third, most ambiguous, presence of all the sliding term, presence Americaine. Of course, I am collapsing, for the moment, the many other cultural presences which constitute the complexity of Caribbean identity, Indian, Chinese, Lebanese, etc. I mean America, here, not in its first world sense the big cousin to the north whose rim we occupy, but in the second, broader sense, America, the New World, terra incognita. Presence Africaine is the site of the repressed. Apparently silenced beyond memory by the power of the experience of slavery, Africa was in fact present everywhere, in the everyday life and customs of the slave quarters, in the languages and patois of the plantations, in names and words, often disconnected from their taxonomies, in the secrets and tactical structures through which other languages were spoken, in the stories and tales told to children, in religious practices and beliefs, in the spiritual life, the arts, crafts, musics and rhythms of slave and post-emancipation society. Africa, the signified which could not be represented directly in slavery, remained and remains the unspoken, unspeakable presence in Caribbean culture. It is hiding behind every verbal inflection, every narrative twist of Caribbean cultural life. It is the secret code with which every Western text was reread. It is the ground base of every rhythm and bodily movement. This is the Africa that is alive and well in the diaspora, Hall and Jefferson 1976. When I was growing up in the 1940s and 1950s as a child in Kingston, I was surrounded by the signs, music, and rhythms of this Africa of the diaspora, which only existed as a result of a long and discontinuous series of transformations. But, although almost everyone around me was some shade of brown or black, Africa speaks, I never once heard a single person refer to themselves or to others as, in some way, or as having been at some time in the past, African. It was only in the 1970s that this Afro-Caribbean identity became historically available to the great majority of Jamaican people, at home and abroad. In this historic moment, Jamaicans discovered themselves to be black just as, in the same moment, they discovered themselves to be the sons and daughters of slavery. This profound cultural discovery, however, was not, and could not be, made directly, without mediation. It could only be made through the impact on popular life of the post-colonial revolution, the civil rights struggles, the culture of Rastafarianism and the music of reggae, the metaphors, the figures or signifiers of a new construction of Jamaicanness. These signified a new Africa of the New World, grounded in an old Africa, a spiritual journey of discovery that led, in the Caribbean, to an indigenous cultural revolution. This is Africa, as we might say, necessarily deferred as a spiritual, cultural, and political metaphor. It is the presence/absence of Africa, in this form, which has made it the privileged signifier of new conceptions of Caribbean identity. Everyone in the Caribbean, of whatever ethnic background, must sooner or later come to terms with this African presence. Black, brown, mulatto, white, all must look presence Africaine in the face, speak its name. But whether it is, in this sense, an origin of our identities, unchanged by 400 years of displacement, dismemberment, transportation, to which we could in any final or literal sense return, is more open to doubt. The original Africa is no longer there. It too has been transformed. History is, in that sense, irreversible. We must not collude with the West which, precisely, normalizes and appropriates Africa by freezing it into some timeless zone of the primitive, unchanging past. Africa must at last be reckoned with by Caribbean people, but it cannot in any simple sense be merely recovered. It belongs irrevocably, for us, to what Edward Said once called an imaginative geography and history, which helps the mind to intensify its own sense of itself by dramatizing the difference between what is close to it and what is far away. 1985, 55. It has acquired an imaginative or figurative value we can name and feel, said 1985, 55. Our belongingness to it constitutes what Benedict Anderson, 1982, calls an imagined community. To this Africa, which is a necessary part of the Caribbean imaginary, we can't literally go home again. The character of this displaced homeward journey, its length and complexity comes across vividly, in a variety of texts. Tony Sewell's documentary Archival Photographs, Garvey's Children, The Legacy of Marcus Garvey, tells the story of a return to an African identity which went, necessarily, by the long route through London and the United States. It ends, not in Ethiopia, but with Garvey's statue in front of the St. Anne Parish Library in Jamaica, not with a traditional tribal chant but with the music of Burning Spear and Bob Marley's Redemption Song. This is our long journey home. Derek Bishton's courageous visual and written text Black Heart Man, the story of the journey of a white photographer on the trail of the Promised Land, starts in England, and goes through Shashamene, the place in Ethiopia to which many Jamaican people have found their way on their search for the Promised Land, and slavery, but it ends in Pinnacle, Jamaica, where the first Rastafarian settlement was established, and beyond among the dispossessed of 20th century Kingston and the streets of Handsworth, where Bishton's voyage of discovery first began. These symbolic journeys are necessary for us all and necessarily circular. This is the Africa we must return to, but by another route, what Africa has become in the New World, what we have made of Africa, Africa as we retell it through politics, memory and desire. What of the second, troubling, term in the identity equation, the European presence? For many of us, this is a matter not of too little but of too much. Where Africa was a case of the unspoken, Europe was a case of that which is endlessly speaking and endlessly speaking us. The European presence interrupts the innocence of the whole discourse of difference in the Caribbean by introducing the question of power. Europe belongs irrevocably to the play of power, to the lines of force and consent, to the role of the dominant, in Caribbean culture. In terms of colonialism, underdevelopment, poverty, and the racism of color, the European presence is that which, in visual representation, has positioned the black subject within its dominant regimes of representation, the colonial discourse, the literatures of adventure and exploration, the romance of the exotic, the ethnographic and traveling eye, the tropical languages of tourism, travel brochure, and Hollywood, and the violent, pornographic languages of ganja and urban violence. Because presence European is about exclusion, imposition, and expropriation, we are often tempted to locate that power as wholly external to us, an extrinsic force, whose influence can be thrown off like the serpent sheds its skin. What Frantz Fanon reminds us, in Black Skin, White Masks, is how this power has become a constitutive element in our own identities, the movements, the attitudes, the glances of the other fixed me there, in the sense in which a chemical solution is fixed by a dye. I was indignant, I demanded an explanation. Nothing happened. I burst apart. Now the fragments have been put together by another self, 1986, 109. This look, from so to speak the place of the other, fixes us, not only in its violence, hostility, and aggression, but in the ambivalence of its desire. This brings us face to face, not simply with the dominating European presence as the site or scene of integration where those other presences which it had actively disaggregated were recomposed, reframed, put together in a new way, but as the site of a profound splitting and doubling, what Homi Bhabha has called the ambivalent identifications of the racist world, the otherness of the self inscribed in the perverse palimpsest of colonial identity, 1986, 15. The dialogue of power and resistance, of refusal and recognition, with and against presence European is almost as complex as the dialogue with Africa. In terms of popular cultural life, it is nowhere to be found in its pure, pristine state. It is always already fused, syncretized, with other cultural elements. It is always already creolized, not lost beyond the Middle Passage, but ever present, from the harmonics in our musics to the ground bass of Africa, traversing and intersecting our lives at every point. How can we stage this dialogue so that, finally, we can place it, without terror or violence, rather than being forever placed by it? Can we ever recognize its irreversible influence, whilst resisting its imperializing eye. The enigma is impossible, so far, to resolve. It requires the most complex of cultural strategies. Think, for example, of the dialogue of every Caribbean filmmaker or writer, one way or another, with the dominant cinemas and literature of the West, the complex relationship of young black British filmmakers with the avant-gardes of European and American filmmaking. Who could describe this tense and tortured dialogue as a one-way trip? The third, New World presence, is not so much power, as ground, place, territory. It is the juncture point where the many cultural tributaries meet, the empty land, the European colonizers emptied it, where strangers from every other part of the globe collided. None of the people who now occupy the islands, black, brown, white, African, European, American, Spanish, French, East Indian, Chinese, Portuguese, Jew, Dutch, originally belonged there. It is the space where the creolizations and assimilations and syncretisms were negotiated. The New World is the third term, the primal scene where the fateful/fatal encounter was staged between Africa and the West. It also has to be understood as the place of many, continuous displacements, of the original pre-Columbian inhabitants, the Arawaks, Caribs, and Amerindians, permanently displaced from their homelands and decimated, of other peoples displaced in different ways from Africa, Asia, and Europe, the displacements of slavery, colonization, and conquest. It stands for the endless ways in which Caribbean people have been destined to migrate. It is the signifier of migration itself, of traveling, voyaging and return as fate, as destiny, of the Antillean as the prototype of the modern or postmodern New World nomad, continually moving between center and periphery. This preoccupation with movement and migration Caribbean cinema shares with many other third cinemas, but it is one of our defining themes, and it is destined to cross the narrative of every film script or cinematic image. Presence Americaine continues to have its silences, its suppressions. Peter Hume, 1987, in his essay Islands of Enchantment, reminds us that the word Jamaica is the Hispanic form of the indigenous Arawak name Land of Wood and Water, which Columbus's renaming, Santiago, never replaced. The Arawak presence remains today a ghostly one, visible in the islands mainly in museums and archaeological sites, part of the barely knowable or usable past. Hume notes that it is not represented in the emblem of the Jamaican National Heritage Trust, for example, which chose instead the figure of Diego Pimienta, an African who fought for his Spanish masters against the English invasion of the island in 1655, a deferred, metonymic, sly and sliding representation of Jamaican identity if ever there was one. He recounts the story of how Prime Minister Edward Seaga tried to alter the Jamaican coat of arms, which consists of two Arawak figures holding a shield with 5 pineapples, surmounted by an alligator. Can the crushed and extinct Arawaks represent the dauntless character of Jamaicans? Does the low-slung, near-extinct crocodile, a cold-blooded reptile, symbolize the warm, soaring spirit of Jamaicans? Prime Minister Seaga asked rhetorically. Jamaica answered 1983-84, quoted in Hume 1987. There can be few political statements which so eloquently testify to the complexities entailed in the process of trying to represent a diverse people with a diverse history through a single, hegemonic identity. Fortunately, Mr. Seaga's invitation to the Jamaican people, who are overwhelmingly of African descent, to start their remembering by first forgetting something else, got the comeuppance it so richly deserved. The New World presence America, terra incognita, is therefore itself the beginning of diaspora, of diversity, of hybridity and difference, what makes Afro-Caribbean people already people of a diaspora. I use this term here metaphorically, not literally. Diaspora does not refer us to those scat-tiered tribes whose identity can only be secured in relation to some sacred homeland to which they must at all costs return, even if it means pushing other people into the sea. This is the old, the imperializing, the hegemonizing, form of ethnicity. We have seen the fate of the people of Palestine at the hands of this backward-looking conception of diaspora and the complicity of the West with it. The diaspora experience as I intend it here is defined, not by essence or purity, but by the recognition of a necessary heterogeneity and diversity, by a conception of identity which lives with and through, not despite, difference, by hybridity. Diaspora identities are those which are constantly producing and reproducing themselves anew, through transformation and difference. One can only think here of what is uniquely essentially Caribbean, precisely the mixes of color, pigmentation, physiognomic type, the blends of tastes that is Caribbean cuisine, the aesthetics of the crossovers, of cut and mix, to borrow Dick Hebdage's telling phrase, which is the heart and soul of black music. Young black cultural practitioners and critics in Britain are increasingly coming to acknowledge and explore in their work this diaspora aesthetic and its formations in the post-colonial experience. Across a whole range of cultural forms there is a syncretic dynamic which critically appropriates elements from the master codes of the dominant culture and creolizes them, disarticulating given signs and rearticulating their symbolic meaning. The subversive force of this hybridizing tendency is most apparent at the level of language itself, where Creoles, Patois, and Black English decenter, destabilis and carnivalize the linguistic domination of English, the nation language of master discourse, through strategic inflections, reaccentuations and other performative moves in semantic, syntactic, and lexical codes. Mercer 1988, 57. It is because this new world is constituted for us as place, a narrative of displacement, that it gives rise so profoundly to a certain imaginary plenitude, recreating the endless desire to return to lost origins, to be one again with the mother, to go back to the beginning. Who can ever forget, when once seen rising up out of that blue-green Caribbean, those islands of enchantment? Who has not known, at this moment, the surge of an overwhelming nostalgia for lost origins, for times past? And yet, this return to the beginning is like the imaginary in Lacan, it can neither be fulfilled nor requited, and hence is the beginning of the symbolic, of representation, the infinitely renewable source of desire, memory, myth, search, discovery, in short, the reservoir of our cinematic narratives. We have been trying, in a series of metaphors, to put in play a different sense of our relationship to the past, and thus a different way of thinking about cultural identity, which might constitute new points of recognition in the discourses of the emerging Caribbean cinema and Black British cinema. We have been trying to theorize identity as constituted, not outside but within representation, and hence of cinema, not as a second-order mirror held up to reflect what already exists, but as that form of representation which is able to constitute us as new kinds of subjects, and thereby to enable us to discover places from which to speak. Communities, Benedict Anderson argues in Imagined Communities, are to be distinguished not by their falsity/genuineness, but by the style in which they are imagined. 1982, 15. This is the vocation of modern black cinema, by allowing us to see and recognize the different parts and histories of ourselves, to construct those points of identification, those positionalities we call in retrospect our cultural identities. We must not therefore be content with delving into the past of a people in order to find coherent elements which will counteract colonialism's attempts to falsify and harm. A national culture is not a folklore, nor an abstract populism that believes it can discover a people's true nature. A national culture is the whole body of efforts made by a people in the sphere of thought to describe, justify, and praise the action through which that people has created itself and keeps itself in existence. Fanon 1963, 233. Chapter 14. C.L.R. James. A Portrait. The life and work of C.L.R. James can be divided into four parts: the early years in Trinidad, the first years in England, the American sojourn and, finally, James's return to the Caribbean. During all four periods he was intensively active, both politically and creatively. I will emphasize the political context in which James worked because I think that he has not been accorded his proper due. James was an extremely important political and intellectual figure who is only just beginning to be widely recognized for his achievements. His work has never been critically and theoretically engaged as it should be. Consequently, much writing on James is necessarily explanatory, descriptive, and celebratory. However, major intellectual and political figures are not honored by simply celebration. Honor is accorded by taking his or her ideas seriously and debating them, extending them, quarreling with them and making them live again. Thus I will raise some interesting but not quite settled questions about James's intellectual and political work. It is not because I think less of him, but because I think so much of him, that I think he should be part of a much wider intellectual and political discourse. Paul Burrell's book C.L.R. James, The Artist as Revolutionary, 1988, raises some of those themes, but there is much more to be done. James was born in Trinidad in 1901. His father was a schoolmaster whose background was of the skilled lower middle class in a colonial British Caribbean society. His mother, an educated woman, had a profound influence upon James and introduced him to books. A great reader, she had a wide variety of books in the home, which was uncommon even among so-called educated people in the Caribbean. It is easy to find people in the Caribbean who are well off but have no tradition of reading. James was thus fortunate in having had early access to books. Some, and there are surprising ones among them, he still read in later years. He confessed to me that he read Vanity Fair every year. Another fortunate event in James's life was that he attended Queen's Royal College, one of the large secondary schools for boys that were common in the Caribbean at the time. James received a scholarship, and it provided him with a local variant of an English education. Queen's Royal College was not quite an English public school, but it provided an academic education. Students took English examinations, played cricket, and read an English curriculum. James learned the classics there and to read and speak French. When James left Queen's Royal College, he thought of himself as a writer. He was hired to teach at the school, and among his students was Eric Williams, later to be one of the first leaders of independent Trinidad. Williams was the founder of the People's National Movement, PNM, one of the major parties of Caribbean politics in the 60s. Before that, he wrote a major work on the Caribbean slave trade, capitalism, and slavery, 1944, a work responsible for a profound historical re-evaluation of the nature of the anti-slavery movement. The thesis of Capitalism and Slavery, Williams's PhD dissertation at Oxford, came from the germ of an idea that James had written on the back of an envelope. Much later in his life, when Williams repudiated James, James reminded Williams that he had known him since Williams was a little boy. By any measure, James was a bold, ambitious, and wide-ranging young man in the colonial society of his native Trinidad. After being educated, he became involved gradually in the artistic and intellectual movements that were developing on the island. He joined with other young writers and began to write short stories. After a collection of the best short stories was sent to him that contained one of his, James began to take himself even more seriously as a writer and soon produced his first novel, Minty Alley, 1936. The book, about popular life in Trinidad and partly autobiographical, focuses on a young black middle-class aesthete in Port of Spain who comes to understand what Trinidadian life is like by listening to ordinary people instead of by writing books. At the same time, James became involved in the early stages of the Trinidadian labor movement and the movement for national independence. One of the leading figures of the era was Arthur Cipriani, a Corsican. Cipriani's leadership reflected a peculiar feature of Caribbean society, which contains influences from almost everywhere else in the world. That is what is unique about the Caribbean, half of it belongs to everyone else. Thus the fact that a Corsican led a Trinidadian labor movement should not be surprising. Cipriani, who fought in World War I, protested the situation of black soldiers who returned from the war, and he became involved in organizing the Trinidad Working Men's Association. He developed Trinidad's first organized program for workmen's compensation and the limitation of working hours. James worked for this pioneer in the birth of the Trinidadian labor movement. He wrote for the newspaper Cipriani founded and eventually produced his biography. The book, The Life of Captain Cipriani, was produced in 1932, just before James left the Caribbean for England, where a portion of it was republished as The Case for West Indian Self-Government, 1933. Thus James laid claim to the labor movement as a young intellectual in Port of Spain and to the whole development of West Indian nationalism in the interwar period. Three things are noteworthy about the first phase of James's life. First, James's intellectual formation was through a colonial education. He was educated in a sort of mimicry of an English public school, but the school influenced James in such things as his understanding of cricket. Second, he became linked to the birth of the organized labor movement in the Caribbean. Third, he was part of a small but important and quite ambitious group of young black intellectuals in Port of Spain. It was quite remarkable to consider oneself a writer in Trinidad, a tiny island that had no publishing facilities and no large reading audience. James in particular was very ambitious, and his experiences would be translated into a new political project in the next period of his life. This second period began with James's departure for Great Britain. He arrived in 1932, still very much committed to making his fortune as a writer. All West Indian writers of James's generation and the next would go to England to work. George Lamming, Sam Selvon and Wilson Harris all moved to the centre of the metropolis. Only later in the 60s was the Caribbean public large and organized enough for writers to remain there. In England, James met another friend, Leary Constantine, the first outstanding black cricketer who made a significant impact on West Indian cricket. Constantine came to England with the West Indian touring team and was the first black cricketer to be employed in the English League cricket. Today, a Puerto Rican ball player comes to the United States and is hired by one of the major league clubs. Then, to be hired by the Lancashire Cricket Club was an equally important thing. Constantine was not only a great cricketer, but also an important figure in the early formation of a black consciousness movement in Britain. Even more important for the second phase of James's development was the fact that it was Constantine who introduced him to Neville Cardus, the cricket correspondent for the Manchester Guardian. Cardus liked James and discovered that he had a phenomenal memory and knew the scores every touring team had made since about 1901. He got James a job as his substitute on the Guardian. When Cardus didn't want to go to matches, James went in his place. Through this connection with Constantine, and his early interest in cricket, James's writing aspirations led him in a new direction: sports writing. During this period, James also began to develop the project of writing something else about the Caribbean, a history of the slave revolution in Haiti. As he worked on the project, James became involved with British Trotskyism. He read Marx first in the light of the Trotskyist movement. His first Marxist connections were with the political movement of the Trotskyist and Neo-Trotskyist groups in England, and through them he encountered the popular literature of Leninist and Marxist texts, which were circulated for people's self-education. James first became involved with a Marxist party called the Independent Labour Party, ILP. The British Labour Party, the major social democratic party, had a different political character. The ILP was an independent leftist socialist party that had long debated the fledgling British Communist Party over whether or not the ILP would join with the Comintern. Eventually the Independent Labour Party decided not to join. Consequently, James's relationship to Marxism was from the first critical of Stalinism and the Comintern. He was never a Stalinist, but encountered Marxism in its non-Stalinist form. As a Trotskyist, he was an independent socialist. What is James's critique of the forms of Stalinist organizations? Why did he think it important to have Marxist formations outside of the Comintern? This is the beginning of a long critique that belongs to James's Trotskyism. I put the term in quotation marks because there are many forms of Trotskyism, and James's is just one. But his Trotskyism arose from this moment. It was a critique of the authoritarian forms of Stalinist rule and of the absence of democracy, a critique of a revolution that is not democratic in its form, which does not energize the popular consciousness, and in which the party has been substituted for the people. James was critical of the whole notion of a vanguard party that would accomplish the revolution for the people or tell or educate them about what they should think. This early critique first took James to the ILP and through that to the smaller Trotskyist groups in British politics. In 1937 he published World Revolution, a critique of the history of the Comintern. In it, James examined the ways in which the popular energies of leftist movements throughout the world had been subordinated to the interest of the Soviet Union through the Comintern, and how the Comintern prevented such movements from growing. James also translated from the French a critical biography of Stalin by the important Trotskyist historian Boris Suvarin, 1939. To the interest in cricket and Trotskyism of James's second period must also be added Pan-Africanism, because James was also becoming involved in the revival of the movement in England. Pan-Africanism had a long history before this attempt at revival, a history particularly evident in the work of W. E. B. Du Bois and the Pan-African Congress, which from the early 20th century was part of American history. Further, the revival was related to the Pan-Africanist elements in Garveyism and the formation of Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association. Consequently, in the 1920s the Pan-African movement shifted some of its activity to London, where James came into contact with it. One of his most intriguing contacts was through George Padmore, an old school friend from Trinidad. Before James came to England, Padmore, whose real name was Malcolm Nurse, left for the United States and joined the Communist Party. An intellectual, he was sent to the Soviet Union, was given a position in the Comintern in charge of African and Pan-African affairs, and was later sent back to the West. There he was to organize the black and African elements in the World Revolution on behalf of the Comintern. James heard of George Padmore, met him and discovered that Padmore was actually his old friend Malcolm Nurse, snuggled away in a new historical role. In his casual way, James greeted Nurse in the following manner: "Hey Malcolm, you are the great George Padmore. I heard that you are the great Comintern man and I am not a Comintern man. We are supposed to be antagonists. I did not know it was you. How are you?" Both this story and the case of James's friendship with Paul Robeson illustrate a striking feature of James's character. In this period, he had a classically Trotskyist way of differentiating among those people with whom he did not agree, a great political skill that Trotsky had honed. Trotskyists differentiated themselves, there was never just one Trotskyist group, there were at least 4 or 5. James was good at making such distinctions, but he was also astonishingly good at collaborating with people with whom he did not agree. Thus, Robeson's ties to the American Communist Party did not prevent James from writing a play for Robeson, or from thinking well of him. Malcolm Nurse, as an agent of the Comintern, had a view on the relationship of the black struggle to both the class struggle and the revolution, and although James did not agree with him, the men still spoke to each other. James and Padmore were influential in reviving the Pan-African movement in London. The movement began to grow through the League of Coloured Peoples and through the work of Garvey's first wife, Amy Ashwood Garvey, who was active in it. James and Padmore played important roles in the lives of young black African leaders who were studying in London during the 1930s. James met Kwame Nkrumah and Jomo Kenyatta, both of whom were heavily influenced by Pan-Africanism. The movement was also punctuated by an important development in international affairs. This was the period of the Abyssinian War, in which Italy invaded Abyssinia, Ethiopia. The invasion spawned the League for the Protection of Ethiopia and Toussaint Louverture, 1936–2013. The play that James wrote and Robeson performed was staged under the auspices of the League at a small theatre in London. The remarkable breadth of James's sympathies, as displayed in his friendships with Robeson and Padmore, was evident in another friendship related to the Abyssinian crisis and the larger Pan-African struggle. This was James's collaboration with Ras Makonnen, an important Guyanese who was involved in the League. Makonnen was suspicious of the whole Marxist, Trotskyist historical materialist baggage, but James held him in high regard and worked with him as an ally. The combination of a hard edge in James's political positions and the remarkable breadth of his human sympathies is arresting and unusual. People who hold clear political positions are frequently thought to be sectarian. James was not a classic revolutionary sectarian in that sense, however. He was able to collaborate with a wide range of people. Completing this second phase of James's life was the publication of the Black Jacobins in 1938. The book is a major work of historical scholarship, with a grand majestical sweep. It was the first and most elaborate history of the major slave revolution in the Caribbean, that in Haiti. The work is well theorized and wonderfully narrated, with a sense of drama clearly linked to the play James had completed earlier. It can be compared to Trotsky's History of the Russian Revolution, 1932. Along with a wonderfully dramatic sense of event, James demonstrates a Marxist understanding of the historical context and sweep of events. He went to France and was the first person to examine the historical records of the Haitian Revolution in the French archives. Consequently, his work contains a history of the Central African people from which slaves first came, as well as a history of the Atlantic slave trade. During this research, James had an idea that he wrote on the back of an envelope, an idea upon which Eric Williams's dissertation was based. It was against this historical backdrop that the narrative of the eruption of the Haitian Revolution was allowed to unfold. The Black Jacobins was also informed by James's understanding of the contemporary political scene. Toussaint Louverture, the great leader of the Haitian Revolution, was motivated by the domination that defined the social position of slaves and also by the events of the French Revolution. Because of the latter influence, the black revolutionaries assumed the garb, indeed the uniforms, of the French Revolution and so became Jacobins. Louverture himself was similar to Napoleon. The same thing happened to him that happened to Napoleon. He became seduced into not leading a democratic movement and instead became the charismatic leader of an autocratic one. Bonapartism is a Trotskyist concept for what happened to Stalin. Louverture fell from a Bonapartist error and was replaced by Jean-Jacques Dessalines, who was unafraid to be a true political party apparatchik, that is, like Stalin. James reread the Haitian Revolution as a mass uprising in which the leader became trapped in bureaucracy and was slowly transformed into a self-effacing dictator who capitulated, contained, and defused the popular revolution. The Black Jacobins is a wonderful book and a fitting conclusion to the second phase of James's life. The third phase of James's life began when he met J.P. Cannon, a leading American Trotskyist, who invited him to come to the United States in 1938. Although James accepted the invitation thinking that he would be in the United States briefly, his sojourn marked a long and important period of his life. In America, he was partly involved in, and excited by, the Harlem Renaissance. He knew Richard Wright and was a friend of Carl Van Vechten. He was moved by the music, the film, the fiction, and the popular culture of the era. More important than such cultural interests was the fact that James was a leading figure in the Trotskyist movement. As a result, he quickly got involved and embroiled in the deep arguments of American Trotskyism. He also began to entertain serious reservations about how Trotskyism understood the relationship between the revolutionary movement and the black struggle. Although James did not want to privilege the black struggle, he did not think Trotskyism or any other Marxist movements, which often made the factor of race too incidental, were correct. James felt that questions of race were subsidiary to questions of class and politics and that to think of imperialism in terms of race is disastrous. But he also argued that to neglect race as incidental would be as grave as to make it the fundamental issue. And when Leon Trotsky invited James to come to Mexico in 1939, that was the issue they debated. Trotsky compared the black struggle in America to a national struggle inside Eastern Europe. It was a subordinate struggle that, like that of the Poles, would be temporary. Trotsky further suggested that once the revolution had solved it, the black problem would cease. James disagreed, considering the question to be in need of more careful attention. Consequently, he felt that in America the black struggle must have a more pivotal, central role in the constitution of any revolutionary movement than Trotsky's position gave it. He failed to get satisfactory answers from Trotsky and remained unsatisfied by how the theoretical and conceptual relationship between the black struggle and the revolutionary struggle was posed and answered in Trotskyism. After their meeting, James began to work his way out of organized Trotskyism, although he remained in touch with the movement over a long period and was in and out of the movement's many splits. In 1941, he formed his own tendency, which was called the Johnson-Forrest tendency. James called himself J.R. Johnson, and Freddie Forrest was the name taken by the extremely intelligent Marxist theoretician Raya Dunayevskaya. Dunayevskaya was extremely important to James, both in a personal and intellectual sense, because she was deeply and profoundly a Hegelian scholar. Through Dunayevskaya, James returned to some of the philosophical foundations of Marxism, and a form of Hegelian Marxism entered his political perspective. Notes on Dialectics, 1948–1980, is one of his most complex and difficult theoretical works. This study of Hegel reinforced the differences and reservations James had developed concerning Trotskyism and culminated in an open break with Trotskyism, later articulated in State Capitalism and World Revolution, 1950–1986. The book analyzes the degeneration of the revolution in Soviet society as a consequence of bureaucratic deformation. It contains a critique of the Trotskyist position on degeneration, breaks with the whole notion of the vanguard party and comes down on a particular side of a debate long popular in Trotskyism. In the 1930s and 1940s, any Trotskyist group could be divided in terms of its view of what produced the degeneration of the revolution in the Soviet Union. Was it a degenerated workers' state? This position claimed that the revolution was basically all right, but that the excrescences of the particular political forms were responsible for holding it back. Opposed to this view was the state capitalist position that these excrescences had created a deeply bureaucratic system that would require another revolution to overthrow it. In contrast to the degeneration thesis of orthodox Trotskyism, James argued that the Soviet Union was state capitalist. As a result, its internal dynamics must be understood in terms of the growth of a state and of a party bureaucracy that had become an instrument of capital accumulation rather than of workers' power. The workers' state had become the new class enemy. As such, it would have to be overthrown if it maintained this authoritarian substitution of itself in place of a more genuine, proletarian rule. The evolution of a post-Trotskyist position constituted the new political work of this period of James's life. In addition to the post-Trotskyist analysis, this period was culturally productive. James embarked upon an analysis, which he never completed, of American popular culture. The summation of this work, Mariners, Renegades, and Castaways, 1953, was a book on Herman Melville, a text rather like Black Jacobins and structured in much the same way. The revolutionary force is symbolized by the tensions and social relations among the crew of the Pequod. This ship is the stage upon which the drama of Melville's Moby Dick unfolds. The men down below are the masses. Ahab is a Stalinist figure in control at the top, trying to rule things, and Ishmael is a figure of James himself, an intellectual with a tendency to be pulled toward abstractions, to watch things from the side and to think about them in theoretical terms but not become involved. The whale's identity is unclear, perhaps nature, chaos, or history. It is an untamable force, energy that the crew tries to harness. The figurative device that James was most interested in was that of the Pequod as microcosm of labor, the ship as a factory. Melville, James, argues, thought of whaling ships as factories and saw factory organization reproduced in how ships' crews worked. Ahab, for example, can also be seen as an entrepreneur, driving the ship forward from the top. Melville elaborately describes the clearly defined division of labor aboard the Pequod, that is, who hunted, who creamed off the oil, and other laborious details on how to extract the oil from whales. In all of this James saw how the relationships of production get hold of the forces of production. Hence my suggestion that the whale may be equated with nature, it is matter to be worked upon, harnessed, caught, held, drained and refined. James's view of the ship as a factory teeming with productive life is a fantastic metaphor. It is also a peculiar one, and a singular interpretation of Melville. In 1953, James was asked to leave the United States because of his Trotskyist activities. He was imprisoned on Ellis Island and decided to fight the expulsion. As a part of his defense, he made a wonderfully Jamesian gesture. He attempted to present Mariners, Renegades, and Castaways as testimony to the fact that he was a much better American than the immigration authorities. It was as though he was saying, "You do not understand your greatest artist, Melville, and I do. How can you expel me for un-American activities when I am telling you that next to Shakespeare, here is the greatest use of the English language? It is because you do not understand what your own author is telling you that you can expel me. You should welcome me, not throw me out." The remarkable gesture ended the third phase of James's life. James was primarily in the Caribbean during the fourth and final phase of his life. He was invited back to the region in 1958 by Eric Williams, who led what was widely understood to be a clearly and skillfully articulated form of anti-imperialist politics through the People's National Movement. Williams was elected overwhelmingly to power and was believed to be the first true leader of an independent, nationalist Trinidadian movement. He astutely made James, his former mentor, the editor of The Nation, the PNM's newspaper. He also made James the secretary of the Caribbean Labour Party, which was to bring together all of the left-wing parties of the region. The party was an attempt to constitute a federal socialist movement, a strategic move on Williams's part. During this period James also visited Africa. Nkrumah, then in power in Ghana, regarded him as a mentor. From James's trip came Nkrumah and the Ghana Revolution, 1977. After James had worked on The Nation for about 2 years, he and Williams split. Among the causes of friction was a move against Williams, no one knows precisely why, which was made by the Americans. It appears to have involved the American Chaguaramas military base in Trinidad. The lease on the base had run out, and it was generally assumed that it would not be renewed. Williams had always preached about how the North, that is Great Britain and America, had exploited the Caribbean, and the need for regional territories to cut these links and regain independence. He did not throw the Chaguaramas Treaty away in the early stages of the controversy, but gave the impression that when the renewal of the treaty came up, he would say enough is enough. In fact, whether or not he was being squeezed economically or in any other fashion, Williams decided to renew the Chaguaramas agreements. James, quite rightly, regarded that renewal as a major point of rupture and used his position on The Nation to criticize the decision. It became the source of a major conflict that was at the basis of the break. James was shocked and scandalized when he was repudiated and went on speaking out against Williams. Williams, in turn, brought politics to bear against James to silence him. That story is in a book called Party Politics in the West Indies, James 1962. Something else happened in this period. James wrote a book on the importance of popular culture, a task that his return to the Caribbean allowed him time to do. The popular activity that he analyzed was the game of cricket, and the book is called Beyond a Boundary, 1963. In this text he not only wrote about cricket, but he also redefined the game as one of the civilized ways in which the anti-imperialist struggle is played out through sports. James often remarked that the British said that the empire was won on the playing fields of Eden and would be lost on the playing fields of Lord's Cricket Ground. Just as the British had trained themselves to create the empire on the playing fields, so on the playing fields they would symbolically lose the empire. A second important theme is who would defeat the British on the playing fields. James suggested that it would be the emerging, strong West Indian cricket team and analysed the social reasons for the team's new strength. It was strong because it had broken down existing team divisions between professionals and non-professionals. When the first West Indian touring teams went to England, the first 5 batsmen were always non-professional white West Indians. The blacks, who actually earned a living from playing the game, quite often did not live in the same areas as their white teammates. During the 1950s everyone on the West Indian team had equal status for the first time. They won the first Test match after the war and defeated the British. The team included 2 bowlers, Sonny Ramadhan and A. Valentine, one from Trinidad and one from Jamaica, and 3 batsmen, Frank Worrell, Clyde Walcott and Everton Weekes. Out of the team's exploits came the first cricket calypsos ever sung in Great Britain. They celebrated the defeat of the English and the wonderful performances of Ramadhan and Valentine. James thus redefined cricket as the playing out of these popular forces. It was more than just the game. What made the West Indian team was not only that they were good at cricket, they were also able to draw on the popular ingenuity and energies of different people. James was sensitive to the unique skills that such players as Worrell or Weekes brought to the game. For him, the cricket team drew on the popular skills and energies of the whole region, and not just those of its upper classes. Thus, Beyond a Boundary had a profound and imaginative anti-imperialist message. James was in love with the game of cricket in the most archetypal way. He thought that W.G. Grace, an English batsman, was a perfect master, epical in the sense that Aeschylus was to drama. And he felt that the traditional stories about cricket, for example, Tom Brown's School Days, were masterful. CLR, I once asked him, some of your writings about cricket venerate English Victorian society, why? He said, to organize an effective cricket team is an act of collective mastery. It is an act of social organization. It doesn't matter who is doing it. Through cricket a society raises its capacity to organize its own life, and if you can use an individual like W.G. Grace, a figure of mastery over nature, that is fine. The ability to transform nature into an aesthetic is itself a human accomplishment irrespective of whether the individual is red, white, green, or blue. Thus James's investment in cricket was not just a symbolic replay of how the colonies defeated the metropolitan power. It was a much larger imaginative notion of the game as symbolic of how one talks of the energies of a whole people. He wrote in the same way about Calypso, Carnival, and the leading singer in the Trinidadian Carnival, Mighty Sparrow. Whirl was to West Indian cricket as Grace was to early cricket, as Shakespeare was to the Elizabethan period, as Melville was to American civilization and as Sparrow was to Carnival. To James, what created the magnificence of any cultural or aesthetic product is such a condensation of historical forces. It was the rise of a new class, a new conception of humanity that created the language from which Shakespeare wrote. It was the rise and formation of American civilization with all its contradictions that created the historical moment from which Melville wrote. It was the new drawing together of the energies of the Caribbean people that created the cricket team of the 1950s and allowed Whirl to play with grace. It was the popular energies of calypso music in the Caribbean that created Sparrow as an artist. These are all instances of the relationship of the artist, the great forces of history and the historical moment. James steadfastly refused simply to read off cultural things against the economic base. His Hegelianism was a notion connective of historical movement, of whole classes and of aesthetic production. He saw such things as one, as not separated into different practices, a notion of collective and creative totality. These were also James's politics. This complex, connective view enabled him to argue against attempts to create a revolutionary movement by making divisions between the black and the white sections of the revolutionary class, or by making divisions between the party and the masses. The movement would be made by the masses, or not made at all. Anything that does not trust the instincts and creative life of the masses would be a deformation, bureaucratic and Stalinist. Another reason why James was not a Stalinist is that he always trusted the masses' cultural and political creative energies. Shakespeare, for example, could only be a great writer because something connected him through the English language to those new energies that were being mobilized. I once asked James about the three great moments in which he could see a single artist speaking on behalf of a whole historical revolutionary moment. He told me about the Acropolis, even though its architect is unknown. He told me about Shakespeare, and he told me about Picasso's Guernica. He said, "Look at Picasso. Look at Guernica. A wonderful painting. What is it about? It is about the Spanish people. It is about the energies of the Spanish Revolution. When you look at Guernica you see the whole movement, the whole maelstrom of the Spanish Revolution encapsulated in an aesthetic form." James would take a postcard of Guernica to cricket matches, and during intervals when play stopped he would take it out and study it. When play resumed, he would put it away. The end of the fourth period, 1962, was the end of James's active political life. He returned to live in London and was rediscovered in the United States in the 1960s and 1970s. In particular, Radical America discovered his importance, as did many black writers. Others who would study American slavery discovered the importance of James's work on the history of black revolts. The rediscovery gave him a late legitimation and recognition in the United States during his 70s. His nephew, Darcus Howe, is a leading black intellectual, the editor of one of the major black radical journals in Great Britain and one of the leading spokespersons for a black documentary television series, Bandung file. Darcus fixed up a flat for CLR in Brixton, which was where he lived. Paul Burrell's book about him was published in 1988 in London, and James was present at the book's launch. Generally, he hardly moved from the flat. People visited him constantly, visits that reflected the many generations of black political and intellectual figures privileged to talk to James and to know him. Such novelists as George Lamming and Wilson Harris, or young intellectuals who either returned to the Caribbean or remained active in black metropolitan politics, all benefited from James's advice and wisdom. Whether or not they agreed with James at first, they were all influenced by him. James was 88 when he died in May of 1989. He was buried in his native Trinidad. Chapter 15. Calypso Kings. Since West Indians first began to settle in Britain in large numbers after the Second World War, a succession of black musics have transformed the British music scene. Ska, bluebeat and, of course, reggae were followed by rap, dancehall, jungle, techno, and house. But the oldest of these musical forms is the calypso, the music and lyrics associated with the Trinidad Carnival, which, according to Lloyd Bradley, became the official soundtrack of Black Britain in the 1950s and early 1960s. Calypso was the first popular music transported directly from the West Indies, and in the early days, migrants from the southern Caribbean would meet to listen nostalgically to the recording of that year's winning calypso or their favorite calypsonian, and relieve memories of the street marching, the costume floats and steel pan music that dominate Port of Spain in the 4-day Saturnalia leading up to the beginning of Lent. However, shortly after the arrival of the first post-war contingent, calypso music about the migration experience also started to be composed and performed in Britain, about Britain. Now this nearly forgotten moment in the story of Britain's black diaspora can be recaptured in word and sound. The record label Honest John has salvaged 20 calypsos composed and recorded by calypsonians in and about London in the early 1950s and issued them as a new CD titled London is the Place for Me. The start of the post-war Caribbean diaspora is usually associated with the arrival of the rather dilapidated troopship, the SS Empire Windrush, which docked at Tilbury in June 1948. The ship had been sent to scour the Caribbean and bring back Second World War volunteers who had been given temporary home leave to visit their families before returning to Britain to be demobbed. 300 servicemen and women from throughout the islands gathered in Jamaica for the return trip, and since the ship's capacity was 600, the extra berths were offered to anyone who wanted to emigrate and could stump up the fare of £28. No papers or visas were required since these were the innocent days when all West Indians had right of entry as legitimate British passport holders. Among those who took up the option were two of the Caribbean's most famous and best-loved calypsonians, Lord Beginner and Lord Kitchener. Aldwyn Lord Kitchener Roberts, a Trinidadian and former nightclub vocalist, had worked on several of the other islands before deciding, as he told Mike and Trevor Phillips, the authors of Windrush, The Irresistible Rise of Multiracial Britain, 1999, that he had always wanted to visit England. Kitchener, a colourful presence on the voyage, helped to organise a concert to raise funds to pay the passage of a stowaway woman who had been discovered. There were many stowaways, some of whom dived overboard and swam to safety when the boat finally docked. As the ship neared land, Kitchener was overcome by the wonderful feeling that I'm going to land on the mother country, touch the soil of the mother country, and was moved to compose the song that provides the title track of the collection, London is the Place for Me. A week later, he visited a London dance club called the Paramount where, to his surprise, he discovered many of his fellow passengers already well in place, jiving and dancing. A month later, a band led by a 22-year-old Guyanese trumpeter, Ranny Hart, started to play regularly in the saloon bar of the Queen's Hotel in Brixton, and with them, hoping to extend the popularity of calypso, was their star, Lord Kitchener. He went on to a highly successful career, playing at pubs, dance clubs, cellar bars and the semi-legal bottle parties of the London and Manchester underground scenes until he returned permanently to Trinidad in 1962. Confined for some time to small clubs and dance halls, calypso really made its breakthrough in 1950, with the triumph of the West Indies cricket team at Lord's. This was a symbolic victory, and a major reversal of fortunes. The great Trinidadian historian C.L.R. James, who wrote the best book ever written about cricket, Beyond a Boundary, 1963, had long argued that true West Indian independence and the national consciousness it required would be impossible until the West Indies had taken on the colonizers at their sacred game and mastered it sufficiently to defeat them at home in open play. 1950 was that moment. The West Indian team included 3 of the world's finest batsmen, but the true heroes of the game and architects of victory were the spinners, Ramadhan and Valentine. It is difficult to believe reports that there were only 30 or 40 West Indians present at the ground, but however many there were, they made their presence felt by exuberant shouting, singing and the rattling of tin cans throughout the game, in ways that astonished the natives and transformed forever the ethos of Test cricket. Unnecessary was the snotty opinion of the MCC diarist. But the victory moved the Calypsonian Lord Beginner, another Windrush survivor, to compose on the spot the calypso that became the anthem of the moment. Cricket, lovely cricket, with its telling refrain, with those little pals of mine /Ramadhan and Valentine, while Kitchener himself led the march round the field and down into Piccadilly. People stared at this extraordinary sight out of windows. I think it was the first time they'd ever seen such a thing in England, Kitchener observed. And we're dancing Trinidad style, like Moss, and dance right down Piccadilly and around Eros. The Caribbean ethos and style of celebration was the most commented upon aspect of the game and marks the moment when a distinctively new Caribbean spirit and rhythm first announced itself as an emergent element in the rapidly changing national culture. In fact, calypso in Britain has an interesting prehistory. The oldest living calypsonian on the Honest John CD is young Tiger, now 82, who was born in Trinidad, became a seaman on oil tankers sailing the Seven Seas, and finally disembarked in Glasgow in 1942. Though not musically trained, he played and sang a little, and when he and a friend landed a job in the famous minstrel show, they were bitten by the showbiz bug. Singing and playing all sorts of music in the small London drinking clubs, he composed a Christmas calypso in 1943, which became a seasonal favourite. Playing and singing with a rumba band at the swanky Orchid Room, young Tiger adopted the calypsonian's practice of instant commentary on the rich and famous and composed a few verses on the spot when Prince Philip and party paid the club a visit. Reprimanded by management, young Tiger was surprised when, the following night, royalty returned in force to hear the composition which he had since thrown away. This royal connection may have prompted the composition of his coronation calypso in 1953. After playing and touring with a number of successful groups, he recorded with Melodisc, the first British company to produce calypso records, a cover version of Single Man by the Calypsonian Tiger, and thus inherited the title Young Tiger. Though he had never had the ambition to be a professional musician, George Young Tiger Brown was steeped in calypso and greatly admired the calypsonian's gift as poet, raconteur, and reporter. He left Trinidad before the steel bands that are now so closely associated with calypso music really took hold, though he remembers as a child hearing the pans being played in the backyards of Charlotte Street, Port of Spain, and the Shango and Tambo Bambo music, played on various lengths of bamboo, that were their precursors and the preferred instruments of popular music at the time. It is difficult to separate the spirit of calypso from its context in the Trinidad Carnival. Preparing for Carnival is an all-year-round activity. As the Carnival season approaches, the clubs enter a period of feverish activity, designing and completing the construction of the elaborate costumes and astonishing headdresses that the bands will wear for the parade. Richly colored fabrics, sequined plumes and feathers are suspended across wire, steel, and fiberglass frames according to the year's theme. In the period leading up to the opening day the Calypsonians compete in their respective tents, hoping their own compositions will win favor as the favorite for the road march, and so lead the jump up, or juve the dancing and rhythmic shuffling through the streets to the accompaniment of drums, bottles, and whistles with which the days of reveling climax. For a few days, the whole town gives itself up to pure bacchanal, known as playing Ole Moss. The word Moss has multiple derivations: masking, the Christian Mass, with which the days of reveling conclude on Ash Wednesday, and masquerade. Trinidad Carnival is a syncretic popular form, drawing on Christian tradition and pagan ritual, fused in the vortex of plantation society. It is now more than 200 years old. The French settlers, in Trinidad, and places of largely Catholic settlement like Martinique and Haiti, which also have carnivals, brought their custom of grand pre-Easter balls in the plantation houses and parading masked through the streets. The slaves were also allowed a few days of reveling, often marching in the streets in rough costumes and crude disguises, in both imitation and ironic mimicry of their masters, to the accompaniment of much drumming, prancing, and threatening stick play. The authorities were constantly trying to ban this practice of ritualist popular resistance, without success. The calypso, a topical song associated with carnival, specially composed for the occasion, was much influenced by this carnivalesque tradition, a period of licensed expression, when for a time, the normal rules of everyday life are suspended, the world is turned upside down, and the people of the below are granted the freedom both to revel in public and to comment on and satirize the actions and behavior of those in authority. The calypsonian is free to comment ironically on any aspect or event of everyday life, to expose the sexual and political scandals of the politicians and the rich, to recount gossip and to scandalize the powerful without fear of redress. Political commentary, the quirks, foibles, the petty dramas and the licentious stories of everyday street life are grist to the calypsonian's mill. The calypso is the repository of that year's distilled popular knowledge and wisdom, the informal court before which every powerful figure fears being ultimately judged. The essence of the successful calypso lies in capturing the event or occasion in a vivid, piquant, Creole idiom. The music has a driving, springy, forward-impelled, rolling two-beat, adaptable to the rhythmic movement of the road march. The lyrics, which are strung across and accented so as to insinuate themselves between the bass rhythm, are driven by the sinuous lilt of Trinidadian Creole speech patterns. Unlike later Black British music, which has been dominated by the prevalence of almost unintelligibly deep Jamaican patois, the calypso's rhymes depend on the Trinidadian accent, but the language is otherwise well enunciated in Caribbean Standard English. Kitchener reported that, when he first began to sing in a Brixton pub, the manager fired him because he said his customers couldn't understand what Kitch was saying. But before the mixed audience of the Sunset Club, when Kitchener began to sing, "Kitch come go to bed / I have a small comb to scratch your head," the punters understood the sexual references well enough, and those who didn't get it had its meaning explained to them by the Caribbean customers. This carnivalesque tradition was finally adapted and retuned to the migrant experience in Britain. The tracks on the new CD cover an immensely wide variety of topics. There are calypsos composed about specific events, like the coronation, the Test match victory at Lord's, the Jamaican hurricane, the birth of Ghana, the West Indian Federation. Many more offer satirical but largely good-humored commentary on bizarre aspects of daily life as the migrants first experience them: nosy English landladies, putting money in the geyser for hot water for a bath, English housewives, dogs, riding the underground, Lions' corner houses, the weather. Others range more broadly: mixed marriages, beginners mix up matrimony, race, and those who vainly try to pass as European. Kitchener's "You Can't Get Away from the Fact / If You Ain't White You Considered Black," and, of course, sex, Kitch's scandalous saxophone number 2, with the complaint that his new girlfriend won't stop blowing me saxophone. These compositions represent a vibrant, piquantly observed and often hilarious running commentary on life for the newly arrived immigrant in the London of the 1950s. They crystallize the migrant's first response to the encounter with that strange object, the English at home. They have to be seen as part and parcel of the experience that produced the West Indian novel, which emerged in London at about the same moment, with writers like V.S. Naipaul, George Lamming and Sam Selvon. Lamming has said that his generation, and, incidentally, mine, came as members of the individual islands and only in London discovered that they were West Indian. C.L.R. James, writing about another famous Trinidadian calypsonian, Sparrow, observed that he is in every way a genuinely West Indian artist, a living proof that there is a West Indian nation. James 1960–1977. Much the same is true of the Black British Calypso, which began as a Trinidadian music and, in London, became the first signature music of the whole West Indian community. The calypsos of the 1950s therefore must be read and heard alongside books like Lonely Londoners, 1956, by Sam Selvon, also a Trinidadian, as offering the most telling insights into the early days of the migrant experience. They are still overwhelmingly jaunty and positive in attitude. This is the music of a minority who have traveled to a strange or strangely familiar place in search of a better life and are determined to survive and prosper. The same confidence, grit, and determination are evident in the press and magazine images of immigrant families arriving during the 1950s at London railway stations. As I have written elsewhere, men, women and children already battened down against the freezing weather by the ubiquitous wearing of hats. People dressed up to the nines, for traveling, and even more for arrival. Wearing that expectant look facing the camera, open and outward, into something they cannot yet see, a new life. Face the music, darling, and let's make a move, Hall 1991. But the darker shadows are also already evident. Kitchener's Sweet Jamaica invites Jamaicans to reflect on their decision to leave home and family behind only to find themselves crying with regret / no sort of employment can they get, and to think fondly of the ackee and salt fish they have left behind in the islands where the sun shines every day. As the Mighty Terror accurately observed, no carnival in Britain, but, of course, there was to be one, and the Notting Hill Carnival, which survives despite the best engineered efforts to close it down or dampen its insurgent spirit, remains one of the few homes for indigenous calypso left in Britain. London is the Place for me is a witty and joyous testament to the creative power of popular culture and a document of more innocent times. It constitutes one of the best starting points for that rich, unfinished history of the Black British diaspora and its intricate interweaving with British life that remains to be written. Part 3: Cultural and Multicultural Questions. Chapter 16. Gramsci's Relevance for the Study of Race and Ethnicity. The aim of this collection of essays is to facilitate a more sophisticated examination of the hitherto poorly elucidated phenomenon of racism and to examine the adequacy of the theoretical formulations, paradigms, and interpretive schemes in the social and human sciences, with respect to intolerance and racism and in relation to the complexity of problems they pose. This general rubric enables me to situate more precisely the kind of contribution which a study of Gramsci's work can make to the larger enterprise. In my view, Gramsci's work does not offer a general social science which can be applied to the analysis of social phenomena across a wide comparative range of historical societies. His potential contribution is more limited. It remains, for all that, of seminal importance. His work is, precisely, of a sophisticating kind. He works, broadly, within the Marxist paradigm. However, he has extensively revised, renovated, and sophisticated many aspects of that theoretical framework to make it more relevant to contemporary social relations in the 20th century. His work therefore has a direct bearing on the question of the adequacy of existing social theories, since it is precisely in the direction of complexifying existing theories and problems that his most important theoretical contribution is to be found. These points require further clarification before a substantive resume and assessment of Gramsci's theoretical contribution can be offered. Gramsci was not a general theorist. Indeed, he did not practice as an academic or scholarly theorist of any kind. From beginning to end, he was and remained a political intellectual and a socialist activist on the Italian political scene. His theoretical writing was developed out of this more organic engagement with his own society and times and was always intended to serve, not an abstract academic purpose, but the aim of informing political practice. It is therefore essential not to mistake the level of application at which Gramsci's concepts operate. He saw himself as, principally, working within the broad parameters of historical materialism, as outlined by the tradition of Marxist scholarship defined by the work of Marx and Engels and, in the early decades of the 20th century, by such figures as Lenin, Luxemburg, Trotsky, Labriola, Togliatti, etc. I cite those names to indicate Gramsci's frame of reference within Marxist thought, not his precise position in relation to those particular figures. To establish the latter is a more complicated issue. This means that his theoretical contribution has, always, to be read with the understanding that it is operating on, broadly, Marxist terrain. That is to say, Marxism provides the general limits within which Gramsci's developments, refinements, revisions, advances, further thoughts, new concepts, and original formulations all operate. However, Gramsci was never a Marxist in either a doctrinal, orthodox, or religious sense. He understood that the general framework of Marx's theory had to be constantly developed theoretically, applied to new historical conditions, related to developments in society which Marx and Engels could not possibly have foreseen, and expanded and refined by the addition of new concepts. Gramsci's work thus represents neither a footnote to the already completed edifice of orthodox Marxism nor a ritual evocation of orthodoxy which is circular in the sense of producing truths which are already well known. Gramsci practices a genuinely open Marxism, which develops many of the insights of Marxist theory in the direction of new questions and conditions. Above all, his work brings into play concepts which classical Marxism did not provide but without which Marxist theory cannot adequately explain the complex social phenomena which we encounter in the modern world. It is essential to understand these points if we are to situate Gramsci's work against the background of existing theoretical formulations, paradigms, and interpretive schemes in the social and human sciences. Not only is Gramsci's work not a general work of social science, of the status of, say, the work of such founding fathers as Max Weber or Émile Durkheim, it also does not anywhere appear in that recognizable, general, synthesizing form. The main body of Gramsci's theoretical ideas are scattered throughout his occasional essays and polemical writing. He was an active and prolific political journalist and, of course, in the great collection of prison notebooks, which Gramsci wrote without benefit of access to libraries or other reference books, either during his enforced leisure in Mussolini's prison after his arrest, 1926–33, or after his release, but when he was already terminally ill, 1933–37. This fragmentary body of writing, including the notebooks, the Quaderni del Carcere, is mainly to be found now in the Istituto Gramsci in Rome, where a definitive critical edition of his work is still in the course of completion for publication. 1. Not only are the writings scattered, they are often fragmentary in form rather than sustained and finished pieces of writing. Gramsci was often writing as in the prison notebooks under the most unfavorable circumstances, for example, under the watchful eye of the prison censor and without any other books from which to refresh his memory. Given these circumstances, the notebooks represent a remarkable intellectual feat. Nevertheless, the costs of his having to produce them in this way, of never being able to go back to them with time for critical reflection, were considerable. The notebooks are what they say notes, shorter or more extended but not woven into a sustained discourse or coherent text. Some of his most complex arguments are displaced from the main text into long footnotes. Some passages have been reformulated, but with little guidance as to which of the extant versions Gramsci regarded as the more definitive text. As if these aspects of fragmentariness do not present us with formidable enough difficulties, Gramsci's work may appear fragmentary in another, even deeper sense. He was constantly using theory to illuminate concrete historical cases or political questions or thinking large concepts in terms of their application to concrete and specific situations. Consequently, Gramsci's work often appears almost too concrete, too historically specific, too delimited in its references, too descriptively analytic, too time and context bound. His most illuminating ideas and formulations are typically of this conjunctural kind. To make more general use of them, they have to be delicately disinterred from their concrete and specific historical embeddedness and transplanted into new soil with considerable care and patience. Some critics have assumed that Gramsci's concepts operate at this level of concreteness only because he did not have the time or inclination to raise them to a higher level of conceptual generality, the exalted level at which theoretical ideas are supposed to function. Thus both Althusser and Poulantzas have proposed at different times theorizing Gramsci's insufficiently theorized texts. This view seems to me mistaken. Here, it is essential to understand, from the epistemological viewpoint, that concepts can operate at very different levels of abstraction and are often consciously intended to do so. The important point is not to misread one level of abstraction for another. We expose ourselves to serious error when we attempt to read off concepts which were designed to operate at a high level of abstraction as if they automatically produced the same theoretical effects when translated to another, more concrete, lower level of operation. In general, Gramsci's concepts were quite explicitly designed to operate at the lower levels of historical concreteness. He was not aiming higher and missing his theoretical target. Rather, we have to understand this level of historico-concrete descriptiveness in terms of Gramsci's relation to Marxism. Gramsci remained a Marxist, as I have said, in the sense that he developed his ideas within the general framework of Marx's theory, that is, taking for granted concepts like the capitalist mode of production, the forces and relations of production, etc. These concepts were pitched by Marx at the most general level of abstraction. That is to say, they are concepts which enable us to grasp and understand the broad processes which organize and structure the capitalist mode of production when reduced to its bare essentials, and at any stage or moment of its historical development. The concepts are epochal in their range and reference. However, Gramsci understood that as soon as these concepts have to be applied to specific historical social formations, to particular societies at specific stages in the development of capitalism, the theorist is required to move from the level of mode of production to a lower, more concrete level of application. This move requires not simply more detailed historical specification, but as Marx himself argued, the application of new concepts and further levels of determination in addition to those pertaining to simple exploitative relations between capital and labor, since the latter serve to specify the capitalist mode only at the highest level of reference. Marx himself, in his most elaborated methodological text, his 1857 Introduction to the Grundrisse, envisaged the production of the concrete in thought as taking place through a succession of analytic approximations, each adding further levels of determination to the necessarily skeletal and abstract concepts formed at the highest level of analytic abstraction. Marx argued that we could only think the concrete through these successive levels of abstraction. That was because the concrete, in reality, consisted of many determinations which, of course, the levels of abstraction we use to think about it with must approximate, in thought. On these questions of Marxist epistemology, see Hall 1974. That is why, as Gramsci moves from the general terrain of Marx's mature concepts, as outlined, for example, in Capital, to specific historical conjunctures, he can still continue to work within their field of reference. But when he turns to discuss in detail, say, the Italian political situation in the 1930s, or changes in the complexity of the class democracies of the West after imperialism and the advent of mass democracy, or the specific differences between Eastern and Western social formations in Europe, or the type of politics capable of resisting the emerging forces of fascism, or the new forms of politics set in motion by developments in the modern capitalist state, he understands the necessity to adapt, develop, and supplement Marx's concepts with new and original ones. First, because Marx concentrated on developing his ideas at the highest level of application, as in Capital, rather than at the more concrete historical level. For example, there is no real analysis in Marx of the specific structures of the British 19th century state, though there are many suggestive insights. Second, because the historical conditions for which Gramsci was writing were not the same as those in and for which Marx and Engels had written. Gramsci had an acute sense of the historical conditions of theoretical production. Third, because Gramsci felt the need for new conceptualizations at precisely the levels at which Marx's theoretical work was itself at its most sketchy and incomplete, that is, the levels of the analysis of specific historical conjunctures, or of the political and ideological aspects, the much neglected dimensions of the analysis of social formations in classical Marxism. These points help us, not simply to place Gramsci in relation to the Marxist tradition, but to make explicit the level at which Gramsci's work positively operates and the transformations this shift in the level of magnification required. It is to the generation of new concepts, ideas, and paradigms pertaining to the analysis of political and ideological aspects of social formations in the period after 1870, especially, that Gramsci's work most pertinently relates. Not that he ever forgot or neglected the critical element of the economic foundations of society and its relations. But he contributed relatively little by way of original formulations to that level of analysis. However, in the much neglected areas of conjunctural analysis, politics, ideology, and the state, the character of different types of political regimes, the importance of cultural and national popular questions, and the role of civil society in the shifting balance of relations between different social forces in society on these issues, Gramsci has an enormous amount to contribute. He is one of the first original Marxist theorists of the historical conditions which have come to dominate the second half of the 20th century. Nevertheless, in relation specifically to racism, his original contribution cannot be simply transferred wholesale from the existing context of his work. Gramsci did not write about race, ethnicity, or racism in their contemporary meanings or manifestations. Nor did he analyze in depth the colonial experience or imperialism, out of which so many of the characteristic racist experiences and relationships in the modern world have developed. His principal preoccupation was with his native Italy, and, behind that, the problems of socialist construction in Western and Eastern Europe, the failure of revolutions to occur in the developed capitalist societies of the West, the threat posed by the rise of fascism in the interwar period, and the role of the party in the construction of hegemony. Superficially, all this might suggest that Gramsci belongs to that distinguished company of so-called Western Marxists whom Perry Anderson identified, who, because of their preoccupations with more advanced societies, have little of relevance to say to the problems which have arisen largely in the non-European world, or in the relations of uneven development between the imperial nations of the capitalist center and the englobalized, colonized societies of the periphery. To read Gramsci in this way would, in my opinion, be to commit the error of literalism, though, with qualifications, that is how Anderson reads him. Actually, though Gramsci does not write about racism and does not specifically address those problems, his concepts may still be useful to us in our attempt to think through the adequacy of existing social theory paradigms in these areas. Further, his own personal experience and formation, as well as his intellectual preoccupations, were not in fact quite so far removed from those questions as a first glance would superficially suggest. Gramsci was born in Sardinia in 1891. Sardinia stood in a colonial relationship to the Italian mainland. His first contact with radical and socialist ideas was in the context of the growth of Sardinian nationalism, brutally repressed by troops from mainland Italy. Though, after his movement to Turin and his deep involvement with the Turin working class movement, he abandoned his early nationalism, he never lost the concern, imparted to him in his early years, with peasant problems and the complex dialectic of class and regional factors. For this and later, see Quinton Hoare and Geoffrey Noel Smith's excellent Introduction to Prison Notebooks 1971. Gramsci was acutely aware of the great line of division which separated the industrializing and modernizing north of Italy from the peasant, underdeveloped, and dependent south. He contributed extensively to the debate on what came to be known as the Southern Question. At the time of his arrival in Turin in 1911, Gramsci almost certainly subscribed to what was known as a Southernist position. He retained an interest throughout his life in those relations of dependency and unevenness which linked North and South, and the complex relations between city and countryside, peasantry and proletariat, clientism and modernism, feudalized and industrial social structures. He was thoroughly aware of the degree to which the lines of separation dictated by class relationships were compounded by the cross-cutting relations of regional, cultural, and national difference, also, by differences in the tempos of regional or national historical development. When, in 1923, Gramsci, one of the founders of the Italian Communist Party, proposed Unita as the title of the party's official newspaper, he gave us his reason: because we must give special importance to the Southern question. In the years before and after the First World War, he immersed himself in every aspect of the political life of the Turin working class. This experience gave him an intimate, inside knowledge of one of the most advanced strata of the industrial factory proletarian class in Europe. He had an active and sustained career in relation to this advanced sector of the modern working class, first, as a political journalist on the staff of the Socialist Party weekly, Il Grido del Popolo, then during the wave of unrest in Turin, the so-called Red Years, the factory occupations and councils of labor, and finally, during his editorship of the journal Ordine Nuovo up to the founding of the Italian Communist Party. Nevertheless, he continued to reflect, throughout, on the strategies and forms of political action and organization which could unite concretely different kinds of struggle. He was preoccupied with the question of what basis could be found in the complex alliances of and relations between the different social strata for the foundation of a specifically modern Italian state. The preoccupation with the question of regional specificity, social alliances, and the social foundations of the state also directly links Gramsci's work with what we might think of today as North/South, as well as East/West, questions. The early 1920s were taken up, for Gramsci, with the difficult problems of trying to conceptualize new forms of political party and with the question of distinguishing a path of development specific to Italian national conditions, in opposition to the hegemonizing thrust of the Soviet-based Comintern. All this led ultimately to the major contribution which the Italian Communist Party has made to the theorization of the conditions of national specificity in relation to the very different concrete historical developments of the different societies, East and West. In the later 1920s, however, Gramsci's preoccupations were largely framed by the context of the growing threat of fascism, up to his arrest and internment by Mussolini's forces in 1929. So, though Gramsci did not write directly about the problems of racism, the preoccupying themes of his work provide deeper intellectual and theoretical lines of connection to many more of these contemporary issues than a quick glance at his writings would suggest. 2. It is to these deeper connections, and to their fertilizing impact on the search for more adequate theorizations in the field, that we now turn. I will try to elucidate some of those core conceptions in Gramsci's work which point in that direction. I begin with the issue which, in some ways, for the chronological student of Gramsci's work, comes more toward the end of his life, the question of his rigorous attack on all vestiges of economism and reductionism within classical Marxism. By economism I do not mean, as I hope I have already made clear, to neglect the powerful role which the economic foundations of a social order or the dominant economic relations of a society play in shaping and structuring the whole edifice of social life. I mean, rather, a specific theoretical approach which tends to read the economic foundations of society as the only determining structure. This approach tends to see all other dimensions of the social formation as simply mirroring the economic on another level of articulation, and as having no other determining or structuring force in their own right. The approach, to put it simply, reduces everything in a social formation to the economic level and conceptualizes all other types of social relations as directly and immediately corresponding to the economic. This collapses Marx's somewhat problematic formulation, the economic as determining in the last instance, to the reductionist principle that the economic determines, in an immediate way, in the first, middle, and last instances. In this sense, economism is a theoretical reductionism. It simplifies the structure of social formations, reducing their complexity of articulation, vertical and horizontal, to a single line of determination. It simplifies the very concept of determination, which in Marx is actually a very complex idea, to that of a mechanical function. It flattens all the mediations between the different levels of a society. It presents social formations in Althusser's words as a simple expressive totality, in which every level of articulation corresponds to every other, and which is, from end to end, structurally transparent. I have no hesitation in saying that this represents a gigantic crudification and simplification of Marx's work, the kind of simplification and reductionism which once led him, in despair, to say that if that is Marxism, then I am not a Marxist. Yet there certainly are pointers in this direction in some of Marx's work. It corresponds closely to the orthodox version of Marxism, which did become canonized at the time of the Second International, and which is often even today advanced as the pure doctrine of classical Marxism. Such a conception of the social formation and of the relationships between its different levels of articulation, it should be clear, has little or no theoretical room left in it for ways of conceptualizing the political and ideological dimensions, let alone ways of conceptualizing other types of social differentiation such as social divisions and contradictions arising around race, ethnicity, nationality, and gender. Gramsci, from the outset, set his face against this type of economism, and in his later years, he developed a sustained theoretical polemic against precisely its canonization within the classical Marxist tradition. Two examples from different strands in his work must suffice to illustrate this point. In his essay titled The Modern Prince, Gramsci is discussing how to set about analyzing a particular historical conjuncture. He substitutes, for the reductionist approach which would read off political and ideological developments from their economic determinations, a far more complex and differentiated type of analysis. This is based, not on a one-way determination, but on the analysis of the relations of force, and aims to differentiate, rather than to collapse as identical, the various moments or levels in the development of such a conjuncture. Prison Notebooks, Gramsci 1971, 180-81, hereafter pn. He pinpoints this analytic task in terms of what he calls the decisive passage from the structure to the spheres of the complex superstructures. In this way he sets himself decisively against any tendency to reduce the sphere of the political and ideological superstructures to the economic structure or base. He understands this as the most critical site in the struggle against reductionism. It is the problem of the relations between structure and superstructure which must be accurately posed if the forces which are active in the history of a particular period are to be correctly analyzed and the relations between them determined. PN 177. Economism, he adds, is an inadequate way, theoretically, of posing this critical set of relationships. It tends, among other things, to substitute an analysis based on immediate class interests, in the form of the question who profits directly from this, for a fuller, more structured analysis of economic class formations, with all their inherent relations. PN 163. It may be ruled out, he suggests, that immediate economic crises of themselves produce fundamental historical events. My italics. Does this mean that the economic plays no part in the development of historical crises? Not at all. But its role is, rather, to create a terrain more favorable to the dissemination of certain modes of thought, and certain ways of posing and resolving questions involving the entire subsequent development of national life. PN 184. In short, until one has shown how objective economic crises actually develop, via the changing relations in the balance of social forces, into crises in the state and society, and germinate in the form of ethical political struggles and formed political ideologies, influencing the conception of the world of the masses, one has not conducted a proper kind of analysis, rooted in the decisive and irreversible passage between structure and superstructure. The sort of immediate infallibility which economic reductionism brings in its wake, Gramsci argues, comes very cheap. It not only has no theoretical significance, it also has only minimal political implications or practical efficacy. In general, it produces nothing but moralistic sermons and interminable questions of personality. PN 166. It is a conception based on the iron conviction that there exist objective laws of historical development similar in kind to natural law, together with a belief in a predetermined teleology like that of a religion. There is no alternative to this collapse which, Gramsci argues, has been incorrectly identified with historical materialism except the concrete posing of the problem of hegemony. It can be seen from the general thrust of the argument in this passage that many of Gramsci's key concepts, hegemony, for example, and characteristic approaches, the approach via the analysis of relations of social forces, for example, were consciously understood by him as a barrier against the tendency to economic reductionism in some versions of Marxism. He coupled with his critique of economism the related tendencies to positivism, empiricism, scientism, and objectivism within Marxism. This comes through even more clearly in the Problems of Marxism, a text explicitly written as a critique of the vulgar materialism implicit in Bukharin's theory of historical materialism, a manual of popular sociology. The latter was published in Moscow in 1921, went through many editions, and was often quoted as an example of orthodox Marxism, even though Lenin observed about it that Bukharin was unfortunately ignorant of the dialectic. In Critical Notes on an Attempt at Popular Sociology, which forms the second part of his essay The Problems of Marxism, Gramsci offers a sustained assault on the epistemologies of economism, positivism, and the spurious search for scientific guarantees. They were founded, he argues, on the falsely positivistic model that the laws of society and human historical development can be modeled directly on what social scientists conceived, falsely, as we now know, as the objectivity of the laws governing the natural scientific world. Terms like regularity, necessity, law, and determination, he argues, are to be thought of not as a derivation from natural science but rather as an elaboration of concepts born on the terrain of political economy. Thus, determined market must really mean a determined relation of social forces in a determined structure of the productive apparatus, this relationship being guaranteed, that is, rendered permanent, by a determined political, moral, and juridical superstructure. The movement in Gramsci's formulation from an analytically reduced positivistic formula to a richer, more complex conceptualization framed with social science is lucidly clear from that substitution. It lends weight to Gramsci's summarizing argument, that the claim presented as an essential postulate of historical materialism, that every fluctuation of politics and ideology can be presented and expounded as an immediate expression of the structure, i.e., the economic base, must be contested in theory as primitive infantilism, and combated in practice with the authentic testimony of Marx, the author of concrete, political and historical works. PN 407. This shift of direction, which Gramsci set himself to bring about within the terrain of Marxism, was quite self-consciously accomplished and decisive for the whole thrust of his subsequent thought. Without this point of theoretical departure, Gramsci's complicated relationship to the tradition of Marxist scholarship cannot be properly defined. If Gramsci renounced the simplicities of reductionism, how then did he set about a more adequate analysis of a social formation? Here we may be helped by a brief detour, provided that we move with caution. Althusser, who was profoundly influenced by Gramsci, and his co-author of Reading Capital, Althusser and Balibar 1970, make a critical distinction between mode of production, which refers to the basic forms of economic relations which characterize a society, but which is an analytic abstraction, since no society can function by its economy alone, and, on the other hand, what they call the social formation. By this latter term they meant to invoke the idea that societies are necessarily complexly structured totalities, with different levels of articulation, the economic, the political, the ideological instances, in different combinations, each combination giving rise to a different configuration of social forces and hence to a different type of social development. The authors of Reading Capital tended to give as the distinguishing feature of a social formation the fact that, in it, more than one mode of production could be combined. But, though this is true, and can have important consequences, especially for post-colonial societies, which we take up later, it is not, in my view, the most important point of distinction between the two terms. In social formations one is dealing with complexly structured societies composed of economic, political, and ideological relations, where the different levels of articulation do not by any means simply correspond or mirror one another but which are in Althusser's felicitous metaphor over-determining on and for one another, Althusser 1969. It is this complex structuring of the different levels of articulation, not simply the existence of more than one mode of production, which constitutes the difference between the concept of mode of production and the necessarily more concrete and historically specific notion of a social formation. Now this latter concept is the conception to which Gramsci addressed himself. This is what he meant by saying that the relationship between structure and superstructures, or the passage of any organic historical movement right through the whole social formation, from economic base to the sphere of ethico-political relations, was at the heart of any non-reductionist or economistic type of analysis. To pose and resolve that question was to conduct an analysis, properly founded on an understanding of the complex relationships of overdetermination between the different social practices in any social formation. It is this protocol which Gramsci pursued when, in The Modern Prince, he outlined his characteristic way of analyzing situations. The details are complex and cannot be filled out in all their subtlety here, but the bare outlines are worth setting out, if only for purposes of comparison with a more economistic or reductionist approach. He considered this an elementary exposition of the science and art of politics understood as a body of practical rules for research and of detailed observations useful for awakening an interest in effective reality and for stimulating more rigorous and more vigorous political insights. A discussion, he added, which must be strategic in character. First of all, he argued, one must understand the fundamental structure, the objective relations within society or the degree of development of the productive forces, for these set the most fundamental limits and conditions for the whole shape of historical development. From here arise some of the major lines of tendency which might be favorable to this or that line of development. The error of reductionism is then to translate these tendencies and constraints immediately into their absolutely determined political and ideological effects, or, alternatively, to abstract them into some iron law of necessity. In fact, they structure and determine only in the sense that they define the terrain on which historical forces move, they define the horizon of possibilities. But they can, in neither the first nor the last instance, fully determine the content of political and economic struggles, much less objectively fix or guarantee the outcomes of such struggles. The next move in the analysis is to distinguish organic historical movements, which are destined to penetrate deep into society and be relatively long-lasting, from more occasional, immediate, almost accidental movements. In this respect, Gramsci reminds us that a crisis, if it is organic, can last for decades. It is not a static phenomenon but, rather, one marked by constant movement, polemics, contestations, etc., which represent the attempt by different sides to overcome or resolve the crisis and to do so in terms which favor their long-term hegemony. The theoretical danger, Gramsci argues, lies in presenting causes as immediately operative which in fact only operate indirectly, or in asserting that the immediate causes are the only effective ones. The first leads to an excess of economism, the second to an excess of ideologism. Gramsci was preoccupied, especially in moments of defeat, by the fatal oscillation between these two extremes, which in reality mirror one another in an inverted form. Far from there being any law-like guarantee that some law of necessity will inevitably convert economic causes into immediate political effects, Gramsci insisted that the analysis only succeeds and is true if those underlying causes become a new reality. The substitution of the conditional tense for positivistic certainty is critical. Next, Gramsci insisted on the fact that the length and complexity of crises cannot be mechanically predicted, but develop over longer historical periods. They move between periods of relative stabilization and periods of rapid and convulsive change. Consequently, periodization is a key aspect of the analysis. It parallels the earlier concern with historical specificity. It is precisely the study of these intervals of varying frequency which enables one to reconstruct the relations, on the one hand, between structure and superstructure, and on the other between the development of organic movement and conjunctural movement in the structure. There is nothing mechanical or prescriptive, for Gramsci, about this study. Having thus established the groundwork of a dynamic historical analytic framework, Gramsci turns to the analysis of the movements of historical forces, the relations of force which constitute the actual terrain of political and social struggle and development. Here he introduces the critical notion that what we are looking for is not the absolute victory of this side over that, nor the total incorporation of one set of forces into another. Rather, the analysis is a relational matter, that is, a question to be resolved relationally, using the idea of unstable balance or the continuous process of formation and superseding of unstable equilibria. The critical question is, are relations of forces favorable or unfavorable to this or that tendency, my italics. This emphasis on relations and unstable balance reminds us that social forces which lose out in any particular historical period do not thereby disappear from the terrain of struggle, nor is struggle in such circumstances suspended. For example, the idea of the absolute and total victory of the bourgeoisie over the working class or the total incorporation of the working class into the bourgeois project is totally foreign to Gramsci's definition of hegemony, though the two are frequently confused in scholarly commentary. It is always the tendential balance in the relations of force which matters. Gramsci then differentiates the relations of force into its different moments. He assumes no necessary teleological evolution between these moments. The first has to do with an assessment of the objective conditions which place and position the different social forces. The second relates to the political moment, the degree of homogeneity, self-awareness, and organization attained by the various social classes, PN 181. The important thing here is that so-called class unity is never assumed, a priori. It is understood that classes, while sharing certain common conditions of existence, are also cross-cut by conflicting interests, historically segmented and fragmented in this actual course of historical formation. Thus the unity of classes is necessarily complex and has to be produced, constructed, created as a result of specific economic, political, and ideological practices. It can never be taken as automatic or given. Coupled with this radical historicization of the automatic conception of classes lodged at the heart of fundamentalist Marxism, Gramsci elaborates further on Marx's distinction between class in itself and class for itself. He notes the different stages through which class consciousness, organization, and unity can under the right conditions develop. There is the economic corporate stage, where professional or occupational groups recognize their basic common interests but are conscious of no wider class solidarities. Then there is the class corporate moment, where class solidarity of interests develops, but only in the economic field. Finally, there is the moment of hegemony, which transcends the corporate limits of purely economic solidarity, encompasses the interests of other subordinate groups, and begins to propagate itself throughout society, bringing about intellectual and moral as well as economic and political unity, and posing also the questions around which the struggle rages, thus creating the hegemony of a fundamental social group over a series of subordinate groups. It is this process of the coordination of the interests of a dominant group with the general interests of other groups and the life of the state as a whole that constitutes the hegemony of a particular historical bloc, PN 182. It is only in such moments of national popular unity that the formation of what he calls a collective will becomes possible. Gramsci reminds us, however, that even this extraordinary degree of organic unity does not guarantee the outcome of specific struggles, which can be won or lost on the outcome of the decisive tactical issue of the military and politico-military relations of force. He insists, however, that politics must have priority over its military aspect, and only politics creates the possibility for maneuver and movement, PN 232. 3 points about this formulation should be particularly noted. First, hegemony is a very particular, historically specific, and temporary moment in the life of a society. It is rare for this degree of unity to be achieved, enabling a society to set itself a quite new historical agenda, under the leadership of a specific formation or constellation of social forces. Such periods of settlement are unlikely to persist forever. There is nothing automatic about them. They have to be actively constructed and positively maintained. Crises mark the beginning of their disintegration. Second, we must take note of the multidimensional, multi-arena character of hegemony. It cannot be constructed or sustained on one front of struggle alone, for example, the economic. It represents a degree of mastery over a whole series of different positions at once. Mastery is not simply imposed or dominative in character. Effectively, it results from winning a substantial degree of popular consent. It thus represents the installation of a profound measure of social and moral authority, not simply over its immediate supporters but across society as a whole. It is this authority, and the range and diversity of sites on which leadership is exercised, which makes possible the propagation, for a time, of an intellectual, moral, political, and economic collective will throughout society. Third, what leads in a period of hegemony is no longer described as a ruling class in the traditional language, but as a historic bloc. This has its critical reference to class as a determining level of analysis, but it does not translate whole classes directly onto the political ideological stage as unified historical actors. The leading elements in a historic bloc may be only one fraction of the dominant economic class, for example, finance rather than industrial capital, national rather than international capital. Associated with it, within the bloc, will be strata of the subaltern and dominated classes, who have been won over by specific concessions and compromises and who form part of the social constellation but in a subordinate role. The winning over of these sections is the result of the forging of expansive, universalizing alliances which cement the historic bloc under a particular leadership. Each hegemonic formation will thus have its own, specific social composition and configuration. This is a very different way of conceptualizing what is often referred to, loosely and inaccurately, as the ruling class. Gramsci was not, of course, the originator of the term hegemony. Lenin used it in an analytic sense to refer to the leadership which the proletariat in Russia was required to establish over the peasantry in the struggles to found a socialist state. This in itself is of interest. One of the key questions posed for us by the study of developing societies, which have not passed through the classic path of development to capitalism which Marx took as his paradigm case in Capital, that is, the English example, is the balance of and relations between different social classes in the struggle for national and economic development, the relative insignificance of the industrial proletariat, narrowly defined, in societies characterized by a relatively low level of industrial development, and above all, the degree to which the peasant class is a leading element in the struggles which found the national state, and even, in some cases, China is the outstanding example, but Cuba and Vietnam are also significant examples, the leading revolutionary class. It was in this sort of context that Gramsci first employed the term hegemony. In his unfinished 1926 Notes on the Southern Question, he argued that the proletariat in Italy could only become the leading class insofar as it succeeds in creating a system of alliances which allows it to mobilize the majority of the working population against capitalism and the bourgeois state. Which means to the extent that it succeeds in gaining the consent of the broad peasant masses. In fact, this is already a theoretically complex and rich formulation. It implies that the actual social or political force which becomes decisive in a moment of organic crisis will not be composed of a single homogeneous class but will have a complex social composition. Second, it is implicit that its basis of unity will have to be, not an automatic one, given by its position in the mode of economic production, but, rather, a system of alliances. Third, though such a political and social force has its roots in the fundamental class division of society, the actual forms of the political struggle will have a wider social character, dividing society not simply along class versus class lines but, rather, polarizing it along the broadest front of antagonism, the majority of the working population, for example, between all the popular classes, on the one side, and those representing the interests of capital and the power bloc grouped around the state, on the other. In fact, in national and ethnic struggles in the modern world, the actual field of struggle is often actually polarized precisely in this more complex and differentiated way. The difficulty is that it often continues to be described, theoretically, in terms which reduce the complexity of its actual social composition to the more simple, descriptive terms of a struggle between two apparently simple and homogeneous class blocks. Further, Gramsci's reconceptualization puts firmly on the agenda such critical strategic questions as the terms on which a class like the peasantry can be won for a national struggle, not on the basis of compulsion but on the basis of winning their consent. In the course of his later writings, Gramsci went on to expand the conception of hegemony even further, moving forward from this essentially class alliance way of conceptualizing it. First, hegemony becomes a general term, which can be applied to the strategies of all classes, applied analytically to the formation of all leading historical blocks, not to the strategy of the proletariat alone. In this way, he converts the concept into a more general analytic term. Its applicability in this more general way is obvious. The way, for example, in which in South Africa the state is sustained by the forging of alliances between white ruling class interests and the interests of white workers against blacks, or the importance in South African politics of the attempts to win the consent of certain subaltern classes and groups, for example, the colored strata or tribal blacks in the strategy of forging alliances against the mass of rural and industrial blacks, or the mixed class character of all the decolonizing struggles for national independence in developing, post-colonial societies. These and a host of other concrete historical situations are significantly clarified by the development of this concept. The second development is the difference Gramsci comes to articulate between a class which dominates and a class which leads. Domination and coercion can maintain the ascendancy of a particular class over a society. But its reach is limited. It has to rely consistently on coercive means, rather than the winning of consent. For that reason it is not capable of enlisting the positive participation of different parts of society in a historic project to transform the state or renovate society. Leadership, on the other hand, has its coercive aspects too. But it is led by the winning of consent, the taking into account of subordinate interests, the attempt to make itself popular. For Gramsci there is no pure case of coercion/consent, only different combinations of the two dimensions. Hegemony is not exercised in the economic and administrative fields alone, but encompasses the critical domains of cultural, moral, ethical, and intellectual leadership. It is only under those conditions that some long-term historic project, for example, to modernize society, to raise the whole level of performance of society or transform the basis of national politics, can be effectively put on the historical agenda. It can be seen from this that the concept of hegemony is expanded in Gramsci by making strategic use of a number of distinctions, for example, those between domination and leadership, coercion and consent, economic and corporate, and moral and intellectual. Underpinning this expansion is another distinction based on one of Gramsci's fundamental historical theses. This is the distinction between state and civil society. In his essay titled State and Civil Society, Gramsci elaborated this distinction in several ways. First, he drew a distinction between two types of struggle: the war of maneuver, where everything is condensed into one front and one moment of struggle, and there is a single, strategic breach in the enemy's defenses, which, once made, enables the new forces to rush in and obtain a definitive, strategic, victory. Second, there is the war of position, which has to be conducted in a protracted way, across many different and varying fronts of struggle, where there is rarely a single breakthrough which wins the war once and for all in a flash, as Gramsci puts it, pn 233. What really counts in a war of position is not the enemy's forward trenches, to continue the military metaphor, but the whole organizational and industrial system of the territory which lies to the rear of the army in the field, that is, the whole structure of society, including the structures and institutions of civil society. Gramsci regarded 1917 as perhaps the last example of a successful war of maneuver strategy. It marked a decisive turning point in the history of the art and science of politics. This was linked to a second distinction between East and West. These stand, for Gramsci, as metaphors for the distinction between Eastern and Western Europe, and between the model of the Russian Revolution and the forms of political struggle appropriate to the much more difficult terrain of the industrialized liberal democracies of the West. Here, Gramsci addresses the critical issue, so long evaded by many Marxist scholars, of the failure of political conditions in the West to match or correspond with those which made 1917 in Russia possible a central issue, since, despite these radical differences, and the consequent failure of proletarian revolutions of the classic type in the West, Marxists have continued to be obsessed by the Winter Palace model of revolution and politics. Gramsci is therefore drawing a critical analytic distinction between pre-revolutionary Russia, with its long-delayed modernization, its swollen state apparatus and bureaucracy, and its relatively undeveloped civil society and low level of capitalist development, and, on the other hand, the West, with its mass democratic forms, its complex civil society, the consolidation of the consent of the masses, through political democracy, into a more consensual basis for the state. In Russia the state was everything, civil society was primordial and gelatinous. In the West, there was a proper relation between state and civil society, and when the state trembled, a sturdy structure of civil society was at once revealed. The state was only an outer ditch, behind which there stood a powerful system of fortresses and earthworks, more or less numerous from one state to another. This precisely necessitated an accurate reconnaissance of each individual country. PN 237-38. Gramsci is not merely pinpointing a difference of historical specificity. He is describing a historical transition. It is evident, as state and civil society makes clear, that he sees the war of position replacing the war of maneuver more and more as the conditions of the West become progressively more characteristic of the modern political field in one country after another. Here, the West ceases to be a purely geographical identification and comes to stand for a new terrain of politics, created by the emerging forms of state and civil society and new, more complex relations between them. In these more advanced societies, where civil society has become a very complex structure, resistant to the catastrophic incursions of the immediate economic element, the superstructures of civil society are like the trench systems of modern warfare. A different type of political strategy is appropriate to this novel terrain. The war of maneuver is reduced to more of a tactical than a strategic function, and one passes over from frontal attack to a war of position which requires unprecedented concentration of hegemony and is concentrated, difficult and requires exceptional qualities of patience and inventiveness because, once won, it is decisive definitively. PN 238-39. Gramsci bases this transition from one form of politics to another historically. It takes place in the West after 1870 and is identified with the colonial expansion of Europe, the emergence of modern mass democracy, a complexification in the role and organization of the state, and an unprecedented elaboration in the structures and processes of civil hegemony. What Gramsci is pointing to, here, is partly the diversification of social antagonisms, the dispersal of power, which occurs in societies where hegemony is not sustained exclusively through the enforced instrumentality of the state but, rather, is grounded in the relations and institutions of civil society. In such societies, the voluntary associations, relations, and institutions of civil society schooling, the family, churches and religious life, cultural organizations, so-called private relations, gender, sexual and ethnic identities, etc. become, in effect, for the art of politics, the trenches and the permanent fortifications of the front in the war of position. They render merely partial the element of movement which before used to be the whole of war. PN 243. Underlying all this is therefore a deeper labor of theoretical redefinition. Gramsci in effect is progressively transforming the limited definition of the state, characteristic of some versions of Marxism, as essentially reducible to the coercive instrument of the ruling class, stamped with an exclusive class character which can only be transformed by being smashed with a single blow. He comes gradually to emphasize, not only the complexity of the formation of modern civil society, but also the parallel development in complexity of the formation of the modern state. The state is no longer conceived as simply an administrative and coercive apparatus, it is also educative and formative. It is the point from which hegemony over society as a whole is ultimately exercised, though it is not the only place where hegemony is constructed. It is the point of condensation not because all forms of coercive domination necessarily radiate outward from its apparatuses but because, in its contradictory structure, it condenses a variety of different relations and practices into a definite system of rules. It is, for this reason, the site for conforming, that is, bringing into line, or adapting the civilization and the morality of the broadest masses to the necessities of the continuous development of the economic apparatus of production. Every state, he therefore argues, is ethical inasmuch as one of its most important functions is to raise the great mass of the population to a particular cultural and moral level, or type, which corresponds to the needs of the productive forces for development, and hence to the interests of the ruling class, PN 258. Notice here how Gramsci foregrounds new dimensions of power and politics, new areas of antagonism and struggle: the ethical, the cultural, the moral. How, also, he ultimately returns to more traditional questions: needs of the productive forces for development, interests of the ruling class, but not immediately or reductively. They can only be approached indirectly, through a series of necessary displacements and relays, that is, via the irreversible passage from the structure to the sphere of the complex superstructures. It is within this framework that Gramsci elaborates his new conception of the state. The modern state exercises moral and educative leadership. It plans, urges, incites, solicits, punishes. It is where the block of social forces which dominates over it not only justifies and maintains its domination but wins by leadership and authority the active consent of those over whom it rules. Thus it plays a pivotal role in the construction of hegemony. In this reading, it becomes, not a thing to be seized, overthrown, or smashed with a single blow, but a complex formation in modern societies which must become the focus of a number of different strategies and struggles because it is an arena of different social contestations. It should now be clearer how these distinctions and developments in Gramsci's thinking all feed back into and enrich the basic concept of hegemony. Gramsci's actual formulations about the state and civil society vary from place to place in his work and have caused some confusion. Anderson 1977. But there is little question about the underlying thrust of his thought on this question. This points irrevocably to the increasing complexity of the interrelationships in modern societies between state and civil society. Taken together, they form a complex system which has to be the object of a many-sided type of political strategy, conducted on several different fronts at once. The use of such a concept of the state totally transforms, for example, much of the literature about the so-called post-colonial state, which has often assumed a simple, dominative, or instrumental model of state power. In this context, Gramsci's East/West distinction must not be taken too literally. Many so-called developing societies already have complex democratic political regimes, that is, in Gramsci's terms, they belong to the West. In others, the state has absorbed into itself some of the wider, educative, and leadership roles and functions which, in the industrialized Western liberal democracies, are located in civil society. The point is therefore not to apply Gramsci's distinction literally or mechanically but to use his insights to unravel the changing complexities in state/civil society relationships in the modern world and the decisive shift in the predominant character of strategic political struggles, essentially, the encompassing of civil society as well as the state as integral arenas of struggles which this historic transformation has brought about. An enlarged conception of the state, he argues at one point, stretching the definitions somewhat, must encompass political society and civil society or hegemony protected by the armor of coercion, PN 263. He pays particular attention to how these distinctions are differently articulated in different societies, for example, within the separation of powers characteristic of liberal parliamentary democratic states as contrasted with the collapsed spheres of fascist states. At another point, he insists on the ethical and cultural functions of the state raising the great mass of the population to a particular cultural and moral level, and to the educative functions of such critical institutions as the school, a positive educative function, and the courts, a repressive and negative educative function. These emphases bring a range of new institutions and arenas of struggle into the traditional conceptualization of the state and politics. It constitutes them as specific and strategic centers of struggle. The effect is to multiply and proliferate the various fronts of politics and to differentiate the different kinds of social antagonisms. The different fronts of struggle are the various sites of political and social antagonism, and constitute the objects of modern politics when it is understood in the form of a war of position. The traditional emphases, in which differentiated types of struggle, for example, around schooling, cultural or sexual politics, and institutions of civil society like the family, traditional social organizations, ethnic and cultural institutions, and the like, are all subordinated and reduced to an industrial struggle, condensed around the workplace, and a simple choice between trade union and insurrectionary or parliamentary forms of politics, is here systematically challenged and decisively overthrown. The impact on the very conception of politics itself is little short of electrifying. Of the many other interesting topics and themes from Gramsci's work which we could consider, I choose, finally, the seminal work on ideology, culture, the role of the intellectual, and the character of what he calls the national popular. Gramsci adopts what, at first, may seem a fairly traditional definition of ideology, a conception of the world, any philosophy, which becomes a cultural movement, a religion, a faith, that has produced a form of practical activity or will in which a philosophy is contained as an implicit theoretical premise. One might say, he adds, ideology, on condition that the word is used in its best sense of a conception of the world that is implicitly manifest in art, in law, in economic activity and in all manifestations of individual and collective life. This is followed by an attempt clearly to formulate the problem ideology addresses in terms of its social function. The problem is that of preserving the ideological unity of the entire social bloc which that ideology serves to cement and unify, pn 328. This definition is not as simple as it looks, for it assumes the essential link between the philosophical nucleus or premise at the center of any distinctive ideology or conception of the world and the necessary elaboration of that conception into practical and popular forms of consciousness, affecting the broad masses of society, in the shape of a cultural movement, political tendency, faith, or religion. Gramsci is never only concerned with the philosophical core of an ideology, he always addresses organic ideologies, which are organic because they touch practical, everyday common sense and they organize human masses and create the terrain on which men move, acquire consciousness of their position, struggle, etc. This is the basis of Gramsci's critical distinction between philosophy and common sense. Ideology consists of two distinct floors. The coherence of an ideology often depends on its specialized philosophical elaboration. But this formal coherence cannot guarantee its organic historical effectivity. That can only be found when and where philosophical currents enter into, modify, and transform the practical, everyday consciousness or popular thought of the masses. The latter is what he calls common sense. Common sense is not coherent, it is usually disjointed and episodic, fragmentary, and contradictory. Into it the traces and stratified deposits of more coherent philosophical systems have sedimented over time without leaving any clear inventory. It represents itself as the traditional wisdom or truth of the ages, but in fact, it is deeply a product of history, part of the historical process. Why, then, is common sense so important? Because it is the terrain of conceptions and categories on which the practical consciousness of the masses of the people is actually formed. It is the already formed and taken for granted terrain on which more coherent ideologies and philosophies must contend for mastery, the ground which new conceptions of the world must take into account, contest, and transform if they are to shape the conceptions of the world of the masses and in that way become historically effective. Every philosophical current leaves behind a sediment of common sense, this is the document of its historical effectiveness. Common sense is not rigid and immobile but is continually transforming itself, enriching itself with scientific ideas and with philosophical opinions which have entered ordinary life. Common sense creates the folklore of the future, that is as a relatively rigid phase of popular knowledge at a given place and time. PN 362 and 5. It is this concern with the structures of popular thought which distinguishes Gramsci's treatment of ideology. Thus, he insists that everyone is a philosopher or an intellectual insofar as he or she thinks, since all thought, action, and language is reflexive, contains a conscious line of moral conduct, and thus sustains a particular conception of the world, though not everyone has the specialized function of the intellectual. In addition, a class will always have its spontaneous, vivid but not coherent or philosophically elaborated, instinctive understanding of its basic conditions of life and the nature of the constraints and forms of exploitation to which it is commonly subjected. Gramsci described the latter as its good sense. but it always requires a further work of political education and cultural politics to renovate and clarify these constructions of popular thought common sense into a more coherent political theory or philosophical current. This raising of popular thought is part and parcel of the process by which a collective will is constructed, and requires extensive work of intellectual organization, an essential part of any hegemonic political strategy. Popular beliefs, the culture of a people, Gramsci argues, are not arenas of struggle which can be left to look after themselves. They are themselves material forces, pn 165. It thus requires an extensive cultural and ideological struggle to bring about or effect the intellectual and ethical unity which is essential to the forging of hegemony, a struggle which takes the form of a struggle of political hegemonies and of opposing directions, first in the ethical field and then in that of politics proper, pn 333. This bears very directly on the type of social struggles we identify with national, anti-colonial, and anti-racist movements. In his application of these ideas, Gramsci is never simplistically progressive in his approach. For example, he recognizes, in the Italian case, the absence of a genuine popular national culture which could easily provide the groundwork for the formation of a popular collective will. Much of his work on culture, popular literature, and religion explores the potential terrain and tendencies in Italian life and society which might provide the basis of such a development. He documents, for example, in Italy, the extensive degree to which popular Catholicism can make and has made itself a genuinely popular force, giving it a unique importance in forming the traditional conceptions of the popular classes. He attributes this, in part, to Catholicism's scrupulous attention to the organization of ideas, especially to ensuring the relationship between philosophical thought or doctrine and popular life or common sense. Gramsci refuses all notions that ideas move and ideologies develop spontaneously and without direction. Like every other sphere of civil life, religion requires organization. It possesses its specific sites of development, specific processes of transformation, specific practices of struggle. The relation between common sense and the upper level of philosophy, he asserts, is assured by politics, pn 331. Major agencies in this process are, of course, the cultural, educational, and religious institutions, the family and voluntary associations, but also political parties, which are also centers of ideological and cultural formation. The principal agents are intellectuals who have a specialized responsibility for the circulation and development of culture and ideology and who either align themselves with the existing dispositions of social and intellectual forces, traditional intellectuals, or align themselves with the emerging popular forces and seek to elaborate new currents of ideas, organic intellectuals. Gramsci is eloquent about the critical function, in the Italian case, of traditional intellectuals who have been aligned with classical, scholarly, or clerical enterprises and the relative weakness of the more emergent intellectual strata. Gramsci's thinking on this question encompasses novel and radical ways of conceptualizing the subjects of ideology, which have become the object of considerable contemporary theorizing. He altogether refuses any idea of a preggiven unified ideological subject, for example, the proletarian with its correct revolutionary thoughts or blacks with their already guaranteed current anti-racist consciousness. He recognizes the plurality of selves or identities of which the so-called subject of thought and ideas is composed. He argues that this multifaceted nature of consciousness is not an individual but a collective phenomenon, a consequence of the relationship between the self and the ideological discourses which compose the cultural terrain of a society. The personality is strangely composite, he observes. It contains Stone Age elements and principles of a more advanced science, prejudices from all past phases of history, and intuitions of a future philosophy, pn 324. Gramsci draws attention to the contradiction in consciousness between the conception of the world which manifests itself, however fleetingly, in action and those conceptions which are affirmed verbally or in thought. This complex, fragmentary, and contradictory conception of consciousness is a considerable advance over the explanation by way of false consciousness more traditional to Marxist theorizing, but which is an explanation that depends on self-deception and which he rightly treats as inadequate. The implicit attack which Gramsci advances on the traditional conception of the given and unified ideological class subject, which lies at the center of so much traditional Marxist theorizing in this area, matches in importance Gramsci's effective dismantling of the state, on which I commented earlier. In recognizing that questions of ideology are always collective and social, not individual, Gramsci explicitly acknowledges the necessary complexity and interdiscursive character of the ideological field. There is never any one, single, unified, and coherent dominant ideology which pervades everything. Gramsci in this sense does not subscribe to what Nicholas Abercrombie et al. 1980 call the dominant ideology thesis. His is not a conception of the incorporation of one group totally into the ideology of another, and their inclusion of Gramsci in this category of thinkers seems to me deeply misleading. There coexist many systems and currents of philosophical thought. The object of analysis is therefore not the single stream of dominant ideas into which everything and everyone has been absorbed, but rather the analysis of ideology as a differentiated terrain, of the different discursive currents, their points of juncture and break, and the relations of power between them, in short, an ideological complex, ensemble, or discursive formation. The question is how these ideological currents are diffused and why in the process of diffusion they fracture along certain lines and in certain directions. I believe it is a clear deduction from this line of argument that, though the ideological field is always, for Gramsci, articulated to different social and political positions, its shape and structure do not precisely mirror, match, or echo the class structure of society. Nor can they be reduced to their economic content or function. Ideas, he argues, have a center of formation, of irradiation, of dissemination, of persuasion, pn 192. Nor are they spontaneously born in each individual brain. They are not psychologistic or moralistic in character but structural and epistemological. They are sustained and transformed in their materiality within the institutions of civil society and the state. Consequently, ideologies are not transformed or changed by replacing one, whole, already formed conception of the world with another, so much as by renovating and making critical an already existing activity. The multi-accentual, interdiscursive character of the field of ideology is explicitly acknowledged by Gramsci when, for example, he describes how an old conception of the world is gradually displaced by another mode of thought and is internally reworked and transformed. What matters is the criticism to which such an ideological complex is subjected. This makes possible a process of differentiation and change in the relative weight that the elements of the old ideologies used to possess. What was previously secondary and subordinate, becomes the nucleus of a new ideological and theoretical complex. The old collective will dissolve into its contradictory elements since the subordinate ones develop socially. This is an altogether more original and generative way of perceiving the actual process of ideological struggle. It also conceives of culture as the historically shaped terrain on which all new philosophical and theoretical currents work and with which they must come to terms. He draws attention to the given and determinate character of that terrain, and the complexity of the processes of deconstruction and reconstruction by which old alignments are dismantled and new alignments can be effected between elements in different discourses and between social forces and ideas. It conceives ideological change not in terms of substitution or imposition but rather in terms of the articulation and the disarticulation of ideas. 3. It remains, now, to sketch some of the ways in which this Gramscian perspective could potentially be used to transform and rework some of the existing theories and paradigms in the analysis of racism and related social phenomena. Again, I emphasize that this is not a question of the immediate transfer of Gramsci's particular ideas to these questions. Rather, it is a matter of bringing a distinctive theoretical perspective to bear on the seminal theoretical and analytic problems which define the field. First, I would underline the emphasis on historical specificity. No doubt there are certain general features to racism. But even more significant are the ways in which these general features are modified and transformed by the historical specificity of the contexts and environments in which they become active. In the analysis of particular historical forms of racism, we would do well to operate at a more concrete, historicized level of abstraction, that is, not racism in general but racisms. Even within the limited case that I know best, that is, Britain, I would say that the differences between British racism in its high imperial period and the racism which characterises the British social formation now, in a period of relative economic decline, when the issue is confronted, not in the colonial setting, but as part of the indigenous labour force and regime of accumulation within the domestic economy, are greater and more significant than the similarities. It is often little more than a gestural stance which persuades us to the misleading view that because racism is everywhere a deeply anti-human and antisocial practice, it is therefore everywhere the same either in its forms, its relations to other structures and processes, or its effects. Gramsci does, I believe, help us to interrupt decisively this homogenization. Second, and related, I would draw attention to the emphasis, stemming from the historical experience of Italy, which led Gramsci to give considerable weight to national characteristics, as an important level of determination, and to regional unevenness. There is no homogeneous law of development which impacts evenly throughout every facet of a social formation. We need to understand better the tensions and contradictions generated by the uneven tempos and directions of historical development. Racism and racist practices and structures frequently occur in some but not all sectors of the social formation. Their impact is penetrative but uneven, and their very unevenness of impact may help to deepen and exacerbate these contradictory sectoral antagonisms. Third, I would underline the non-reductive approach to questions concerning the interrelationship between class and race. This has proved to be one of the most complex and difficult theoretical problems to address, and it has frequently led to the adoption of one or another extreme position. Either one privileges the underlying class relationships, emphasizing that all ethnically and racially differentiated labor forces are subject to the same exploitative relationships within capital, or one emphasizes the centrality of ethnic and racial categories and divisions at the expense of the fundamental class structuring of society. Though these two extremes appear to be the polar opposites of one another, in fact, they are inverse, mirror images of each other, in the sense that both feel required to produce a single and exclusive determining principle of articulation, class or race, even if they disagree as to which should be accorded the privileged sign. I believe the fact that Gramsci adopts a non-reductive approach to questions of class, coupled with his understanding of the profoundly historical shaping to any specific social formation, does help to point the way toward a non-reductionist approach to the race/class question. This is enriched by Gramsci's attention to what we might call the culturally specific quality of class formations in any historically specific society. He never makes the mistake of believing that, because the general law of value has the tendency to homogenize labor power across the capitalist epoch, therefore, in any concrete society, this homogenization can be assumed to exist. Indeed, I believe Gramsci's whole approach leads us to question the validity of this general law in its traditional form, since, precisely, it has encouraged us to neglect the ways in which the law of value, operating on a global as opposed to a merely domestic scale, operates through and because of the culturally specific character of labor power rather than as the classical theory would have us believe by systematically eroding those distinctions as an inevitable part of a worldwide, epochal, historical tendency. Certainly, whenever we depart from the Eurocentric model of capitalist development, and even within that model, what we actually find is the many ways in which capital can preserve, adapt to its fundamental trajectory, and harness and exploit these particularistic qualities of labor power, building them into its regimes. The ethnic and racial structuration of the labor force, like its gendered composition, may provide an inhibition to the rationalistically conceived global tendencies of capitalist development. And yet, these distinctions have been maintained, and indeed developed and refined, in the global expansion of the capitalist mode. They have provided the means for differentiated forms of exploitation of the different sectors of a fractured labor force. In that context, their economic, political, and social effects have been profound. We would get much further along the road to understanding how the regime of capital can function through differentiation and difference, rather than through similarity and identity, if we took more seriously this question of the cultural, social, national, ethnic, and gendered composition of historically different and specific forms of labor. Gramsci, though he is not a general theorist of the capitalist mode, does point us unalterably in that direction. Moreover, his analysis does also point to the way different modes of production can be combined within the same social formation, leading not only to regional specificity and unevenness but to differential modes of incorporating so-called backward sectors within the social regime of capital, for example, southern Italy within the Italian formation, the Mediterranean South within the more advanced northern sectors of industrial Europe, the peasant economies of the hinterland in Asian and Latin American societies on the path to dependent capitalist development, colonial enclaves within the development of metropolitan capitalist regimes, historically, slave societies as an integral aspect of primitive capitalist development of the metropolitan powers, migrant labor forces within domestic labor markets, Bantustans within so-called sophisticated capitalist economies, etc. Theoretically, what needs to be noticed is the persistent way in which these specific, differentiated forms of incorporation have consistently been associated with the appearance of racist, ethnically segmentary, and other similar social features. Fourth, there is the question of the non-homogeneous character of the class subject. Approaches which privilege the class, as opposed to the racial, structuring of working classes or peasantries are often predicated on the assumption that because the mode of exploitation vis-a-vis capital is the same, the class subject of any such exploitative mode must be not only economically but politically and ideologically unified. As I have just argued, there is now good reason for qualifying the sense in which the operation of modes of exploitation toward different sectors of the labor force are the same. In any case, Gramsci's approach, which differentiates the conditional process, the different moments, and the contingent character of the passage from class in itself to class for itself, or from the economic corporate to the hegemonic moments of social development, does radically and decisively problematize such simple notions of unity. Even the hegemonic moment is no longer conceptualized as a moment of simple unity, but as a process of unification, never totally achieved, founded on strategic alliances between different sectors, not on their pre-given identity. Its character is given by the founding assumption that there is no automatic identity or correspondence between economic, political, and ideological practices. This begins to explain how ethnic and racial difference can be constructed as a set of economic, political, or ideological antagonisms within a class which is subject to roughly similar forms of exploitation with respect to ownership of and expropriation from the means of production. The latter, which has come to provide something of a magical talisman, differentiating the Marxist definition of class from more pluralistic stratification models and definitions, has by now long outlived its theoretical utility when it comes to explaining the actual and concrete historical dynamic within and between different sectors and segments within classes. Fifth, I have already referred to the lack of assumed correspondence in the Gramscian model between economic, political, and ideological dimensions. But here I would pull out for specific emphasis the political consequences of this non-correspondence. This has the theoretical effect of forcing us to abandon schematic constructions of how classes should, ideally and abstractly, behave politically in place of the concrete study of how they actually do behave, in real historical conditions. It has frequently been a consequence of the old correspondence model that the analysis of classes and other related social forces as political forces, and the study of the terrain of politics itself, has become a rather automatic, schematic, and residual activity. If, of course, there is correspondence, plus the primacy of the economic over other determining factors, then why spend time analyzing the terrain of politics when it only reflects, in a displaced and subordinate way, the determinations of the economic in the last instance? Gramsci certainly would not entertain that kind of reductionism for a moment. He knows he is analyzing structurally complex, not simple and transparent, formations. He knows that politics has its own relatively autonomous forms, tempos, and trajectories, which need to be studied in their own right, with their own distinctive concepts, and with attention to their real and retroactive effects. Moreover, Gramsci has put certain key concepts into play which help to differentiate this region, theoretically, of which such concepts as hegemony, historical bloc, party in its wider sense, passive revolution, transformism, traditional and organic intellectuals, and strategic alliance constitute only the beginnings of a distinctive and original range. It remains to be demonstrated how the study of politics in racially structured or dominated situations could be positively illuminated by the rigorous application of these newly formulated concepts. Sixth, a similar argument could be mounted with respect to the state. In relation to racial and ethnic class struggles, the state has been consistently defined in an exclusively coercive, dominative, and conspiratorial manner. Again, Gramsci breaks irrevocably with all three. His domination/direction distinction, coupled with the educative role of the state, its ideological character, its position in the construction of hegemonic strategies, however crude in their original formulation, could transform the study, both of the state in relation to racist practices and the related phenomenon of the post-colonial state. Gramsci's subtle use of the state/civil society distinction, even when it fluctuates in his own work, is an extremely flexible theoretical tool, and may lead analysts to pay much more serious attention to those institutions and processes in so-called civil society in racially structured social formations than they have been encouraged to do in the past. Schooling, cultural organizations, family and sexual life, the patterns and modes of civil association, churches and religions, communal or organizational forms, ethnically specific institutions, and many other such sites play an absolutely vital role in giving, sustaining, and reproducing different societies in a racially structured form. In any Gramscian-inflected analysis, they would cease to be relegated to a superficial place in the analysis. Seventh, following the same line of thought, one might note the centrality which Gramsci's analysis always gives to the cultural factor in social development. By culture, here, I mean the actual, grounded terrain of practices, representations, languages, and customs of any specific historical society. I also mean the contradictory forms of common sense which have taken root in and helped to shape popular life. I would also include that whole distinctive range of questions which Gramsci lumped together under the title the national popular. Gramsci understands that these constitute a crucial site for the construction of a popular hegemony. They are a key stake as objects of political and ideological struggle and practice. They constitute a national resource for change as well as a potential barrier to the development of a new collective will. For example, Gramsci perfectly well understood how popular Catholicism had constituted, under specific Italian conditions, a formidable alternative to the development of a secular and progressive national popular culture, how in Italy it would have to be engaged, not simply wished aside. He likewise understood, as many others did not, the role which fascism played in Italy in hegemonizing the backward character of the national popular culture in Italy and refashioning it into a reactionary national formation, with a genuine popular basis and support. Transferred to other comparable situations, where race and ethnicity have always carried powerful cultural, national popular connotations, Gramsci's emphasis should prove immensely enlightening. Finally, I would cite Gramsci's work in the ideological field. It is clear that racism, if not exclusively an ideological phenomenon, has critical ideological dimensions. Hence, the relative crudity and reductionism of materialist theories of ideology have proved a considerable stumbling block in the necessary work of analysis in this area. Especially, the analysis has been foreshortened by a homogeneous, non-contradictory conception of consciousness and of ideology, which has left most commentators virtually undefended when obliged to account, say, for the purchase of racist ideologies within the working class or within related institutions like trade unions, which, in the abstract, ought to be dedicated to anti-racist positions. The phenomenon of working-class racism, though by no means the only kind requiring explanation, has proved extraordinarily resistant to analysis. Gramsci's whole approach to the question of the formation and transformation of the ideological field of popular consciousness, and its processes of formation, decisively undercuts this problem. He shows that subordinated ideologies are necessarily and inevitably contradictory, Stone Age elements and principles of a more advanced science, prejudices from all past phases of history, and intuitions of a future philosophy. He shows how the so-called self which underpins these ideological formations is not a unified but a contradictory subject and a social construction, He thus helps us to understand one of the most common, least explained features of racism, the subjection of the victims of racism to the mystifications of the very racist ideologies which imprison and define them. He shows how different, often contradictory elements can be woven into and integrated within different ideological discourses, but, also, the nature and value of ideological struggle which seeks to transform popular ideas and the common sense of the masses. All this has the most profound importance for the analysis of racist ideologies and for the centrality, within that, of ideological struggle. In all these different ways, and no doubt in other ways which I have not had time to develop here, Gramsci proves, on closer inspection, and despite his apparently Eurocentric position, to be one of the most theoretically fruitful, as well as one of the least known and least understood, sources of new ideas, paradigms, and perspectives in the contemporary studies of racially structured social phenomena. Chapter 17. Subjects in History. Making Diasporic Identities. I am the only participant from another part of the Black diaspora, and, as a consequence, what we in England know as the burden of representation lies particularly heavy on my shoulders. As a consequence of that burden, it seems to me incumbent in some ways to try to add to an ongoing discussion. My function, it seems to me, is partly to bring to bear on the discussion a perspective that adds a transnational, global, diasporic dimension to what is inevitably U.S. terrain. I'm going to do so, in part, by referring to a number of points that have already arisen in the debate, simply to bring to bear on them some experiences, some similar and parallel lines of approach and political work elsewhere in the Black Atlantic. I don't want to get into details, into particular aspects of ideological analysis, or cultural production, although I'm going to draw some examples from cultural production. Instead, I want to outline something more general. I want to express some views about the place of cultural politics in the present racial conjuncture, about how it is shifting and changing, and about the problems thrown up in our attempts to theorize and define adequate strategies for dealing with the place of cultural politics. That is what is required by the moment the conference itself addressed, and to do so I want to return to that conference's electric opening, which I'll never forget, not to rerun the West Steinberg conversation one, but partly to explain the reason for my own brief intervention in that debate in order to spell out the grounds on which I made it. To those of you who weren't there, I simply said, please remember that questions of culture are not superstructural to the problems of economic and political change, they are constitutive of them. What does it mean to take seriously, in our present conjuncture, the thought that cultural politics and questions of culture, of discourse, and of metaphor are absolutely deadly political questions? That is my purpose. I want to persuade you that that is so. And that we ought to sort of preach on this occasion, no, not only to give up the bad habits of smoking and drinking and whoring and gambling, but to give up certain forms of political essentialism and the way in which it makes you sleep well at night. There are two basic reasons at this point why I wanted to suggest to you why questions of culture and representation, of cultural productions, and of aesthetics, politics, and power are of absolute centrality. There are many other reasons, but I can't deal with them now. I want to deal with two particular reasons because they are central to how we need to conceptualize the question of race itself. You see, if indeed, as we mouth the mantra, race is indeed a socio-historical concept, not a trans-historical discourse grounded in biology, then it must function not through the truth of the biological referent but as a discursive logic. That is to say, as a logic in which, of course, the biological trace still functions even when it's silent, but now, not as the truth, but as the guarantor of the truth. That is a question of discursive power. Not a question of what is true but what is made to be true. Such is the way in which racial discourses operate. To use a familiar Foucault phrase, it is a regime of truth. I want to insist that its logic is discursive in this sense, that racial discourses produce, mark and fix the infinite differences and diversities of human beings through a rigid binary coding. That logic establishes a chain of correspondences both between the physical and the cultural, between intellectual and cognitive characteristics. It gives legibility to a social system in which it operates, it allows us to decipher different signifiers from the racial fixing of the signifier race, and through that reading it organizes, regulates, and gives meaning to social practices through the distribution of symbolic and material resources between different groups and the establishment of racial hierarchy. To say that is to say that race is a discourse, that it operates through the movement of the signifiers, and yet, at the same time, to say that the whole historical organization of human social practices through the binary coding of race is dependent on the meanings that it is able to give to the relationships of power and representation between human societies. The second reason culture is absolutely central to our concerns, in my view, is that it constitutes the terrain for producing identity, for producing the constitution of social subjects. It is one of the social conditions of existence for setting subjects in place in historical relations, setting them in place, in position. They are unable to speak, or to act in one way or another, until they have been positioned by the work that culture does, and in that way, as subjects they function by taking up the discourses of the present and the past. It is that taking up of positions that I call identities. You see the consequence of turning the paradigm around that way. The political question, for there is always a political question, at any rate, in the way I pose the issue, is not how do we effectively mobilize those identities which are already formed, so that we could put them on the train and get them onto the stage at the right moment, in the right spot, and act the left has historically been trying to do for about 400 years, but something really quite different and much deeper. How can we organize these huge, randomly varied, and diverse things we call human subjects into positions where they can recognize one another for long enough to act together, and thus to take up a position that one of these days they might live out and act through as an identity? Identity is at the end, not the beginning, of the paradigm. Identity is what is at stake in political organization. It isn't that the subjects are there and we just can't get to them. It is that they don't know yet that they are subjects of a possible discourse. And that always in every political struggle, since every political struggle is always open, it is possible either to win their identification or to lose it. Indeed, for those of you who have been in politics for as long as I have, usually it is possible both to win and to lose it, and then to win it again and to lose it again, in an infinitely recurring struggle. That is the open-ended, contingent nature of political struggle, and just as a warning to intellectuals, there isn't any final theoretical solution, any grand deconstructive scheme which we can pull out of the air, which we can ensure will tell us that the subjects are going to stay like that the subjects are in place and the moment is going to come. And then the intellectuals can go home and get on with their business. It isn't like that. Remember, identifications, not identities. Once you've got identification, you can decide which identities are working this week. I speak of the process of identification, of feeling yourself through the contingent, antagonistic, and conflicting sentiments of which human beings are made up. Identification means that you are called in a certain way, interpolated in a certain way, you, this time, in this space, for this purpose, by this barricade with these folks. That's what is at stake in political struggle. And you can't ahead of time either know that or know how to recognize that, or know how to imagine the collectivity that all those folks together might make. For how else would you know them? They weren't there before, or they weren't gathered together in the proper place. You can only come as you were, come together because somehow you can represent yourself and begin to share an imagined community of some kind with others which without representation and culture you could not express to anybody else. The idea that somehow, out of some space, a politics of anti-racism will arise without our giving thought as to how the subjects of it are to be formed is, to my mind, unintelligible. So then the questions that arise are, how and what kind? What are the natures of the cultural, social, and political identities that can and cannot be formed in these processes so as to conduct a political struggle, a cultural and social struggle that has the possibility of affecting something in the world? I want to insist that that is an open question, because I think at some level it remains more difficult than we think to take on the implications of what I've just been trying to say. Because when that rigid binary, racial logic is being used against us, we certainly know what's wrong with it. But when it seems to be working for us, we find that it's extremely difficult to give it up. We just can't let go of it in good moments, it makes us feel together, we can't imagine what a politics would be like if it wasn't there. How would you mobilize, what would you say to people, on what basis would you appeal to them, under what banner would you get them together? The whole thing begins to disintegrate, polarize, pluralize, get away from us, and we find ourselves confused by it. So, unfortunately, I think, people who know in their hearts that if you say race is not biological, that it is historical, cultural, and political, no, you must follow the logic of that provision in terms of the alternative strategies you try to develop. Then, just at 1 minute to midnight, you're not beyond reaching for the final guarantee, and the whole biological fix actually slips back into place. Therefore, I want to explore what I think are the difficulties of what I'm going to call the end of the essentialized black subject, the end of an essentialist conception of the black experience. One of the problems that confront a politics of this kind is that it affects some of our most central cultural and political concepts and images. Take the notion of tradition, for example. It is almost impossible to think of a cultural community as shared cultural meanings which exist over any period of time, which persist and have persisted over any period of time, which has managed to survive against all the odds, without thinking of the element of tradition that has enabled that community to hold together. Nevertheless, I think one of the implications of what I've just been saying is, indeed, that the question of tradition itself has to be conceptually rephrased. Let me, walking dangerous waters, I know, talk about civil rights. Could one imagine the civil rights struggle of the 60s without the long traditions of black struggle that historically go back at least as far as the beginning of slavery? And yet, is there anybody here who wouldn't want to describe the civil rights movement as a movement that produced new black subjects? But new black subjects now, what is that new then in the light of the tradition? Would it have happened without that tradition? Absolutely not. Where would traditions of struggle, where would the accumulated knowledge, where would the expectivity of human values that kept people going in dark days, where would that have come from if there hadn't been languages and historical traditions of one kind or another that sustained them across time? That sustained human beings in their lives of struggle across time, and yet the particular way that black people occupied that identity, lived that identity, and struggled around it, produced something which had never been seen before. This is not the game, you know, of trading your victimage is bigger than mine, my heroism is bigger than yours. You don't have to say it's greater than what has happened before. That's not my argument, but my argument is that it was, and is, significantly different. And what was different about it was a particular reworking of that tradition under the force of the present conjuncture, not of a tradition which is simply a transmission belt that takes you from the past teleologically marching through to the future. A reworking that precisely delivers the much more complex idea that is a phrase you know well, the changing same. That reworking transmits the capacity to be both the same and different, both located in a tradition and yet not constrained by it. Able to think freely on the basis of the particular ground. That reworking is almost musical, and it has to be. What else is any successful blues, any successful jazz standard, or any gospel song but the given ground and the performance that translates it? But you couldn't listen to it if all there was just the same damn thing once over again. It has to be that process of reworking the elements of a tradition, of taking forward what has been left, or engaging what is new, and of trying to put together a new kind of configuration. If you don't believe me because you think civil rights belongs to you, let me tell you that it didn't simply belong to you, and it didn't simply produce some new black subjects here, it produced a lot of new black subjects elsewhere. In the place where I came from in Jamaica, the conjuncture of the civil rights movement and the black consciousness movement of decolonization, the naming the possibility at last to name the unspeakable fact of slavery, and the imaginative, metaphorical connection with Africa made Jamaica, where I was born, a black country for the first time in the 1960s. I don't mean it was the first time any black people were there. I mean black as a political category. I mean black as a culture. I mean black as a socio-historical fact. It was the first time that I ever called myself that. I had called myself thousands of things before, but until that historical moment, it had been a word that I would never have applied to my own identity. So, if your own identities don't change, believe me, mine certainly have. They keep going on, and not only that, I most recognize them when other people say something different. In the 60s, after having been in England for 10 years over that period when Afro-Caribbeans came to Britain for the first time, I went home and my mother said to me, "I hope they don't think you're one of those immigrants over there." I had never called myself an immigrant in all my life, and suddenly I said, "That's what I am. After all, I've gone to the people's place, I'm going to stay whether they like it or not, I intend to get a job if they're going to give me one. What am I but an immigrant?" My life, far from the unfolding of this great identity I always knew about, this fabric endlessly unfolding but not changing towards some particular end, changes drastically, and when I get to the end, I can't say "There you are, you've always been like that, God help me, always been like that." No, the transformations have made me something different. Because historically, to say suddenly that we are black people, and to name the names, meant that the cultural terrain on which those names worked and struggled was thereby transformed. Cultural change is constitutive of political change and moral awareness of human consciousness. And I want to say a word about political history as a way of passing on to another element and its complexity. In the 1970s, the signifier black was adopted as a political category of struggle, both by Afro-Caribbean migrants and by migrants from the Asian continent. People who manifestly were not, in any of the significant ways in which the term race had ever been used, the same race called themselves by the racial signifier. They said, "Since the British can't tell the difference between us, we must be the same. We might as well call one another by the same name." That's what identity is, it always has a constitutive outside. Those people didn't know about a constitutive outside, but they knew one when they got it. Since they were manifestly not white, they were black. They called themselves black. They organized under that political roof. It was a very important moment politically in Britain. It isn't the moment that we're in now. That significance has gone. It is partly dissolved into a variety of new, more ethnically specific signifiers. People now call themselves not only Asians, but Indians, Bangladeshis, Pakistanis, and indeed, South Indians. Things have moved into a new kind of ethnicized politics of difference. And that has presented certain profound difficulties of political organization when the signifier black has disappeared. Still, I want to speak about this moment that I've just mentioned. What is this moment of the pluralization of cultural difference? Sometimes it is a racialized kind, sometimes an ethnicized kind, which is in my view increasingly characteristic of social antagonisms on a world scale. These antagonisms are a product of huge, planned, and unplanned world migrations, the greatest and most constitutive cultural fact of the late modern world, the planned and unplanned, forced and unforced movements of peoples, taking up hundreds of years later after that first forced migration of slavery with which modernity began. Here we are in late modernity, and what is happening is exactly the same kind of proliferation of movement as peoples. They are torn apart by poverty, by drought, by civil war, by the international arms trade, and they are moving from their settled homes to somewhere else. Let me put that in cultural terms. They're moving like we have done before into the narratives, through which they will have to tell their history of migration, loss, displacement, redefining themselves, of home, of another home, of the question of where is home, of all of the images and metaphors of a perpetually unsettled people. That is the modern fact that is transforming this society, it is transforming Europe, Western European society. It is a world historical fact of astonishing proportions, and partly because it goes by different names, now refugees, now economic migrants, etc. And partly because it happens in this completely unplanned late modern way, where people just calculate for themselves that the only thing to do is to buy a one-way plane ticket and get on a plane for paradise or, the South Bronx, or wherever paradise is these days, in that way trying to resolve what is the global maldistribution of material and symbolic goods. One of the consequences of that fact, within different national societies, has been to pluralize and complicate the terrain of social struggle. For what you find in each society is the integration of different forms of racialized and ethnicized difference, marked in different ways with very different and discrete histories. Nevertheless, it is part of the long history of the dialectics of othering. These are all others of one kind or another. Those that weren't othered through slavery were othered through colonialism or othered through imperialism. And some were othered through all three. Each of these people cling to the particular homes and identities that were formed through those histories. But what is most dramatic about them is that they are now convened in the very center of modernity, in the very hotbed of the modern, and what we find then as a consequence is that what the modern itself now means is precisely this conflict, this struggle, this complicated and differentiated line of struggle, between those who have had to move, and go on moving to survive, who have constantly been the racialized other of some system of supremacy, and on the other hand, the cultural nationalist racism that is the backlash against this multicultural drift, which is evolving in every society of the advanced, modern, Western industrial world. I won't at this stage try to tell you what it means to us to see active fascism in the streets of London, to see the fascist right in alliance with a respectable centre, to hear what we've heard before said about blacks, now said about North Africans, now said between peoples who call themselves European, who are hastily cobbling together in these societies that are hybridized and mongrelized to their roots. I couldn't find a pure folk anywhere. One would have to go into the museum to dig up the pure Bosnian Serbian folk. Haul him out, mount him, etc. Nevertheless, cobbling is a kind of defense against the modern world, a defense against living with difference, this retreat into the bunker of cultural and racist nationalism. I call it by that name, because although in its many respectable forms it doesn't recognize itself as such, this racism exists as a defense of Englishness, of Britishness, and of Americanness. How could anybody object to Americans, or some Americans, defending a certain kind of Americanness? Who could argue against the possible claim that American children might not speak the American language first in American schools, and what is racist about that? What could possibly be racist about that? I told a story recently in the Dubois lectures at Harvard, of a very close friend of Mrs. Thatcher's, Lord Teviot, who has devised a simple kind of handy test for deciding who culturally belongs to whom and who does not, call it the Teviot test. It is a very simple one. It's a question of whether or not the migrant families cheer the Pakistanis and the West Indians when they come touring for cricket. You have only to go to the cricket match and pavilion, and look around when the West Indians get to 600 or whatever it is, and the black stands, the ones closest to the oval, start to jump up and down, you know you can identify them. Because clearly their hearts cannot be in the right place. On the other hand, it is a very serious business indeed, this question of reconstructing a little Englandism, reconstructing a little Americanism, through the struggles that are sometimes called the culture wars. Don't fool yourself that this is some superstructural, marginal question. At the center of this is the question of who can belong, who has access to the transmission belt through which Britishness, Englishness, is carried and can be inculcated. And who doesn't belong. And whether or not they have yet arrived at the moment when the lines are going to be drawn in blood and fire. Symbolic lines are being drawn, and what we know about culture is that once the symbolic difference exists, that is the line around which power coheres. Power uses difference as a way of marking off who does and who does not belong. That is the shape of a new kind of cultural difference that impacts and sits atop another older kind, the politics of cultural difference. Today people sometimes say, of course, politics is a very confusing game, because there aren't those old stabilized identities around which we used to mobilize, and there aren't exactly those old kinds of struggles that we used to know how to fight. It is not, I warn you, because things are going through a little postmodern shake, and then they're going to settle down, then we're going to go back to the stabilized, well-organized, clearly demarcated frontiers of the past. We are in a new political conjuncture not without racism, not a conjuncture without difference, it is not a conjuncture without poverty and deprivation and marginalization on a world scale. But it is one in which the marking of difference, the careful and overlatticed marking of finely drawn distinction, can't be easily convened under a single political roof and fought in a simple battle. It is a much more differentiated, sophisticated, positional kind of struggle that has to be developed, to be conducted, if we are serious about refusing its human cost. Sometimes the term diaspora is used as a way of conjuring up a kind of imagined community that would cut across the configurations of cultural nationalism. And I'm not only very much in favor of that, having contributed in some way to giving the term liftoff. But let me warn you and warn myself that after all, diaspora, too, has been the site of some of the most closed narratives of identity known to human beings. It is a word that has lodged there for a people who are not going to change, who sat on top of a sacred text and erected the barriers, and who then wanted to make the return exactly to the place where they came from. And who have gone back and sat on the head of all the other people who were there, too. If you open yourself to the politics of cultural difference, there is no safety in terminology. Words can always be transcoded against you, identity can turn against you, race can turn against you, difference can turn against you, diaspora can turn against you, because that is the nature of the discursive. I am trying to persuade you that the word is the medium in which power works. Don't clutch onto the word, but do clutch onto certain ideas about it. The diaspora is a place where traditions operate but are not closed, where the black experience is historically and culturally distinctive but is not the same as it was before. We are to move from one end of the diaspora to another and be ready to move from differently translated worlds, each with its own inflection, places where the law is almost certainly the law of syncretism, of taking in influences, of translating what has been given, of disarticulating and rearticulating, of creolization. And here I give my last injunction, to give up smoking and give up the idea, the commitment to the politically pure. The future belongs to the impure. The future belongs to those who are ready to take in a bit of the other, as well as being what they themselves are. After all, it is because their history and ours is so deeply and profoundly and inextricably intertwined that racism exists. For otherwise, how could they keep us apart? Chapter 18. Why Fanon? Why Fanon? Why, after so many years of relative neglect, is his name once again beginning to excite such intense intellectual debate and controversy? Why is this happening at this particular moment, at this conjuncture? And why is it around the text Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon 1986, that the renewed search for Fanon is being conducted? This essay addresses these questions as they were posed in the context of the ICA's Mirage, Enigmas of Race, Difference, and Desire, a program of film, installation, performance, and visual art works by contemporary black artists who acknowledge some debt of influence, usually indirect, to Fanon's work. It is written in the spirit of the title of the conference which took place during the season, Working with Fanon. Why, of the many figures whose emblematic presence could have triggered off such a profusion of discursive and figural production, does the incitation turn out to be Frantz Fanon? Though at one time his name would have been widely known and recognized usually as the signifier of a certain brand of incendiary third worldism, he is now virtually unknown, even amongst those young, practicing, black writers and artists whose work appears, unwittingly, to betray the trace of his presence. Of course, events do not obey any singular, unfolding, teleology of causality or time. But I cannot help feeling that the recall of Fanon, now, in this moment, here, in this way, has something of the overdetermined return of the repressed about it, a timeliness constituted from many directions at once, as well as a certain untimeliness. Rather than trying to recapture the true Fanon, we must try to engage the afterlife of Frantz Fanon, that which Jacques Derrida would call, following his recent essay on Marx, his spectral effect, was that the mirage of the title, in ways that do not simply restore the past in a cycle of the eternal return, but which will bring the enigma of Fanon, as Benjamin, 1973, 247, said of history, flashing up before us at a moment of danger. The colonial man who writes for his people, that is, of course, colonial man and woman, an elision in Fanon which is as characteristic as it is untimely, ought to use the past with the intention of opening up the future, Fanon observed, an invitation to an action and a basis of hope, Fanon 1966, 69. What action, what hope is proposed to us here? And why, of all his writings, is the subject of these aspirations black skin, white masks? For many years it was the essay on national liberation movements in the wretched of the earth, with its invitation to the violent, self-cleansing, self-remaking anti-colonial struggle, which constituted, for many, the invitation to an action and for others, the nightmare specter of black barbarism stalking the streets. They want to take our place is the fantasy which best seems to describe the latter response, which is how Fanon himself described the white colonial settlers' paranoid fantasy of primordial dispossession when confronted by the black man, Babha 1986, 15. This contest over which text of Fanon's, as a way of trying to annex his political legacy after the event is far from concluded. In his skeptical but accomplished tour de horizon of recent writing on Fanon, Critical Fanonism, Henry Louis Gates, 1991, who is basically sympathetic to much in the post-colonial and post-structuralist enterprise, nevertheless takes some delight in exposing how varied, even internally contradictory, the recent readings of Fanon as a global theorist have been. On the other hand, in an essay entitled The Appropriation of Fanon, which savages the whole revisionist expropriation of Fanon, Cedric Robinson, 1993, argues that to privilege black skin, white masks over the wretched of the earth is a motivated political strategy which, perversely, reads Fanon backwards from his immersion in the revolutionary consciousness of the Algerian peasantry to the petit bourgeois stink of the former text. It cannot be just by pure chance that it is black skin, white masks, with its psychoanalytically inspired exploration of the unconscious mechanisms of racism and colonialism, its attention to the role of projective fantasy, its opening up of the dislocated subjective complexity of the deceptively obvious fact of blackness, and its attention to the dialectic of identity, otherness, and desire, which provides the privileged ground of Fanon's return and of the contestation over him. Kobina Mercer, 1994, in his introductory essay to the Mirage Catalogue, Busy in the Ruins of Wretched Fantasia, reminds us as if we are likely to forget that, because every reading is also a rereading, it is bound to be political. He offers us one condition of existence for Fanon's untimely return, whereas earlier generations privileged the Marxist themes of Fanon's later work. At the height of the optimism of the post-war social movements, the fading fortunes of the independent left during the 1980s provided the backdrop to renewed interest in black skin, white masks, Fanon's first and most explicitly psychoanalytic text. Although there is much to this argument, it is worth recalling how, both during his lifetime and since, almost as much rhetorical energy has gone into proving how far Fanonism deviated from anything like a classical Marxism. The struggle to colonize Fanon's work has been an ongoing process from the moment of his death, and the identification of Fanon's writing in terms of its Marxist themes in the 60s and 70s was, itself, already the product of a rereading. As another contributory factor, Mercer cites the many-layered, discursive structure of black skin, white masks, whose authorial eye constantly oscillates between multiple points of view, and whose voice, we should add, draws on multiple registers, autobiographical, clinical, sociological, poetical, philosophical, political. I will come back to the dubious proposition of some final symptomatic breaks between Fanon's early and late work, as well as to the question of how we are to reread the multivocality of black skin, white masks. The view, boldly stated by Fanon in his introduction to Black Skin, White Masks, that only a psychoanalytic interpretation of the black problem can lay bare the anomalies of affect that are responsible for the structure of the complex that is racism and colonialism, is what constitutes the novelty of this text, Fanon 1986, 12. But it also makes absurd the claim that Fanon was a political activist rather than a theorist, which those who would recuperate Fanon to some earlier, more revolutionary manifestation find so seductive. Incidentally, the idea that it is only politics, and not also theory, which is at issue in these contentious readings and rereadings of Fanon is, of course, something that it suits the recuperators to have us believe, but it is not a proposition which can be seriously sustained. The problem is that Fanon's 1952 text anticipates post-structuralism in a startling way, even if the addition of the phrase effective disalienation of the black man entails immediate recognition of social and economic realities inflects his anachronistically prescient observation in an unexpected direction. The dependency complex, he says, is the outcome of a double process, primarily economic, subsequently the internalization or, better, the epidermalization of this inferiority, Fanon 1986, 13. A wonderful word, epidermalization, literally, the inscription of race on the skin. This armature of race provides the black subject with that which elsewhere Fanon calls an alternative corporeal schema. But, as he always insists, this schema is cultural and discursive, not genetic or physiological. Below the corporeal schema I had sketched a historico-racial schema, woven, out of 1,000 details, anecdotes, stories, Fanon 1986, 111. Another deep source of the contemporary appeal of black skin, white masks is the association it establishes between racism and what has come to be called the scopic drive, the eroticization of the pleasure in looking, and the primary place given in Fanon's text to the look from the place of the other. See Freud 1977. It is the exercise of power through the dialectic of the look race in the field of vision, to paraphrase Jacqueline Rose, which fixes the Negro from the outside, Fanon's word, which I will use in this context, by the phantasmatic binary of absolute difference, see Rose 1986, sealed into that crushing objecthood, Fanon 1986, 109, overdetermined from without, Fanon 1986, 116. Not only is Fanon's Negro caught, transfixed, emptied, and exploded in the fetishistic and stereotypical dialectics of the look from the place of the other, but he/she becomes has no other self than this self as othered. This is the black man as his sick alienated self-image, or as Homi Bhabha puts it, not self and other but the otherness of the self inscribed in the perverse palimpsest of colonial identity. It is this bizarre figure of desire which, as Bhabha, 1986, 14, rightly observes, compels Fanon to put the psychoanalytic question to the historic condition of colonial man. There can be little doubt that, as Gates, 1991, 458, suggested, Fanon's current fascination for us has something to do with the convergence of the problematic of colonialism with that of subject formation. This bringing to bear of the post-structuralist and psychoanalytic engines of contemporary theory on the primordial and primordially resistant structure of racism and the historic colonial relation excites in us a disjunctive frisson of stimulation and pleasure which is only, in part, cognitive, the jouissance of theory having long been underestimated. Nevertheless, the familiarity of these concepts, now, may lead us to underestimate the novelty and originality of Fanon's insights at the time of writing. The grain of his text runs incontrovertibly towards the recognition that an account of racism which has no purchase on the inner landscape and the unconscious mechanisms of its effects is, at best, only half the story. The simplistic counterposing of black skin, white masks to the wretched of the earth, with the implication that, in the passage from one to the other Fanon somehow graduated from childish petit bourgeois things to greater maturity, does not explain why the wretched of the earth ends, in the chapter on colonial war and mental disorders, with a series of psychiatric case studies, presented in a language which clearly echoes the paradigm first sketched in Black Skin, White Masks. Because it is a systematic negation of the other person and a furious determination to deny the other person all attributes of humanity, colonialism forces the people it dominates to ask themselves the question constantly, in reality, who am I? Fanon adds, pointedly, perhaps these notes on psychiatry will be found ill-timed and singularly out of place in such a book, but we can do nothing about that. Fanon 1966, 203. Nuff said. In Black Skin, White Masks, this fixing of the Negro by the phantasmatic binaries of fear and desire which have governed the representation of the black figure in colonial discourse and which, Fanon argues, lie at the heart of the psychic reality of racism, is profoundly and mordantly explored. Indeed, the operation is unmasked in such a penetrating way that, in effect, we are tempted to read Fanon's text as more simple and straightforward than it is. Since the text so remorselessly returns to the binary oppositions black/white, colonizer/colonized, I wonder how many of his readers unconsciously slip into reading him as if binaries are the exclusive focus of his tale? As if the real title of his book was Black Skin, White Skin. Ignoring the fact that, though his subject is, of course, framed throughout by the dichotomous and Manichaean structure of racism as a binary system of representation and power, it is the split or divided self, the two sides within the same figure, the colonial Negro, which centrally preoccupies him. The central figure of the book is the colonial Negro, especially the Antillean, who is obliged, in the scenarios of the colonial relation, to have a relationship to self, to give a performance of self, which is scripted by the colonizer, producing in him the internally divided condition of absolute depersonalization. Fanon 1970, 63. The mechanisms of this substitution are very precisely described. The bodily or corporeal schema, which Fanon says is a definitive structuring of self and the world, necessary to any sense of self because it creates a real dialectic between my body and the world, is fragmented and shattered. Fanon 1986, 111. Such a scopic gestalt, which Jacques Lacan, for example, suggested is of great formative importance for the constitution of the subject, cannot be formed. See Lacan 1977. In its place, Fanon suggests, there arises the historico-racial schema, which weaves him out of 1,000 details, anecdotes, stories battered down by tom-toms, cannibalism, intellectual deficiency, fetishism, racial defects, slave ships, and above all, show good Eden. Fanon 1986, 112. Now the fragments have been put together again by another self. Fanon 1986, 109. There are, Fanon insists, two camps, the white and the black. Fanon 1986, 10. But, he adds, overnight, the Negro has been given two frames of reference within which he has to place himself. For not only must the black man be black, he must be black in relation to the white man. Fanon 1986, 110. The problem which preoccupies Fanon, then, is not the existence of the white man in colonialism, but the fact that the black man can only exist in relation to himself through the alienating presence of the white other. As Homi Bhabha correctly observes, this is not a neat division but a doubling, dissembling image of being in at least two places at once. Bhabha 1986, 16. The subject to which Fanon addresses himself is historically specific. It is not racism as a general phenomenon but racism in the colonial relation which he dissects. His task was to unpack its inner landscapes and to consider the conditions for the production of a new kind of subject and the decolonization of the mind as the necessary subjective conditions for the decolonization of the world. I propose nothing short of the liberation of the man of color from himself. Fanon 1986, 10, emphasis added. It is the opening up of this radical aperture at the center of Fanon's text which constitutes its novelty, its originality, its timeliness. Today, the question for us is how to read, how to interpret, the problem he posed, the answers which his text proposes, and the invitation to action and to hope which it prefigured. One response has been to occupy the structure of Fanon's argument, turning the mechanisms which he identifies against themselves. This takes the question of the look seriously, goes to the heart of the representational process itself, which Fanon against the objectivist grain of the history of the analysis of racism gave so central and constitutive a role. By the practices of transcoding and resigning, he attempted to contest, to disturb, to unsettle, and to reinscribe the look otherwise. Of course, for those who believe that history is a process without a subject, this attempt to constitute forms of subjectivity and representation in some different register from that of the colonial relation may appear to be of little serious consequence, mere scribbling in the margins. Perhaps the short history of post-colonial Algeria, in which that so-called objective entity, the Algerian peasantry, has been powerfully inscribed in several different and contradictory positions in the post-independence narratives, from revolutionary vanguard to faithful multitude, may make them pause for thought. For those who take these questions of representation and subjectivity as constitutive of the politics of decolonization, especially amongst the young cultural practitioners and visual artists of the African diaspora, Fanon's work has had an enormous, unpredicted, and unpredictable influence in recent years, evidence of which is to be seen everywhere in the work exhibited, screened and performed in Mirage. The principal counter-strategy here has been to bring to the surface into representation that which has sustained the regimes of representation unacknowledged, to subvert the structures of othering in language and representation, image, sound, and discourse, and thus to turn the mechanisms of fixed racial signification against themselves, in order to begin to constitute new subjectivities, new positions of enunciation and identification, without which the most revolutionary moments of national liberation quickly slide into their post-colonial reverse gear, Algeria being one of the most troubling and heart-wrenching instances. From this practice of resignification, this new politics of the black signifier has flowed both the amazing volume, but more significantly, the astonishing formal diversity, of much recent black artwork. Again and again, this practice has taken the form of working on the black body itself, driving the suppressed violence of racism so deep into itself that it reveals the transgressive lineage of the suppressed desire on which it feeds, putting together what we may think of as new corporeal schemas, that which Fanon, 1986, 109, himself describes as having been fixed as a chemical solution is fixed by a dye, dismembered fragments, put together again by another self. Often, this process consists of the artist taking his or her own body as the canvas, light-sensitive frame or screen, so that the work of translation and reappropriation is literally a kind of rewriting of the self on the body, a reepidermalization, an autography. Elsewhere, I have called this reworking of the abject black body through desire the production of a new black Narcissus, S. Hall 2017. The field of visual representation is foregrounded here because of the constitutive role of the look as a site of power knowledge, of the sexualization of the gaze, and its phantasmatic fetishization of the body and the skin as signifiers of racial difference. However, the body in Fanon's text is both a privileged and an ambivalent site of strategic intervention. "O my body, make of me always a man who questions." Fanon 1986, 232. In the epidermalization of the racial look, Fanon tells us, exclusion and abjection are imprinted on the body through the functioning of these signifiers as an objective taxonomy, a taxidermy of radicalized difference, a specular matrix of intelligibility. To that which W.E.B. Du Bois, 1966, once referred in terms of hair, skin, and bone, after Fanon, we would have to add genitals. 1. We know that the fetishistic and stereotypical excess required to secure these markers of racial difference in a stable equivalence with the black body, far from being genetically secured, is a form of intelligibility which racism shares with other regimes of difference and othering with which it has many features in common, especially, of course, gender and sexuality. Butler 1993. It is therefore sometimes tempting to believe that these are indeed the evidence rather than the markers of difference. We mistake their function as signifiers for their biological fact and thus read race as the product of a genetic or biological schema rather than as a discursive regime. Many visual practices influenced by post-structuralist and psychoanalytic ideas seem to have managed to evade a foundational materialism, only to allow the body to make a surreptitious return as a sort of token of the material, a terminal signifier, which brings the discursive slide, the infinite semiosis of meaning around race, to an abrupt halt. Sometimes, even in Foucault, who has taught us so much about its contingency, and even more in the Foucauldians, the body seems to be invoked in the place where once stood those great transcendental signifiers, God, His Majesty, and the economy, becoming the last refuge, the objet petit, of a misplaced materiality. It is important that this work of returning to the enigmatic site of the black body in the representation of radicalized difference should not be mistaken for a return to a dehistoricized, transcendental, biologically fixed, essentialist conception of racial identity. The binary Manichaeism delirium sick of racialist discourse to which Fanon so effectively draws attention is not given by nature. Fanon 1986, 183. It involves an arbitrary discursive operation, a suturing. Arbitrary, because race is a sliding signifier with equivalencies outside discourse that cannot be fixed. Racism's very rigidity is the clue to its complexity. Its capacity to punctuate the universe into two great opposite masks, the complexes of feelings and attitudes, that are always refusing to be so neatly stabilized and fixed. All that symbolic and narrative energy is directed to securing us over here and them over there, to fix each in its appointed species place. S. Hall 1992. Race is not a genetic but a social category. Racism is not a biological but a discursive regime. The so-called bodily insignia black skin, thick lips, curly hair, penises as big as cathedrals and the rest which appear to function as foundational are not only constituted through and through in fantasy, but are really signifying elements in the discourse of racism. Even in racist discourses, where the evidence of racial difference appears to be figured so obviously on the surface of the body, so plain for all to see, look. A Negro. Mama, see the Negro. I'm frightened. Fanon 1986, 112, they are capable of carrying their negative connotations only because they function, in fact, as the signifiers of a deeper code, the genetic which cannot be seen but which, it is believed, has the power of a science to fix and stabilize racial difference. It is not the status of racist discourse as scientific but the fact that its elements function discursively which enables it to have real effects. They can only carry meaning because they signify, through a process of displacement, further along the chain of equivalencies metonymically, black skin big penis small brain poor and backward it's all in the genes and the poverty program send them home. That is, because their arrangement within a discursive chain enables physiological signs to function as signifiers, to stand for and be read further up the chain, socially, psychically, cognitively, politically, culturally, civilization ally. For an elaboration of the discursive character of racism, see S. Hall 2017. Fanon certainly knew that, in the system of radicalized exclusion and abjection sustained by the look from the place of the other, the bodily schema is constituted, not given, and culturally and historically shaped, below. I had sketched a historico-racial schema Fanon 1986, 111. Thus, any notion that the return to the site of the body represents a recovery of some essential ground or foundation that will restore the essential black subject is not only mistaken but has taken a message from Fanon's work which he explicitly precludes. These are indeed, to paraphrase Judith Butler, bodies that matter, they count, not because they can produce the truth, but because they signify within what Judith Butler in another context calls the regulatory norm, the regulative ideal of the racial matrix. How could the black body function foundationally when, as Fanon shows, it is so manifestly constructed in narrative, there were legends, stories, history, and above all, historicity, through desire, in fantasy, through the exorbitant play of lack and excess. This is surely the lesson we should take from Fanon's long and uneasy dialogue with the Negritude movement. This body of visual work, then, assumes that the look can be subverted, displaced, resisted. But can it be refused, destroyed, abandoned? Can the split black skin/white masks which threatens to destroy the black subject from within be healed? Is the subject not inevitably a site of splitting? And if so, what then is the status of the universal, unified subject, beyond negritude, towards which Fanon is gesturing in that highly resonant but ambiguous formulation at the close of his text, the Negro is not any more than the white man, Fanon 1986, 231. Homi K. Babha's foreword to the 1986 edition of Black Skin, White Masks has become the locus clas siccus of many aspects of this debate, reminding us that remembering Fanon, as his text is called, remains a difficult and inevitably contested practice. In Critical Fanonism, Henry Louis Gates, 1991, borrowing a phrase from Benito Perry, 1987, critiques Babha's reading for its premature post-structuralism. Both writers mean his attempt to produce Fanon as a sort of Lacanian avant la lettre, as if Fanon would have taken Lacan's position on the split in the subject, and treated the other as the necessary source of division which arises in all so-called unified identities, and not as a fixed phenomenological point opposed to the self. Too has Babha, then, been fishing around in that black box Fanon's text for all the world like a magician or a conjurer, drawing forth at the appropriate moment, to everyone's astonishment, the figure of the proverbial Lacanian rabbit. In fact, his critics, in their haste, do not always acknowledge how clearly Babha marks out the points in his text at which his interpretation departs from and goes beyond his Fanonian brief. In his more analytic mode, Fanon can impede the exploration of these ambivalent, uncertain questions of colonial desire. At times Fanon attempts to close a correspondence between the mise-en scene of unconscious fantasy and the phantoms of racist fear and hate that stalk the colonial scene. Babha 1986, 19. Fanon's socio-diagnostic psychiatry tends to explain away the ambivalent turns and returns of the subject of colonial desire. Babha 1986, XX. Fanon must sometimes be reminded that the disavowal of the other always exacerbates the edge of identification, reveals that dangerous place where identity and aggressivity are twinned. Babha 1986, XXII. Babha acknowledges that, again and again, Fanon falls back too hastily onto Sartrean and Hegelian ground, is too driven by the demand for more insurgent answers, more immediate identifications, too hungry for an existential humanism. Babha's real argument is, I believe, more complex. It is that Fanon constantly and implicitly poses issues and raises questions in ways which cannot be adequately addressed within the conceptual framework into which he seeks often to resolve them, and that a more satisfactory and complex logic is often implicitly threaded through the interstices of his text, which he does not always follow through but which we can discover by reading him against the grain. In short, Babha produces a symptomatic reading of Fanon's text. The question for us, then, is whether we should limit such a symptomatic reading. With what authority, but more significantly, with what effects, do we actively appropriate Fanon's work against the textual grain? We should be clear that what is entailed here is not a matter of restoring the true meaning of the text or of fixing it once and for all in that phantasmagorical territory known as what Fanon really meant. But it may be also important, in an archaeological or genealogical sense, to retrace the turns he actually took, to grasp the matrix of intelligibility within which he came to say what he did, and not say what he was unable to, and to confront its implications. For these conceptual moves and shifts had, for him then and for us now, real political consequences. Let us put it simplistically. I think it is impossible to read Black Skin, White Masks without acknowledging that it is also and not just by chance the product of at least three interrelated but unfinished dialogues, to which Fanon kept returning throughout his life and work. First, there is Fanon's dialogue with traditional French colonial psychiatry, a much more elaborated formation than anything comparable in British colonialism, about which Françoise Vergès writes elsewhere in this volume with great insight, and, within that, with psychoanalysis, Freud and the French Freudians. For, if this text is where Lacan makes his interruption into colonial discourse theory, as Gates, 1991, asserts, it is also where Fanon reads Lacan in the light of his own preoccupations. In the long footnote on the mirror phase, it is Fanon's appropriation of Lacan which strikes us most vividly, Fanon 1986, 161. First, the other in this transaction is raised, the real other for the white man is and will continue to be the black man. And conversely, it is difficult not to agree that he writes here as if the real other is indeed a fixed phenomenological point. Secondly, the split in the subject which the mirror phase engenders, and which, for Lacan, is a general mechanism of misrecognition which provides the conditions of existence of all identification, is relocated by Fanon in the specificities of the colonial relation. In the Antilles, perception always occurs at the level of the imaginary. For the Antillean the mirror hallucination is always neutral, i.e., colorless. This divergence is critical. On the one hand, it reminds us, as a startling discovery, how racially neutral, how strikingly unraced, Lacan's discourse is, and how rarely this unmarked whiteness of his language has received comment. On the other hand, it clearly marks Fanon's distance from the logic of Lacan's position. For Lacan, as Babha remarks, identity is never an a priori nor a finished product, it is only ever the problematic process of access to an image of totality, Babha 1986, 18. To this we might necessarily add that, for Lacan, identity also operates at the level of the imaginary. Fanon follows Lacan in substituting the psychoanalytic concept of identification for the Hegelian concept of recognition. This is a procedure which marks their common lineage in the French reception of Hegel, via the highly influential post-Heideggerian reading of the Phenomenology provided by Kojève, 1969. But, for Fanon, the blockage which detotalizes the Hegelian recognition of the one by the other in the exchange of the racialized look, arises from the historically specific, specular structure of racism, not from the general mechanism of self-identification. The political implications of this deviation are highly significant. For the whole thrust of Babha's text accepting a politics of subversion which lives with ambivalence, without trying to transcend or sublate it, Aufhebung, is the political consequence of a Lacanian theoretical position, where ambivalence is a necessary part of the script, whereas Fanon's theoretical position that this radicalization of the mirror stage is a pathological condition, forced on the black subject by colonialism, has the political question of how to end this alienation inscribed in it. Fanon cannot, politically, live with this ambivalence, since it is the ambivalence that is killing him. So, is the mechanism of misrecognition which, according to Lacan, is the condition for the formation of subjectivity in the dialectics of desire from the place of the other, implying a permanent lack of fullness for the self, part of a general ontology, or is it historically specific to the colonial relation? Fanon's answer, at least, seems clear. There is of course the moment of being for others of which Hegel speaks, but every ontology is made unattainable in a colonized and civilized society. Ontology does not permit us to understand the being of the black man. For not only must the black man be black, he must be black in relation to the white man. Some critics remind us that this proposition has a converse. I say this is false, Fanon 1986, 109-10. In fact, the strategy of Fanon's text is to engage with certain positions which have been advanced as part of a general ontology, and then to show how this fails to operate or to explain the specific predicament of the black colonial subject. What we have to confront, then, is not some mere textual or theoretical squabble between the different ways in which the Lacanian look from the place of the other is inscribed in Fanon's text and Babha's rereading of it, which we can resolve by some brutal and arbitrary act of political judgment. It is a much deeper, more serious, more politically and theoretically resonant problem than that. It points to the as yet deeply unresolved question in so-called post-colonial studies as to how to reconcile or at least hold in a proper balance in its paradigm of explanation and reading, both Fanon's spectacular demonstration of the power of the racial binary to fix, and Babha's equally important and theoretically productive argument that all binary systems of power are nevertheless, at the same time, often if not always, troubled and subverted by ambivalence and disavowal. Our dilemma is how to think together the overwhelming power of the binary, which persists despite everything in all racially inflected systems of power and representation, and certainly survives their endless theoretical deconstruction, and simultaneously the ambivalences, the openings, the slippages which the suturing of racial discourse can never totally close up. In my view, this is inadequately resolved by subscribing to either position on its own. We remain between Babha's moment of discursive ambivalence and Fanon's moment of fixity, B. Hall 1995. Where did Fanon get this version of the dialectic of desire and recognition which, in a sense, he grafts onto Lacan? How did he get so deep into the Lacanian look, and yet so profoundly misconstrue it? These are important questions, not least because it is precisely their double register, the absence of a final resolution between them, which constitutes the excitement of Fanon's work for so many contemporary black visual artists. This question brings us to the second overlapping but unconcluded dialogue, which Homi Bhabha's account tends to underplay for obvious reasons, the dialogue of Fanon with Sartre, or, more accurately, through Sartre to the ghost of Hegel, especially the master-slave dialectic outlined in the Phenomenology. The master-slave trope governs a great deal of Fanon's thinking in Black Skin, White Masks, as it did much of French intellectual thought at this time. It was in reference to the master-slave trope that Lacan said at every turn, "I take my bearings," and it is this metaphor which opens the dialogue of otherness and desire in Fanon's text. Man can be for himself only when he is a being for the other. See Forrester 1988, 222. It speaks especially to Fanon's concerns, not only because of its historical relevance in the master-slave form, elsewhere, it had been translated as bondsman-serf, but also because of the centrality which Hegel's account gives to the life and death struggle, which is the final phase of the slave's struggle for recognition. For Fanon, it is the fundamental inequality, the lack of all reciprocity inscribed in the positions of master and slave, when read in the colonial relation, which opens the necessity for the slave's struggle to the death, a theme which comes to dominate Fanon's later work. However, here again, Fanon explicitly marks his difference from a general Hegelian ontology, Fanon 1986, 220 and 8. At the foundation of the Hegelian dialectic, he argues, man is human only to the extent to which he tries to impose his existence on another man in order to be recognized by him, Fanon 1986, 216. There must be an absolute reciprocity. They recognize themselves as mutually recognizing each other, Fanon 1986, 217. When this is resisted, it awakens the desire for recognition, and it is this which makes the slave willing to undertake a savage struggle, even to the death, since it is solely by risking life that freedom is obtained, Fanon 1986, 218. However, for Fanon, the Negro slave has never struggled to the death with the master, or staked his life. He has been given freedom, which is, in reality, nothing but the freedom to assume the attitude of the master, to sit at his table. Let's be nice to niggers, Fanon 1986, 220. Once again, then, the colonial relation has interposed a specificity which deflects the Hegelian master-slave dialectic, just as, earlier, it inflected the Lacanian mirror phase, in a new direction. In Hegel, Fanon argues, the master imposes a slavish work on the slave. But in turning from the master towards work, the slave raises himself above his own given nature, creating himself objectively, voluntarily and consciously, or, better, actively or freely, Kojève 1969, 229. However, Fanon says, in the colonial relation, the master does not want recognition, only work. And the slave does not abandon the master, but turns to him, abandoning the object. The Negro is therefore less independent in the struggle for recognition than the Hegelian slave, because he wants to be like the master. He is denied recognition, and constructs his own being for himself through that denial. There is, however, another twist. The description of the look in the chapter titled "The Fact of Blackness" not only appropriates the Hegelian trope for Fanon's own purpose. It has also been further refracted through the existential universe of Sartre's rereading of Hegel in Being and Nothingness. In Sartre, the look from the place of the other is more appropriative and possessive than the narcissistic form it assumes in Lacan. It steals the self from its in itself. It empties the subject, a metaphor which seems only a whisper away from Lacan's lack but is in fact light years away, lodged as it is in a Sartrean universe of existential scarcity. As Sartre wrote in Being and Nothingness, 1969, if we start with the first revelation of the other as a look, we must recognize that we experience our inapprehensible being for others in the form of a possession. I am possessed by the other. The other's look fashions my body in its nakedness. By virtue of consciousness the other is for me simultaneously the one who has stolen my body from me and the one who causes there to be a being which is my being. I believe we can see the complex trace of the master/slave trope in a number of unexpected places in Fanon's text. I have noted the pervasive masculinist focus of black skin, white masks. It is the question of the black man's desire, what does the black man want? Which, as Kobina Mercer points out, triggers the text. The chapters The Woman of Color and the White Man and The Man of Color and the White Woman, which deal with the white woman's so-called pathological desire to sleep with black men, and with the neurotic meaning, as Fanon interprets it, of the black man's desire for white women, though containing some important insights into the way projective sexual fantasies become racialized as they become gendered and racialized fantasies become genitalist, rather than simply sexualized, are nevertheless extremely problematic. The absence of any proper discussion of how the general dialectics of the racialized look applies, and how it may be differentiated between black men and women, is even more troubling. The way Fanon deals with the black woman when she unexpectedly surfaces in his text registers as shocking, but not unsurprising. Those who grant our conclusions on the psychosexuality of the white woman may ask what we have to say about the woman of color. I know nothing about her, 1986, 179-80. Equally troubling are the passages on homosexuality, dissected at length in Kobina Mercer's essay elsewhere in this collection. It is in the context of the passage in which Fanon both acknowledges and disavows that there is any homosexuality in Martinique that he makes the astonishing remark about the absence of the Oedipus complex in the Antilles, Fanon 1986, 180-44. The debate as to whether the Oedipus complex is culturally relative is a long-running saga. There may well be cultures where it can be shown to take another form or even not exist at all, although, far from freeing us from some Eurocentric tyranny, this usually throws us back to an essentialist biological notion of how sexual difference is constituted. But I am afraid the Caribbean is the least promising scenario in which to try to prove the absence of the Oedipal drama. With its son-fixated mothers and mother-fixated sons, its complex paternities common to all slave societies of real black fathers and symbolic white ones, along with its deeply troubled, assertively heterosexual and often homophobic black masculinities, the Caribbean lives out the loss of social power by substituting an aggressively phallocentered black manhood. The absence of women and the mother in Fanon's text leads one to wonder whether, figuratively, he didn't replace the triadic structure of the Oedipal scenario with the binary coupling of the master/slave trope. This ambiguous primal scene was beautifully transposed during Mirage into a different, more complex, and less homophobic register in Bear, Steve McQueen's 1993 film of two black men locked in a playful wrestle. Do all these Hegelian and Sartrean convolutions matter? There are some critics who believe that the status of Fanon as a black hero and icon is damaged by the suggestion that he might have learned anything or worse actually been in dialogue with the themes of European philosophy. This kind of essentialism is worse than useless if we are to think seriously about Fanon. It reveals how little such critics understand Fanon's deep implication in French culture and philosophy as a result of his French colonial upbringing, formation, and education in Martinique. How much of the tortured thinking through of the complicities of the colonial relation which was part of the impulse behind black skin, white masks was autobiographical in inspiration. These critics forget that Fanon, like many other bright young colonial intellectuals, went to study in France, became locked in a deep internal argument with the various currents of thought which he found there, and went to North Africa as a salaried member of the French Colonial Psychiatric Service, see Verges 1996. They do not understand that, in Martinique, for many intellectuals, to be anti-colonial and opposed to the old white indigenous plutocracy was to be for French Republican ideology, with its rallying cry of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Fanon may have travelled far from all that, but it is not clear that he ever left it all behind. The career of someone like his compatriot Aimé Césaire is incomprehensible without understanding the complexity of the relations which constituted French colonialism for black intellectuals in the Antilles. The Hegelian Sartrean convolutions matter in another respect. It is only in the light of Hegel's life and death struggle that we can understand the shadow of death which lengthens over Fanon's later work, that which he called the savage struggle, and the convolutions of death is that which opens up the possibility of the impossibility. It is death, Hegel's absolute lord, that makes possible the restoration of the black man's self-constituting activity, in itself for itself, Fanon 1986, 218. This can be seen in Fanon's commitment to the death to the Algerian struggle as well as the Wretched of the Earth, with its in the shadow of death urgency. It was written when Fanon already knew he was dying of leukemia, and its invocation of the necessity of violence in the revolutionary struggle for freedom. This brings us to the third dialogue, which is Fanon's debate with negritude, or the idea of black culture as a positive source of identification, and the question of cultural nationalism and race as an autonomous force. Fanon returns to this subject matter in Black Skin, White Masks in relation to Césaire, but more significantly in relation to Sartre's famous Black Orpheus preface to Senghor's Présence africaine anthology of African writing. The underlying issue had to do with Fanon's complex relation, on the one hand, to Sartre's humanist universalism, which saw negritude as a necessary transitional stage of consciousness, and on the other hand Fanon's unresolved oscillations in relation to nationalism. He was critical of nationalism as the privileged form of Third World struggle, yet he was a passionate supporter of the national cultural movement in the wider revolutionary struggle in Africa. This made Fanon, in Neil Lazarus's terms, 1987, not a nationalist but a nationalitarian. The question touches an issue of continuing controversy in post-colonial Africa and elsewhere, which is probably more significant now in the wake of the crisis of the post-independence state than it was for Fanon at the time of writing, an issue whose surface was barely scratched by the ICA conference's focus on black skin, white masks. It was in relation to the negritude question, which is far too convoluted to attempt to disentangle here, that Fanon, 1970, wrote some of his most vitriolic phrases on the illusion of black culture, and where, incidentally, one can find one of his most ambiguous and startling uses of the word mirage, which was the title of the ICA's project. With his eyes on Africa, the West Indian discovered himself to be a transplanted son of slaves. He felt the vibration of Africa in the depth of his body and aspired only to one thing, to plunge into the great black hole. It thus seems that the West Indian, after the Great White Error, is now living in the Great Black Mirage. This was by no means his last or most definitive comment on the issue, but it is a pretty decisive one and deeply paradoxical, as is so much of Fanon in relation to any simple cultural nationalist appropriation of his legacy. The passages of severe criticism leveled at Césaire and negritude in Black Skin, White Masks are countered elsewhere by a more sympathetic treatment. The supreme confidence with which Sartre placed Senghor's collection as transitional in relation to a universal humanism did not rest easily in Fanon's mind. He never resolved the tensions between these two claims. I find myself in agreement, on this point at least, with Benito Perry's recent, 1994, insistence on Fanon's persistent instabilities, on the unresolved arguments and the incomplete oscillations which make Black Skin, White Masks fundamentally an open text, and hence a text we are obliged to go on, working with. In particular, I am pulled back to Fanon's many voices as the sign of the multivocality of the dialogue going on in his head, which came to no settled conclusions. Perry proposes that Black Skin, White Masks is Fanon's learning process, a kind of journey of self-education and self-transformation without the solace of an arrival. I agree, then, with the reasons which Homi K. Babha advances for the importance of Black Skin, White Masks at this conjuncture. He characterizes Fanon's text as a jagged testimony of colonial dislocations which in the end refuses the ambition of any total theory of colonial oppression. In my reading of the text, Fanon is more consistently drawn to the question of political oppression in a specifically colonial historical context as the violation of a human essence than Babha suggests. This refrain is textually insistent, central to his evolving political vision, less a lapse into, a lament in his more existential moment than Babha allows. But I also agree with Babha about Fanon's insistence on exploring the question, what does the black man want, to its depths. This question, as enigmatic and unconsciously charged as Freud's "What does woman want?" nevertheless pushes us to that dangerous point, beyond the limit, where cultural alienation bears down on the ambivalence of psychic identification. Babha 1986, 11. This is a place many right-on critics are determined to avoid. Fanon's insistence on thinking this dangerous moment in terms of fantasy and the desire for the other transforms our notion of politics and of political demands. The question is, what are we to do with the uncertain dark which Babha suggests is always the accompaniment to the emergence of truly radical thought? Does working with Fanon require that we undertake a symptomatic rereading of Black Skin, White Masks, reciting through the aporias in his text a conceptual scheme which is somehow struggling towards enunciation, going beyond of the text to that absent presence which it implicates but cannot name? Or should we acknowledge that he did not name it because, though uncannily closer to it in more ways than many of his followers and subsequent critics have understood, he is also more distant? Racism is never, for Fanon, simply something which the other does to us. His thinking about it, though finally unresolved, is shaped by an appropriation of some ideas that significantly depart from and in some respects explicitly contradict the place from which we tend to read him today. This requires us to live with a much more radically incomplete Fanon, a Fanon who is somehow more other to us than we would like him, who is bound to unsettle us from whichever direction we read him. This also requires us to engage with the uncomfortable truth that just as truly radical thought never dawns without casting an uncertain dark, so there is no life without its afterlife. Chapter 19. Race, the floating signifier. What more is there to say about race? I want, at what you might think a rather late stage in the game, to return to the question of what we might mean by saying that race is a discursive construct, that it is a sliding signifier. Statements of this kind have acquired a certain status in advanced critical circles these days, but it's very clear that critics and theorists don't always mean the same thing or draw the same inference from the statement when they make it. What's more, the idea that race might be described as a signifier is not one which, in my experience, has penetrated very deeply into or done very effectively the work of unhinging and dislodging what I would call common sense assumptions and everyday ways of talking about race, and of making sense about race in our society today. I'm really talking in part about that great untidy, dirty world in which race matters, outside of the academy as well as what light we may throw on it from inside. More seriously, the dislocating effects on the world, of political mobilization around issues of race and racism, the dislocating effects on the strategies of anti-racist politics and education of thinking of race as a signifier, have not been adequately charted or assessed. Well, you may not be persuaded by the story yet, but that's my excuse for returning at this late date to a topic about which I know many people feel that all that can usefully be said about race has already been said. What do I mean by a floating signifier? Well, to put it crudely, race is one of those major concepts which organize the great classificatory systems of difference, which operate in human societies. And to say that race is a discursive category recognizes that all attempts to ground this concept scientifically, to locate differences between the races, on what one might call scientific, biological, or genetic grounds, have been largely shown to be untenable. We must therefore, it is said, substitute a socio-historical or cultural definition of race for the biological one. As the philosopher Anthony Appiah once put it succinctly in his now renowned and elegantly argued contribution in a book which I think many of you will know, it's the critical inquiry book called Race, Writing and Difference edited by Henry Louis Gates, Gates and Appiah 1992. He argues that it is time, as it were, that the biological concept of race was sunk without trace. As we know, human genetic variability between different populations, normally assigned a racial category, is not significantly greater than it is within those populations. And what W.E.B. Du Bois, who is a great African-American thinker and writer on these questions, a figure not necessarily known in the United Kingdom as well as he should be, who wrote a wonderfully moving text called The Souls of Black Folk, 1903. What Du Bois argues in his essay called The Conservation of Races, 1897, concerns what he called the differences of color, hair, and bone. He observed, and I quote, that races, though they may transcend scientific definition, are clearly defined to the eye of the historian and the sociologist. This is a good thing, because there's a lot of things sociologists don't see. Du Bois thought that racial difference was something they might just make out. Such things are, on the whole, poorly correlated with genetic difference, and on the other hand, impossible to correlate significantly with the cultural, intellectual, or the cognitive characteristics of people, quite apart from being subject to extraordinary variation within any one family, let alone within any one so-called family of races. The survival of biological thinking. I want to note 4 things at once about this general position. First, it represents the by now common and conventional wisdom among leading scientists in the field. Second, that fact has never prevented intense scholarly activity being devoted by a minority of committed academics to attempting to prove a correlation between racially defined genetic characteristics and cultural performance. In other words, we are not dealing with a field in which, as it were, the scientifically and rationally established fact prevents scientists from continuing to try to prove the opposite. Thirdly, I observe that though the radicalized implications of this continuing scientific work into, for example, race and intelligence are vociferously refused and condemned by large numbers of people, certainly by most liberal professionals and especially by black groups of all kinds, in fact a great deal of what is said by such groups, amongst themselves, is predicated precisely on some such assumption, i.e., that some social, political, or cultural phenomenon, like the rightness of a political line, or the merits of a literary and musical production, or the correctness of an attitude or belief, can be traced to and explained by and especially fixed and guaranteed in its truth by the racial character of the person involved. I deduce from this intense scholarly activity the awkward lesson that diametrically opposed political positions can often be derived from the same philosophical argument, that though the genetic explanation of social and cultural behavior is often denounced as racist, the genetic, biological, and physiological definitions of race are alive and well in the common-sense discourse of us all, that the biological, physiological, or genetic definition, having been shown out the front door, tends to sidle around the veranda and climb back in through the window. This is the paradoxical finding which I want to explore and address in what follows. Why should this be so? The badge of race. In an article in Crisis of August 1911, we find Du Bois moving decisively towards writing, and I quote, of civilizations where we can now speak of races, adding that even the physical characteristics including skin color are to no small extent the direct result of a physical and social environment. In addition to being too indefinite and too elusive, he says, to serve the basis for any origin, classification, or division of human groups. Now on the basis of this recognition in Dusk of Dawn, 1940, Du Bois abandons the scientific definition of race in favor of the fact that he's writing about Africans, that Africans and people of African descent have what he calls a common racial ancestry, because it's important to note this: they have a common history, have suffered a common disaster, and have one long memory of disaster. Because color, though of little meaning in itself, is really important, Du Bois argues, as a badge for the social heritage of slavery, the dissemination and the insult of that experience. A badge, a token, a sign, here indeed is the idea, hinted at in the title of my talk, that race is a signifier, and that racialized behavior and difference needs to be understood as a discursive, not necessarily as a genetic or biological fact. Race as a language, a floating signifier. I don't want to deviate here with a long theoretical disquisition about the terms that I'm using, to bore you to tears. I simply want to remind you that the model being proposed here is closer to that of how a language works than of how our biology or our physiologies work. That race is more like a language, than it is like the way in which we are biologically constituted. You may think that's an absurd and ridiculous thing to say, you may even now be surreptitiously glancing around the room, just to make sure that you know your visual appearances are in full working order. I assure you they are. People do look rather peculiar, some of them are brown, some of them are quite black, some of you are pretty brown, some of you are really disgustingly pink in the current light. But, there's nothing wrong with your appearances, but I want to insist to you that nevertheless, the argument that I want to make to you is that race works like a language. And signifiers refer to the systems and concepts of the classification of a culture, to its practices for making meaning. And those things gain their meaning, not because of what they contain in their essence, but in the shifting relations of difference, which they establish with other concepts and ideas in a signifying field. Their meaning, because it is relational, and not essential, can never be finally fixed, but is subject to the constant process of redefinition and appropriation, to the losing of old meanings and appropriation and collection and contracting of new ones, to the endless process of being constantly resignified, made to mean something different in different cultures, in different historical formations at different moments of time. The meaning of a signifier can never be finally or transhistorically fixed. That is, it is always, or there is always, a certain sliding of meaning, always a margin not yet encapsulated in language and meaning, always something about race left unsaid. Always someone a constitutive outside whose very existence the identity of race depends on, and which is absolutely destined to return from its expelled and abject position outside the signifying field to trouble the dreams of those who are comfortable inside. But what about the reality of racial discrimination and violence? I address this point directly because I believe this is exactly where the more skeptical amongst you may be beginning to think, all right, you might say perhaps race is not after all a matter of genetic factors, of biology, of physiological characteristics, of the morphology of the body, not a matter of color, hair, and bone, that chilling threesome that Du Bois frequently quotes. But you may say, can you seriously be claiming that it is simply a signifier, an empty sign, that it is not fixed in its inner nature, that it cannot be secured in its meaning, that it floats in a sea of relational differences? Is that the argument that you're advancing? And isn't it not only wrong, but a trivial, and I hear the word being rustled in the audience, an idealist approach to the brute facts of human history, which after all have disfigured the lives, and crippled and constrained the potentialities of literally millions of the world's dispossessed? After all, why don't we use the evidence of our eyes? If race was such a complicated thing, why would it be so manifestly obvious everywhere we look? I have to say it again because I can feel the sense of relief that after skirting around through these various discursive structures we have come to know after all what we all know about race. Its reality. You can see its effects, you can see it in the faces of the people around you, you can see people pulling the skirts aside as people from another racial group come into the room. You can see the operation of racial discrimination in institutions and so on. What is the need of all this scholarly hullabaloo about race, when you can just turn to its reality? What trail through history is more literally marked by blood and violence, by the genocide of the Middle Passage, by the horrors of plantation servitude, and the hanging tree? A signifier, a discourse, yes, that is my argument. Two positions, the realist and the textual. Since we are concerned here not with abstract theoretical critique but with an attempt to unlock the secrets of the functioning in modern history of racial systems of classification, let me turn to this question of how indeed one sees this functioning around the troubling question of the gross physical differences of color, bone, and hair, which constitute the material substratum, the absolute final common denominator of racial classifying systems. When all the other refinements have been wiped away, there seems to be a sort of irreducible, ineradicable minimum there, the differences, which are palpable among people, which we call race. Where on earth do they come from, if they are simply, as I want to claim, discursive? Broadly speaking, as I understand it, there are really three options here. First, we can hold that the differences of a physiological kind or nature really do provide the basis for classifying human races into families, and once they can be proved to do so, they can adequately be represented in our systems of thought and language. That's a kind of realist position, it really is there, and all we have to do is reflect what is out there in the world, adequately in the systems of language and knowledge which we use to conduct investigations into its effects. Well, a second possibility is to hold what is sometimes called the purely textual or linguistic position. Race here, is autonomous of any system reference. It can only be tested, not against the actual world of human diversity, but within the play of the text, within the play of the differences that we construct in our own language. A third position, the discursive. But there is a third position, the third position is the one to which I subscribe. It's often the third position I subscribe to, as it turns out. I don't know what you want to make of that, but there it is. The third position is that there are probably differences of all sorts in the world, that difference is a kind of anomalous existence out there, a kind of random series of all sorts of things in what you call the world. There's no reason to deny this reality or this diversity. I think it's sometimes, not always, what Foucault means when he talks about the extra-discursive. I don't want to stir up the Foucauldians there, it's only when these differences have been organized within language, within discourse, within systems of meaning, that the differences can be said to acquire meaning and become a factor in human culture and regulate conduct. That is the nature of what I'm calling the discursive concept of race. It's not that nothing exists of differences, but that what matters are the systems we use to make sense, to make human societies intelligible. The system we bring to those differences, how we organize those differences into systems of meaning, with which, as it were, we could find the world intelligible. And this has nothing to do with denying that, as I say, the audience test, if you looked around, you'd find we did after all look somewhat different from one another. I think these are discursive systems because the interplay between the representation of racial difference, the writing of power, and the production of knowledge, is crucial to the way in which they are generated, and the way in which they function. I use the word discursive here to mark the transition theoretically from the more formal understanding of difference to an understanding of how ideas and knowledges of difference organize human practice between individuals. Religion, a first go at racial classification. Racial classifying systems themselves have a history, and their modern history seems to emerge where peoples of very different kinds first encounter and have to make sense of peoples of another culture who are significantly different from them, and we can date when that historical encounter occurred. I don't want to talk about that at the moment. When the Old World first encountered the New, the peoples of the New World, they put to them a question. It's the famous question that Sepulveda put to Las Casas when the subject was debated within the Catholic Church: what is the nature of the peoples that we have found in the New World? Now, they didn't say what I think the religious amongst you would like to hear them say. Well, these are they not, men like us, and our brothers? Are they not women like us, and our sisters? No, they didn't say that. That took a very, very long time to come, about 200 or 300 years before the abolitionist movement thought of putting a question like that. No, what they said is, are these true men? That is to say, do they belong even to the same species as we do, or are they born of another creation? And here for centuries it was not science, but religion, religion standing as the signifier of knowledge and truth. Where the human science is, and then science itself was later destined to stand, would ground the truth of human difference and diversity in some fact which was controllable, which could put them over there, and us over here, them in the boats and us on top of the civilization that we had conquered, and so on. Sleeping easier, the cultural function of knowledge. It is that act of organizing people through their differences into different social groups, which is the act of social and human classification, that is what is being sought first in a religious discourse, then in an anthropological discourse, and finally in a scientific discourse. Here, each of these knowledges is functioning not as the provision of the truth, but as what makes men and women sleep well in their beds at night. They're kind of soothers, they're knowledge soothers, they're tucking the soothers into the mouth. First you pop in the religious one, and you hope to find that after all, when after all is said and done, God actually created two kinds of men. He had two goes at it, one weekend and then another weekend, and they were over there and we were over here, and it's only long afterwards that we happen to stumble across one another. But there's no thought that we both came from the same place. That soother doesn't work, so you take that out. You pop in another one, an anthropological one that would say, well, they're sort of really like us, that's because we all really come from monkeys, but some of them are much closer to monkeys than we are. Although that may not be an absolute difference, it is enough to found differences in university departments, in publishing, etc. And then finally, when that anthropology itself finally gives up, along comes James Clifford, and he gives us knowledge of what anthropology can do, sort out the sheep from the goats. Then science comes along and says, I can do it, I can do it. Higher genetics, you can't see genetics, it's a wonderful, internal system, we have the clue to it, we can look at it in the laboratory but human beings can't see it. What they see are the effects of the genetic code operating. So it's a wonderfully secret code that only a small number of people have at their disposal, which can do exactly what religion didn't manage to do, and anthropology didn't quite bring off. It can tell you why these people do not belong in the same camp, why they are very different from one another, why they really are a different species. And wouldn't it be good to know that instead of trying to work out whether the ones who are your friends are closer to you than the ones who are not, all that complicated map of alliances, etc., which constitute human relations, wouldn't it be good if you just had something simple to say? I'll just pop into the lab and I'll tell you whether they are or not. And that's what it'll do. Fixing difference, the cultural function of science. Science has a function, a cultural function in our society. Let me pause before I get carried away. I'm not suggesting that there's nothing to science, that's not my business today, and talking about the function which science performs within human cultural systems, I'm talking about the cultural function of science, and I'm saying that the cultural functions of science, in the languages and discourses of racism, have been to provide precisely that guarantee and certainty of absolute difference which no other systems of knowledge up until that point have been able to provide. And that is why the scientific trace remains such a remarkably powerful instrument in human thinking, not only in the academy but everywhere in people's ordinary common-sense discourse. For centuries, the struggle was to establish a binary distinction between two kinds of people. But once you get to the Enlightenment, which says or recognizes everybody is one species, then you have to begin to find a way which marks the difference inside the species, not two species, but how, why, one bit of the species is different, more barbarous, more backwards, more civilized than another part. And you get into a different marking of difference, the difference that is marked inside the system. You know, I mean, listen to the way in which Edmund Burke once wrote to Robertson in 1877, "We need no longer go to history," he said, "to trace the knowledge of human nature in all its stages and periods." Why? Because now the great map of mankind is on a road all at once, and there's no state or gradation of barbarism and no mode of refinement which we do not have at the same instant under our view, as quoted by Meek 1976, 173. That is the panoptic glance of the Enlightenment. Everything, all of human creation, is now, as it were, under the eye of science. And within that, can be marked, the differences that very much matter. And what are they? The very different civility of Europe and of China, the barbarism of Tartary and of Arabia, and the savage state of North America and New Zealand. The point I'm making is it is not science as such, but whatever is in the discourse of a culture, which grounds the truth about human diversity, which unlocks the secret of the relations between nature and culture, which unties the puzzling fact of the human difference which matters. And what matters is not that they contain the scientific truth about difference, but that they function foundationally in the discourse of racial difference. They fix and secure what else otherwise cannot be fixed or secured. They warrant and guarantee the truth of differences, which they discursively construct. Nature equals culture. The relationship here, then, is that culture is made to follow on from nature, to lean on it for its justification. Nature and culture here operate as metaphors for one another. They operate metonymically. It is the function of the discourse and race as a signifier, to make these two systems, nature and culture, correspond with one another, in such a way that it is possible to read off the one against the other. So that once you know where the person fits in the classification of natural human races, you can infer from that what they're likely to think, what they're likely to feel, what they're likely to produce, the aesthetic quality of their productions, and so on. It is constituting a system of equivalencies between nature and culture, which is the function of race as a signifier. In my view, as a discursive system, the biological trace is required so long as this essentializing, naturalizing function, this way of taking racial difference out of history, out of culture, and locating it beyond the reach of change, so long as that function is part of what racial systems are about. Seeing is believing. However, this is not the only reason why biological reasoning, while functioning, as it were, as if it's largely untrue but still somehow hangs around in the conversation which we conduct around race. That's not the only reason why that is so. What Dubois had started with was precisely the grosser physical differences of color, hair, and bone. There remain anomalous fractural populations that transcend scientific definition. They are, when we come down to it, providing the foundation for the languages of race that we speak every day. The stubborn gross physical facts, of color, hair, or bone. Now, the central fact about these gross physical differences is not that they are based on genetic differences, but they are clearly visible to the eye. They are what, palpably, to the untutored, unscientific eye, makes race a thing which we continue to talk about. They are, in a sense, beyond dispute. They are brute, physical biological facts about human vision that appear in the field of vision. Where seeing is believing. In Black Skin, White Masks, 1967, Frantz Fanon was transfixed by the inscription of racial difference on the surface of the black body itself. What he called the dark and unarguable evidence of his own blackness. I am a slave, he said, not of an idea that others have of me, but of my own appearance, I am fixed by it. For what indeed, of course, what can people be transfixed by other than by that which is so powerfully and evidently concretely undeniable there, a racial difference which writes itself indelibly on the script of the body? Genetics, making sense of difference. What gives rise to these evident and visible signs of racial difference? Fuzzy hair, big noses, thick lips, large behinds. And as the French writer Michel Cornot once delicately put it, penises as big as cathedrals. What gives rise to all that is of course the genetic code. I mean, it's not just that those things are there because nobody ever conducted the experiment and tried to actually sort out a palpable group of people who contain some of these differences, you know, carefully and discreetly into two opposing groups. It simply cannot be done. Just simply can't be done. You get some people over there and a few people over there, and then they are all those wishy-washy things in the middle that keep slipping and sliding from inside to outside. It's just not quite possible to actually fix it. So, actually, though race is something that you can plainly see, what fixes it is because we all know, we scientific folk, what is behind these is the genetic code which regrettably you cannot see but from which you can infer the fact that some have large behinds, and some people have fuzzy hair, and some people have big noses and some people for all I know have penises as big as a cathedral. But you can't set about organizing the population, you know, if I say drop your pants and if I tell you whether you are this or that, because the thing is just too anomalous for that. But you can be sure that genetically some code has actually given at the level of the surface, of appearances these differences. We poor mortals have to work with this confusing surface of appearances because we can't get access to the genetic code. Reading the body. Well, this is quite true, but what I am afraid that you're saying, what you're telling me, is that actually, these things which you can see are also signifiers. You are reading them as signs of a code that you can't see. You assume that it is the genetic code creating these gross differences of color, hair, and bone. And only because of that can you use it as a way of distinguishing between one group of people and another. If I were to say, it happened by chance, that is not the answer we are looking for. We are looking for the fact that you can read the body as a text. It is a text. Now my friends, you know, I know you will say, if you hit me, cut me, I'll bleed. You run over me in the street, as is frequently the case in front of the New Cross entrance. You know, I will be flattened. It may be, but insofar as what we are talking about is the system for classifying difference, the body is a text. And we are all readers of it. And we go around, looking at this text, inspecting it like literary critics. Closer and closer for those very fine differences, these are such small differences, and then when that does work, we start to run like a true structuralist, we start to run the combinations. Well, if I perm, you know, not so big nose, with rather fuzzy hair, and a sort of largish behind and goodness knows what, I might sort of come out. We are readers of race, that's what we are doing, we are readers of social difference. And the body is here, which you know is cited as if it is what terminates the argument when you say race is a signifier. No, it is not. See the folks out there, they are different. You can tell they are different. Well, that very obviousness, the very obviousness of the visibility of race is what persuades me that it functions because it is signifying something. It is a text, which we can read. Why we have to move beyond reality. Now this notion that even the genetic code is only imprinted on us through the body rather than on the body, that you can't stop at the surface of the black body itself, as if that, well, I was going to say, as if that brought the argument to a close. But that is exactly why the body is invoked in the discourse in that way. In the hope that it will bring the argument to a close, that if you invoke reality itself, if you say, the blackest person in the room step this way, somehow pointing to him or her will destroy all my argument. Just look there. That is exactly the function of invoking the body, as if it is the ultimate transcendental signifier, as if this is the marker beyond which all arguments will stop, all language will cease, all discourse will fall away before this reality. I think we can't turn to the reality of race because the reality of race itself is what is standing in the way of our understanding, in a profound way. What the meaning is of saying that race is cultural system. Analyzing the stories of the body. I said that in Fanon's book Black Skin, White Masks he's entranced and obsessed by the trauma of his own appearance and what it means. He is driven wild by the fact that he is caught and locked in this body which the other, the white other, knows just by looking at him. The other can see through him just by reading the text of the black body. He's obsessed by that fact. And yet, as I am sure you know, when it came to it, the power and importance of black skin, white masks is that Fanon understood that beneath what he called the bodily and corporeal schema was another schema. It's a schema composed of the stories and the anecdotes, and the metaphors, and the images, which is really what constructs the relationship between the body and its social and cultural space. Those stories, not the fact itself. The fact itself is just that trap of the surface which allows us to rest with what is obvious. It's so manifestly there. The trap in racism is precisely to allow what is manifestly there, what offers it to us as a symptom of appearance, to stand in the place of what is in fact one of the most profound and deeply complex of the cultural systems. It allows us to make a distinction between inside and outside, between us and them, between who belongs and who doesn't belong. That apparently simple, obvious, and banal fact requires the invocation of whole territories of knowledge in order to produce it as a simple, obvious, visible fact. In this way, race is more like sexual difference. Racial difference is more like sexual difference than it is like the other systems of difference, precisely because anatomy, physiology, appears to wind the question up, and what we know about and have learned gradually about sexual difference, that is to say the profundity of the depth that lies behind the making of that distinction, is what we need now to begin to learn about the languages of race which we speak. Why does it matter? Battling racism. Though race cannot perform the function it was asked to do by providing the truth and fixing that truth beyond the shadow of a doubt, it is difficult to get rid of because it is so difficult in the languages of race to do without some kind of foundational guarantee. The point I am making here, about the necessity of a foundational guarantee, is not a theoretical argument, or not a theoretical argument only. It is a political argument, because so much of the politics both of race and of anti-race are founded on the notion that somehow, somewhere, biology or genetics or physiology or color or something other than human history and culture will guarantee the truth and authenticity of the things we believe and want to do. It is the search for that guarantee as much in the politics of anti-racism, as in the politics of racism which makes us, which addicts us, to the preservation of the biological trait. It is hard to give up because in the end, we don't know what it is like to try to conduct a politics, especially a politics of anti-racism, without a guarantee. We don't know what it is like to conduct politics without a guarantee. We want somehow to be told something which tells us that the contingent, open-ended, usually wrong political choices we make can, in the end, be read off against some other more scientific theoretical template which, if we only had hold of the beginning, would have told us what was right and what was not. We need the guarantee we need to have in the sleep of reason, that which says, yes, do it, because it not only feels like and looks like, and is the right thing as far as your calculations can take it, but in the end it will be right, there is something which will make it right. That is because the people holding it, after all, these are the people you know, these are good people. How in the name of people come together around this common form of identification, how could they be wrong? But the truth is that, like all ordinary human beings, they could. We could all be wrong. And often are. Quite usually are in fact, and in our politics almost always are, you might say. The one thing we are not is guaranteed in the truth of what we do. Indeed, I believe that without that kind of guarantee we would need to begin again in another space, begin again from a different set of presuppositions to try to ask ourselves what might it be in human identification, in human practice, in the building of human alliances, which without the guarantee, without the certainty of religion or science or anthropology or genetics or biology or the appearance of your eyes, without any guarantees at all, might enable us to conduct an ethically responsible human discourse and practice about race in our society. What might it be like to conduct that, without having at our backs just a touch of a certainty that even if we look as if we were wrong, if we only had access to the code, something would have told us in the beginning what we should do. And this is an uncomfortable truth. It's an uncomfortable truth, of course, for those who would have liked to invoke the biological or genetic trace as a way of stopping the argument. But it is also a very difficult truth to come to terms with amongst those people who feel, as it were, the reality of race gives a kind of guarantee or underpinning to their political argument and their aesthetic judgments and their social and cultural beliefs. Once you enter the politics of the end of the biological definition of race, you are plunged headlong into the only world we have. The maelstrom of a continuously contingent unguaranteed political argument, debate, and practice. A critical politics against racism, which is always a politics of criticism. Chapter 20. In but not of Europe. Europe and its myths. Europe is literally an invention of the Third World. Frantz Fanon, the wretched of the earth. Where does Europe begin and end? Has it always existed, and if not, when did it start? What is the new Europe's relation to its past? Which parts of Europe belong to the idea of Europe and which do not? Is Europe the product of a universal idea, whose contemporary existence can be adequately captured in terms of some earlier figure or trope? Or is it only now emerging in response to forces which are radically, constitutively, novel: the withering of the nation-state, the new global economy, the reconfigurations of global power, the challenge of a superpower American hegemony? What role does the imaginary or myth have to play in this process? My title is drawn from some observations by C.L.R. James, one of the leading Caribbean-born intellectuals of his and of any generation, who lived for many years in Europe and North America, and who was the author of that still unsurpassed history of the slave revolution in Santo Domingo, Haiti, in the 1790s, the Black Jacobins, 1980. James's life and work could be seen as personifying many of the contradictions of the encounter between Europe and its others. He was born in Trinidad, but left it as a young man for England in the early years of the 20th century to become the first black cricket correspondent for the Manchester Guardian. He wrote a wonderful autobiographical memoir entitled Beyond a Boundary. James was schooled, like all of us colonials in the years before independence, in the classics of English and European literature. He told me with great pride that he read Thackeray's Vanity Fair once every year, and spoke French well enough to research his history of the Haitian Revolution from the original sources in the Bibliothèque Nationale. A Marxist and a passionate anti-Stalinist, he wrote a treatise on Hegel and the dialectic, and interviewed Trotsky in exile in Mexico on the Negro question, and then broke with Trotskyism because of the unsatisfactory nature of the old man's replies. He was active in the Pan-African movement in England between the wars, a close friend of Jomo Kenyatta's and Francis Nkrumah's, and mentor of Trinidad's Prime Minister Eric Williams, an outline for whose groundbreaking study Capitalism and Slavery Williams' 1944 James is alleged to have sketched on the back of an envelope. Active in left circles in the U.S. in the 1940s, James wrote an unfinished masterpiece, American Civilization. The closest parallel is Gramsci's brilliantly prophetic essay Americanism and Fordism, and when he was finally deported for un-American activities, he offered as his defense his reading of Moby Dick. He thought it the great American novel. He identified the great climacterics of European history, Greek drama, the frescoes of Michelangelo, the language of Shakespeare, Hegel, and Marx, the ideas of the French Revolution, the music of Beethoven, Lenin, and the Russian Revolution as the privileged moments of human creativity. See, inter alia, James 1978, 1980, 1993, 1994. Yet when asked what his attitude was towards Europe, C.L.R. James replied that he was in but not of it. Those people, he added, who are in Western civilization, who have grown up in it but yet are not completely a part of it, have a unique insight, something special to contribute. James 1984. George Simmel said something similar about the figure of the stranger. I don't know about a unique insight, or a special contribution, but I do know, as someone formed through and through in a relationship in colonial dependence, subalternity, and otherness to Europe, that and but not of it most accurately captures the ambivalences that haunt my own identifications. Much of this ambivalence is situational. I confess to feeling most aggressively European in America, most aware that I can never really be European when actually in Europe. I want to stay with James's ambivalent formulation because it says so much about the difficulties in finding a figure for Europe. The Jamaican anthropologist David Scott, 2004, argues that James represented Toussaint Louverture, the slave leader of the San Dominican Revolution, as ultimately a tragic figure. Not because of his tactical mistakes, but because of the historical space in which he was obliged to operate. Toussaint abhorred the savage and humiliating plantation regime imposed by French colonists on the African slaves, and was drawn to the flame of resistance when it flared up in the slave villages. But his concept of freedom, as James shows, was also deeply shaped by his reading of the radical Enlightenment philosophes, and the ideas of the French Revolution itself. As a black Jacobin, Toussaint looked to revolutionary France for the gift of emancipation. He was destined to be disappointed. Les Amis des Noirs at first emancipated only the coloreds. Abolition was then reluctantly extended to all slaves, but when Napoleon came to power he revoked the edict and restored slavery. It was only many decades later that slavery was eventually abolished in the French Empire. According to David Scott, Toussaint's conception of the political future depended upon the horizon established by the categories liberty, fraternity, equality, ideas which constituted the framework of his mind. Trapped in the horizon, the problem space of these ideas, he was confronted by an impossible choice, for he could neither return to slavery nor conceive of Saint-Domingue without France. Slavery and the Haitian Revolution thus constituted the limit case of the great European idea of the universal rights of man. Freedom for black slaves represented an unsurpassable frontier, the constitutive outside to the so-called universality of the European conception of liberty, equality, fraternity. Scott argues that the problem space within which Toussaint had to think the question of freedom, and the conditions he lived which harnessed the backward brutalities of plantation slavery to the advanced European economy, condemned him to be a modern figure, but of a modernity he could only live as fate. In Scott's felicitous phrase, Toussaint was a conscript of modernity. I believe all of us who, in C.L.R. James's terms, are in but not of Europe, who live our intimacy with Europe, as well as its impossibility as fate, are in that sense Europe's conscripts. Inevitably, therefore, we conscripts view the rising demand to find a figure for the new Europe, a myth which encapsulates and condenses the idea of Europe, which shows that the new configuration had its foundation in a classical idea of great antiquity very differently from those who see it from inside. From within, Europe has always represented itself as somehow autochthonous, producing itself, by itself, from within itself, whereas we have always been obliged to ask, how does Europe imagine its unity? How can it be imagined, in relation to its others? What does Europe look like from its liminal edge, from what Ernesto Lacau or Judith Butler would call its constitutive outside? See, Inter alia, Lacau and Mouth 1985, Butler 1993. For Lacau and Butler, all identities are ultimately an effect of power, since their inner homogeneity what gives their members the sense that they belong together because they are all the same is the effect of symbolically excluding difference. Identities are thus constructed through difference, they are what they are because of all the things they are not, because of what they lack. But insofar as identities depend on what they are not, they implicitly affirm the importance of what is outside them, which often then returns to trouble and unsettle them from the inside. Nothing could be more true of Europe, which has constantly, at different times, in different ways, and in relation to different others, tried to establish what it is its identity by symbolically marking its difference from them. Each time, far from producing a stable and settled entity, Europe has had to reimagine or represent itself differently. We are at another such moment now. Of course I understand what is driving the search for the myths of Europe, that idea, figure, or image which might impose a unifying vision, a common framework of intelligibility, on highly diverse societies, whose histories have dramatically diverged over the centuries, a story, perhaps, which could lend depth and texture to the relative cultural thinness which the emerging spectre of the New Europe, or the European Union, presents, not to speak of its potentially vociferous cultural diversity. It is an imaginative project to try to examine Europe from the point of view of a history of its imaginary. However, disconcertingly, the search for Europe's myth could also turn out to be an exercise in the production of yet another version of Europe's foundational story. After all, isn't this what foundational myths are for? They provide a magical starting point. They suggest that the present can be imagined as just another episode in a long-running story that has been unfolding since time immemorial, and which was already foreshadowed and foretold and thus legitimated in its origins. There is a possibility that current efforts to rework the myth of Europe's foundations, and the search for some newly defined origin, will license Europe, once again, to disavow its historic instability and its deep interconnections with other histories, and to somehow seamlessly reconnect the mythical past with Europe's disrupted recent, present and future. We must beware lest, as all such foundational myths attempt to do, it binds the disconcerting discontinuities, brutal ruptures, grim inequalities, and unforeseen contingencies of Europe's real history into the telos of a consoling circular narrative whose end is already foreshadowed by its beginning. Benedict Anderson, 1983, calls such efforts at narrativization the construction of an imagined community. Imagined, he argues, because its members can never know or meet their fellow members, so that the latter exist for them, principally, in the way each must live the image of their community, what he calls their deep, horizontal comradeship in the mind. So nations and supranational communities, if they are to hang together, and construct a sense of belongingness amongst their members, cannot simply be political, economic, or geographical entities, they also depend on how they are represented and imagined. They exist within, not outside, representation, the imaginary. Stories, symbols, images, rituals, monuments, historic events, typical landscapes, and above all myths, told and retold, lend significance to our humdrum existence by connecting our banal, everyday, lives with a larger, more poetic, destiny which predates and will outlive us. As Homi Bhabha, 1990, observed, communities, like narratives, lose their origins in the myths of time and only fully realize their horizons in the mind's eye. Myths, Levi Strauss, 1966, once remarked, are good to think with. But he also took care to remind us that the solutions they seem to offer are often magical ones. The Europa myth. The Europa myth is an attractive starting point. It is drawn from the European myth reservoir of classical Greece, the wellspring of the European imaginary. The beautiful Phoenician maiden succumbs on the beach to the seductions of Zeus in the shape of the horned and garlanded white bull, and rides off on his back into the sunset, only later, much later presumably when she has sown her wild oats, conceding to a respectable union and domestic married bliss with Astrios. This lunar goddess, with the wide, round face and big eyes of the moon, whose abduction was the proximate cause of the founding of Thebes, symbolizes, we are told, the continuous movement westwards, the migratory drift from Asia, Egypt, and the eastern Mediterranean, the diffusion of the alphabet and writing, the spread of agriculture into the fertile Western European plain. Her very name derives from a Semitic root meaning western. She is indeed a prophetic figure for Europe, richly suggestive but difficult to decode. If she represents Europe, why is she from elsewhere? If this is an allegory of love, what has it to tell us about the European conception of the relation between love and seduction, sexual desire and marriage? And who or what, pray, is the bull, deceptively white, but with a definite aura about him of otherness, of sexual power, male compulsion and patriarchal possessiveness, something dark and dangerous, who comes lumbering out of the European collective unconscious and steals Europa away to Crete? Europa is a recurring figure in European art and mythology, as the beautiful book by Luisa Passerini, Il mito di Europa, 2002, demonstrates. The many, varied ways she has been embodied down through the centuries, differently figured and bearing very different meanings, is a testimony to the versatility of the great myths, their multiple possibilities to carry and construct meaning, and to the imaginative capacities of mankind. The tracing of these rich and variegated symbolic patterns, and unlocking of the very different interpretive schemas and narratives within which Europa and the bull have been figured, is a major contribution to European scholarship. But in our enthusiasm for interpretation we must also be alert not only to meaning but also to function, to the politics of the enterprise, and to what Roland Barthes in Myth Today, 1972, called its metameanings. Myth, Barthes reminded us, is depoliticized speech. It does its work by a process of naturalization representing history as nature, which is another way of translating real time into mythic time. Is there something almost too predictable and overdetermined about the return to the figure of Europa? After all, it is by common consent many centuries after the era of classical Greece before anything vaguely resembling Europe or a European identity begins to make itself felt. There was no such visible continent formation, identity, or destiny until the late Middle Ages, and the period just prior to the moment when Europe finally overtook the hitherto superior civilizations of Asia, after about 1450, Mann 1988. Before that it was only what Michael Mann described as a multiple encephalous federation with no head or center but a number of largely localized, cross-cutting interaction networks and overlapping powers. And even at that time its identification was primarily Christian, for its name was Christendom more often than it was Europe, Mann 1988. Greek culture has, of course, retrospectively become crucial to Europe's identity, because of the richness of its civilization, the greatness of its achievements in art, literature, philosophy, and culture, and its massive subsequent influence on every branch of European thought. Its mythological stories are therefore bound to be a particularly privileged and suggestive source for reimagining Europe today. But this was not the only mythological system on offer. The Norse and the Celtic also have some claim on the European imaginary. Its centering in Greek classical mythology was in fact a process, not a product of nature, accomplished, in part, by steadily detaching Greek culture from its roots in Asia and Egypt, and relocating it firmly in Europe, an aspect of that Aryanization of Greek civilization which Martin Bernal, among other scholars, has written about in his riveting study Black Athena, Bernal 1991. Privileging Greek mythology as a way of fixing Europe's origin has the effect of effacing a profound truth about the emerging Europe, namely the steady western drift of the leading edge of power, to the west and north. Contrary to what the naturalization of Greek mythological sources might suggest, European identity was created as much by the fusion of the Germanic barbarians and the northwestern parts of the Roman Empire as it was by the Greeks, and it partly emerged from the stimulus provided by the blocking presence of Islam to the south and east and of the Huns, Mongols, and Tartar tribes of the steppes. Mann 1988. The real avenues of expansion lay in this westward movement promoting agricultural innovation and navigational development linked to the rise of trade and science, and crowned eventually by Europe's breakout from its geographical and mental confinement at the end of the 15th century. John Roberts, 1985, noted that the word European seems to appear for the first time in an 8th century reference to Charles Martel's victory over Islamic forces at Tours. Others, like Peter Hume, 1986, speak of the consolidation of an ideological identity through the testing of Europe's eastern frontiers prior to the adventure of Atlantic exploration. Hume argues that Pius III's identification of Europe with Christendom in 1458 could be considered a symbolic end to the process. This offered that overarching canopy of normative and moral regulation that no other system provided. It is not surprising, therefore, that the point when we can most confidently say that a European identity exists coincides with the defeat and expulsion of the Muslims from Spain by a militant and purified Catholic monarchy, the expulsion and forced conversion of the Jews, and the launching of the great experiment of conquest and exploration down the African coast and into the great unknown across the green sea of darkness. As the great mariner, Christopher Columbus, put it, in this present year, 1492, after your highnesses have brought to an end the war against the Moors, after having driven the Jews out of your realm, your highnesses commanded me to set out with a sufficient armada to the said countries of India, quoted in Cohen 1969. Some readings of the myth of Europa and the bull argue that the myth does acknowledge Europe's wider, non-European roots. The fact that Europa is herself from Asia Minor, and not in any proper sense European, but is taken to Europe by the bull, is cited as evidence that myths can sometimes speak more truthfully than they appear to know. Michael Rice's work suggests that the Europa and the bull myth is almost certainly part of and indeed a probably very late addition to the cult of the bull, which belongs to a much wider and more ancient arc of religious cults and practices stretching from Asia Minor, through the Levant, the Arabian Peninsula and the Gulf, and arriving only quite late in the day in Crete, Rice 1998. Other readings suggest that, because Europa is a progenitor of the Minotaur, whom Minos, her offspring, confines below earth in the labyrinth in the palace at Knossos in Crete, the myth is also able to encompass the fact that Europe produced its own monstrosities. According to this interpretive procedure, then, in the end, the myth can and does say everything. The problem with this approach is that these are not the ways in which the myth of Europa and the bull is actually being deployed today. This figure is certainly not being used to remind contemporaries that much of what now think of as Europe's achievements were originally external to Europe, and had non-European, Asian, African, and Islamic roots. It is not being summoned up as a way of reminding us how deeply intertwined in the history of Europe are the values of civilization and barbarism. To the contrary, Europa and the bull is being deployed foundationally as a way of inviting us to reimagine the new Europe as somehow beginning with, and continuous with, that old Europe celebrated in classical Greek mythology. It is therefore not enough to allow each new reading to lie alongside all the others, untransformed. The meanings they carry point in very different directions, and those differences are precisely what makes them a significant site, not of celebration but of contestation, because it matters profoundly for the future which meaning about the past of Europe is being affirmed. Myth analysis is not enough. There is also the necessary work of deconstruction. In making this deconstructive move, are there alternative mythological sources we should attend to? 1. More raucous, less literary and finely wrought, source might be those rich medieval mythological and legendary systems which imaginarily peopled the outer perimeters of the European heartland. Their purpose was to establish, symbolically, the dividing line between them and us. This corpus of popular and scholarly legend mapped Europe's shifting internal borders, and began the process still vigorously alive of marking out the continent into its different zones, distinguishing between the real European home and the rest, charting the always porous, always moving frontiers between civilization and barbarism, and trying to fix the limit of Europe's internal others. We can only gesture at its bewildering multiplicity, the wild men and wild women, and the wild armies of the night, who emerged from the borders, the progeny of Homer's Cyclops and the wandering bands of Greco-Roman tradition, who were thought to haunt the woods and wildernesses surrounding the plains and cities and the outer edges of settlement, with their matted hair and naked, hirsute bodies. These figures, suspended halfway between fear and fantasy, dream and speculation, mapped out Europe's liminal edge. They were markers of the ever-shifting boundaries between Europe's inside and outside. Then there was the vast literature devoted to classifying the monstrous races of mankind, from Hesiod to Pliny's Natural History, a repertory of exotic marvels. Herodotus helped to construct early prototypes of Western man, against whom the monsters, hybrids, hermaphrodites, and anthropophagi of the classical periphery could be measured and placed. Greece is the domain of measure, while the extremities of the earth are the domain of extreme riches and the extremely bizarre. Into this simmering brew were fed the speculative geographies and legendary tall tales of the mysterious East, from Marco Polo's, Mandeville's and other travelers' tall tales, with their enticing accounts of Cathay's vast wealth, splendid cities, and royal courts. And across all of these categories one could trace the itinerant pathway of that epitome of the internal other, the wandering Jew. The gaze which Europe first turned on the New World was therefore not an empty one. In some ways it was full to overflowing, shaped by 1,000 legendary encounters, peopled by tribes of misshaped monstrosities, loaded down with the detritus of classical learning and the romance of travelers' tales. These discourses about Europe's internal others helped form the template through which the New World took shape in the European mind. The conquistadors did not always find what they were looking for, but they tried to assimilate what they saw into the epistemic framework through which they looked. The New World was produced within the speculary gaze of the West, within the conventions of European looking. Otherness was from the beginning an invention of European ways of seeing and representing difference. It has been reinventing the rest ever since. For Todorov in his The Conquest of America, The Question of the Other, 1999, America marks the start of Europe's attempt to assimilate the other, to deprive it of its radical alterity, while at the same time fixing it in its difference. Though it was by no means the only space in which the European gaze was developed and refined, the interiors of Africa, Asia, and the Pacific were still to come. The New World constituted a formative episode in Europe's great adventure with, and negotiation of, difference. The return of the myth. All, you might say, a very long time ago. And yet these matters, like most mythic structures, have a way of making a fateful return. The lowering of barriers within Europe, the coming together around the lingua franca of a common market in goods, capital, and ideas, the incorporation of a wider Europe which the modern myth of the euro is supposed to symbolize, each continues to display its reverse side. What is open within is increasingly barred without. Our common European home is still more of a home to some Europeans than it is to others, as the Poles, Bulgarians, Kosovans, Albanians, and others from the former Soviet republics, clamoring for entry at the gates of Europe, testify. Then there are the suppressed histories. Moderate, liberal, democratic, tolerant, free market, constitutional Europe may be a way of requiting for that other Europe, the one we can hardly remember, the Europe of the camps. But it has not prevented the horrendous spectacle of ethnic cleansing from recurring at its very heart. Is there a myth which can help us to encompass in a single narrative the obscenity that was Auschwitz or the Warsaw Ghetto, and the obscenity that is Ramallah or the Jenin refugee camp today? Where is the myth that can reconnect the one to the other? By what historical equation did it come about that the destruction of European Jewry, a cataclysmic event as endemic within European history and culture as Plato or the siege of Troy, came to be a burden expiated by the native inhabitants of the West Bank? Can we explain within what mythic logic the latter could be said in any way to redeem the former? It remains to be seen whether Europe, against the background of its troubled, divided past, has something significantly different to say about the Vale of Tears that is the Gaza today, or whether it is content to be his master's voice, the U.S., writ small. Consider the myth of the Promised Land. This myth provided consolation for generations of Jews that their suffering in the pogroms and massacres that marked their experience of anti-Semitism in the European diaspora was not in vain, and would one day lead on to something better. 17th century English Puritans crossed the Atlantic to a new and inhospitable land in search of it. Black slaves in the New World seized on this myth, which they read in English in the Bible, and appropriated it as a way of metaphorically speaking their profound desire to be led out of slavery and into freedom. The fact that they translated it from the sacred text of a religion and a language that had served as instruments of their servitude did not undermine the power of the hope of redemption embedded in the narrative. Rastafarians who wanted to say that they were still enslaved in Babylon reused the myth of the Promised Land in the same way to connote the dream of liberation in the Caribbean and the 20th century black diasporas. Hall 1999. Does this varied but persistent lineage guarantee the myth's liberatory meaning? Not at all. For when the myth is transferred to the Middle East, and used literally to divide and appropriate a land that was once shared, we find that one person's promised land can easily become another's historical nightmare. The myth of the Promised Land has underpinned the founding of a religious state to which only Jews can belong, and legitimated the illegal occupation of land and the driving into exile by Israel of thousands of Palestinians whose ancestors had occupied the land alongside Jews for centuries. Israel may exist because of the myth of the Promised Land. But Palestinians are dying because of it. The idea, then, that any and all versions of a myth which provide a charter for action are valid is, in the light of this experience, ethically and politically indefensible. Meanwhile, as what Edward Luttwak calls turbo-capitalism unleashes its forces across the globe, tens of thousands who can no longer survive at the margins of the system are loosed from their moorings and sent drifting across the world. Spinoza's Multitudes. Could Europe be a home for some of the homeless and hopeless, too? Or, as it lowers its frontiers within, is it proving only too effective at raising them, fortress-like, to face the new, straggling armies of the night? Thousands of those who have been nightly hurling themselves at passing Eurostar trains at the mouth to the Channel Tunnel are from that other Europe on whose difference the idea of Europe has always depended. Perhaps we have had enough of myths. Perhaps Europe has had one myth too many. Of course, as Europeans keep saying, it couldn't happen here. If by this they mean that we can all sleep safe in our European beds until the jackboots appear on the streets again, then perhaps we have secured for Europe a gentle and liberal future. But what if this time around the stormtroopers wear Armani suits? Today, in the face of current European political trends, when asked for a figure for Europe, I cannot help thinking of Paul Klee's image, not his Europa, with its beautifully enigmatic exclamation point, but his angel of progress, clanking towards Armageddon, with its face resolutely turned to the past, and of the myopic Walter Benjamin, peering through glasses as thick as marble, trying to make sense of it all and failing to do so, taking his own life at some dark, lonely, forsaken European frontier checkpoint. Chapter 21. Cosmopolitan Promises, Multicultural Realities. These reflections take as their focus the contemporary global/multicultural city, which has emerged in recent years as a new type of urban configuration. They are written largely in reference to the UK and, more particularly though not exclusively, to London. The global/multicultural pattern is not absolutely novel, it has been grafted onto well-established historical forms of the city. However, the social and spatial configurations of London and other metropolitan cities have been significantly reshaped or translated in recent years by many forces, two of which, globalization and migration, are foregrounded here. In the course of my argument, I will expand on why the two terms global and multicultural, which often seem to point in different directions and to different realities, are so closely juxtaposed in my account, and I will discuss the relationship between the processes of globalization and migration that underpin them. My particular concern is with the new social and spatial divisions in the city which are emerging as a consequence of the interdependence between new forms of globalization and new patterns of migration, and the distinctive tensions and conflicts to which they give rise. Cities are the product, the material and spatial expression of their times. In the 19th and 20th centuries, the great English cities were motors of industrial production and centers of world trade, commerce, and finance. Some were also integrated into the networks of imperial power and colonial trade as monuments to the imperial life of the nation. Later, cities became the sites for a modernist aesthetics of corporate power, a development more evident in New York and elsewhere in the US, as the axis of world power shifted westwards, than in Europe. Western cities are no longer like this, though their transformations are slow, complicated and highly uneven. Many forces have been at work in bringing about change, but I draw attention here to three. The first is the uneven transition from an industrial to a post-industrial economy and society. Cities today not only embody this shift towards the service and information economy, but vividly represent the dislocations which have inevitably accompanied this process of deindustrialization. The second is globalization. Of course, globalization has taken many forms in history. A kind of globalization has been in progress since Europe broke out of its confines towards the end of the 15th century, and began to construct the beginnings of a world market and to explore, conquer, subdue by trade and naval power and ultimately to colonize much of the rest of the globe. But the globalization I have in mind here is that represented by the new forms of the global economy, based on the multinational capitalist corporation and augmented financial flows, which began to emerge in the mid-1970s. The third factor is migration. Migration is often understood as subsidiary to a mere unintended consequence of a more general globalization process. However, I want to explore more fully the intricate, but also disjunctive, relations between the new forms of globalization and the new patterns of migration. What concerns me especially is how the ethnic, social, and cultural diversity that results necessarily from migration is changing the face of the modern urban landscape and reconfiguring the social divisions and conflicts characteristic of so-called global cities. The worldwide movement of peoples across the globe is, in its scale, composition, direction, and diversity, a phenomenon of world significance. There are more people on the move across the globe than at any time in modern history, whether driven by persistent poverty, underdevelopment, hunger, and unemployment, by the modern pandemics of disease and ill health, ecological devastation, and environmental disaster, or by civil war, ethnic cleansing, religious or tribal conflict. The cities of the developed world exercise a magnetic pull over this human tide, thereby reversing the historic flows associated with the imperial cities of recent centuries. We need to understand better than we do the far-reaching consequences of this global movement, its connection with emerging configurations of economic and geopolitical power, the new patterns of conflict it sets in play, and their implications for the wider pursuit of equality and social justice. The great African-American civil rights leader W.E.B. Du Bois once prophesied that the key problem of the 20th century would be the problem of the color line. Events in recent years have led one to wonder whether, looking back with hindsight at the 21st century, historians may not be tempted to say that its problem was the much-denied but manifest clash of civilizations, in which the color line continues to play a significant, though transformed, role, and of which world migration is one major symptom. One question that the clash of civilizations raises is what I have called elsewhere the multicultural question, see Hall 2000. This arises with particular salience when the clash occurs within the metropolises of the developed world. The multicultural question runs something like this: what are the chances that we can construct in our cities shared, diverse, just, more inclusive and egalitarian forms of common life, guaranteeing the full rights of democratic citizenship and participation to all on the basis of equality, whilst respecting the differences that inevitably come about when peoples of different religions, cultures, histories, languages, and traditions are obliged to live together in the same shared space? Can they do so without falling apart socially, spatially, politically into warring and embattled enclaves, or, alternatively, without those in power engaging in punitive missionary campaigns to obliterate difference and make everyone become more like them? How can shared, reciprocal forms of life emerge, given the glaring disparities of power, recognition, and material and symbolic resources between the different elements? These issues have to be addressed both in terms of what cities are or are becoming, and of how they are imagined and represented. Though these two facets relate to different domains of practice, I do not propose to make any sharp distinction between them. Like Benedict Anderson's imagined communities, cities are always both socially, economically, and culturally constituted and, at the same time, configured in the imaginary through the regimes of representation. That cities are also spatially constituted, and that disposition in and across space is both a fact of social organization, the urban economy, and a regime of representation, architecture and planning, make cities a critical zone of mediation between these two aspects. It goes without saying that how cities are imagined has real effects upon how they are lived, and vice versa. Their spatial character gives the city a particular visible intelligibility, allowing it to be read. Indeed, the city itself may be conceived in some respects as a machinery of representation, because of its nearly unique role in materializing social relationships in space. It sets in motion a complex reciprocity in the sphere of the urban between being and seeing, living and looking, of which Baudelaire and Walter Benjamin, theorists of the flaneur, were conceptual pioneers. Cities have always been divided. They are divided by class and wealth, by rights to and over property, by occupation and use, by lifestyle and culture, by race and nationality, ethnicity and religion, and by gender and sexuality. The template of these social divisions can be read into the differentiated zones of the city's cartography. The well-off and the rich, the propertied and the corporate, the entrepreneurial and the middle classes, the professionals and the clericals, the artisans and the poor, the underclasses and the outcast, have always occupied different areas of the city. The boundaries between these spaces, however, have never been entrenched. They merge and overlap at their invisible borders, shift and change across time. Often, boundaries are more informally than formally marked and maintained. The various zones, however distinctive to those who know how to read on the run, are never uniform in look or homogeneous in social composition. Differences edge, slide, and blur into one another. They overlay one another, creating a complex, overlapping matrix or palimpsest effect. These juxtapositions and overlaps may be multiplying. This is one of the dimensions along which the contemporary city is said to be changing most quickly. However, intangible as these boundaries often are and maintained as they are by complex cultural and social codes legible only to those who practice them on a daily basis in the banal routines of everyday life, they tend nevertheless to divide the city into distinct, though not tightly bounded or impenetrable, clusters. On the other hand, cities also bring elements together and establish relations of interchange and exchange between them. They connect different life worlds and temporalities, the space-time combinations that Bakhtin calls chronotopes. They function as spatial magnets for different, converging streams of human activity. That is why cities have a very long history as centers of trade, as markets, and thus as sites of cultural exchange and social complexity. This is the basis of their often unplanned cosmopolitanism. The points of convergence, as well as the routes and passages through and across them, are as significant as the spatially defined and socially maintained differences. Cities both divide and connect. They condense difference. Inevitably, they are caught in a double rhythm of involvement and exclusion, proximity and separation, fixity and fluidity. This aspect has been considerably intensified but also modified in the new global conditions. The question for us is how these complex impulses of homogeneity and diversity are working out and how the cartography of the contemporary city is being gradually reconfigured under the impact of globalization and migration. Here the metaphor of the palimpsest is particularly apposite. One layer is to be seen superimposed on another, in which the lines of definition of an older pattern persist and continue to invade the surface even as another, more recent patina overlays it. In significant ways, the old, hierarchical ordering of urban space seems to have disappeared for good, see Sasson 1996. As Bridge and Watson put it, global cities are a result of transactions that fragment space, such that we can no longer talk about global cities as whole cities. Instead, what we have are bits of cities that are highly globalized and bits juxtaposed that are completely cut out from the globalizing process. In this sense, some parts of cities can have more in common with parts of other global cities in the same region than with the part of the city most closely juxtaposed. This valorization and devalorization of space goes hand in hand, and in many places is becoming more and more extreme. Urban centers nevertheless concentrate enormous power and potential global control. The devalued sectors, which rest largely on the labor of women and immigrants, represent a terrain where battles are fought on many fronts and in many sites, and these battles lack clear boundaries. 2002, 255. Some of the forces driving these changes are undoubtedly related to the new forms of globalization that emerged in the mid-1970s. They reflect the new division of labor to have occurred as a result of the general decline of manufacturing in the developed West and its transnationalization to other, less developed parts of the globe, with which corporate and financial centers in the West can remain connected through space-time condensations which the new technologies of finance and communication make possible. Harvey 1989. This is a division of labor more appropriate to the new service and information-led economy. These forces for change are associated with the dominance of the transnational corporation, the renewed power of finance capital, the pace of global investment flows, currency switching, and the spread of a global consumer culture and media disseminating, largely from the West, images of the good life. These are the engines of the now hegemonic deregulating, free market, privatizing, neoliberal economic regime known appropriately in another context as the Washington Consensus, and to which, incidentally, New Labour in the UK is a paid-up, loyal, junior signatory. These forces constitute and define the true, substantial meaning and content of that deceptive term, the global. They, in turn, have been integrated within a planetary strategy designed to open up the world, especially the developing South, to the twin gods of the neoliberal revolution, free markets and liberal democracy, which, in Fukuyama's terms, 1992, have brought all history to an end within a single planetary system or world order. This is now the governing world system, rooted economically in the free play of deregulated market forces, global capitalist penetration, the privatization of public goods, the monopoly of scarce or valuable resources, the dismantling of welfare and health programs, and the lure of free trade between profoundly unequal partners on a fundamentally skewed playing field. The decolonization that occurred at the end of World War II, often hailed as setting the colonial world free, was in fact marked by three broad stages redefining relations between the developed West and the rest. In the first phase, fundamental relations of neo-colonial dependency were established between the developed and underdeveloped worlds in the context of the Cold War. In this phase, the difficult problems of establishing independent post-colonial states on the basis of autonomous economies were redefined as and subordinated to the struggle between the two rival camps. The Cold War was fought out largely by proxy on post-colonial terrain. In the second phase, structural adjustment regimes were imposed by the West on the developing world, via international organizations coupled with massive indebtedness through the banking system. More recently, with the collapse of the Soviet Empire and the rise of the US to single superpower hegemony, an unholy alliance of global corporate forces, collusive indigenous elites and legal and illegal armies on the loose has been able to treat the world's poor and the societies of the South as open marketplaces, repositories of scarce resources and reservoirs of cheap labor. These are open to those corporate global agents best positioned to exploit them under the canopy of a form of global governance provided by international agencies such as the IMF, the World Bank and the WTO, whose disasters are mopped up by UN humanitarian, NGO, charitable and foreign aid programs. If earlier phases of globalization worked through conquest, trade, mercantile and naval supremacy, direct colonization, imperial investment, and mandated rule, all of which left their indelible imprint on the cities of the metropole in former times, the new system operates through a double repertoire, routinely, at a distance, through market forces and geopolitical and global economic management, but also, at moments of crisis, through strategic military intervention in distant places. One of the principal unintended consequences of this new world order, though it is in no sense reducible to an economic logic, has been to secure the conditions for the free reproduction of global inequalities. The world has, of course, been riveted by the military, strategic, and geopolitical consequences of these processes, especially in terms of the US-led role in the Middle East, the oil-rich Gulf states, Afghanistan, and Iraq. The role of covert-inspired intervention, which has been a constant feature of the geopolitical system since the end of World War II, has, in the new situation of single-power dominance, become a matter of overt and systematic strategy based on overwhelming military and economic power. The civilian disaster of September 11, 2001, no doubt concentrated minds and hardened hearts, and the war on a generalized terror has drawn many states, some of them reluctantly, into the orbit of a new humanitarian interventionism. But few have tried to connect the hatreds and resentments which drive the fundamentalist assault on Western power and values with the massive planetary imbalances in life chances between the world's rich and marginalized poor, which are driven by the new neoliberal world system. Hart and Negri, in the widely discussed volume which names the emerging New World Order as an imperial one, argue that the informal networks of empire are no longer directly related to the power of nation-states, Hart and Negri 2000. This has a certain validity. The new system is essentially transnational. But in the interests of underlining the radical novelty of the present, and too eager to underline the self-sustaining and systemic character of globalization, the authors overplay this aspect in describing it as a system without a center. In the radical terms in which they advance the argument, this claim is both true and not true. Even in a transnational system, large Western nation-states remain key players, though more and more often as partners in larger regional groupings or coalitions. It is also true that they are able to operate less and less independently of the global system which sustains them, because their role in this system is the stake on which their power increasingly depends. In the developing world, it could be said that it is the failure to establish strong, independent nation-states that has been the problem, and that where such states have been successful, as, for example, in Southeast Asia, strong states and independent national state policies have been the secret of their success. The post-9/11 situation suggests, on the contrary, that the so-called New World Order is one in which the US, the only remaining superpower, has an overwhelming influence. It does so less as an old-style colonizing nation at which, if the disaster that is Iraq currently is any measure, it is hopelessly incompetent, and more as a global nation-state, the nodal power center of a wide-ranging global, geopolitical, economic, military and strategic network, which is nevertheless deeply imprinted with American cultural values and national interests. The US is thus an exceptional case. It is a rich and powerful nation-state and also the leading market state, Bobbitt 2002, with a massive internal market, productive economy, advanced technology, land and raw materials, but it is also a state whose planetary power nevertheless depends on its transnational character and global economic, cultural, geopolitical, and military reach. This is the nature of the new imperialism which is reshaping the globe. All this has consequences for global/multicultural cities, which are linked to this new world system of power through corporate global economic networks, rather than in their earlier function as the city bases of giant industrial firms, as centers of imperial investment, national greatness, and colonial rule. Their characteristic new skyline is now increasingly dominated by the corporate headquarters of globally dispersed transnational companies, surrounded by their ancillary and supportive outsourced dependencies in financial services, marketing, banking, investment, advertising, design, and information technologies. The urban architecture which mirrors this shift is most paradigmatically to be found in Canary Wharf-style corporate towers of glass and steel, functionally exposed transparent cubes or architect-inspired cucumber-shaped pods now dominating financial centres and urban skylines around the globe, the corporate canyons of the City of London around Bishopsgate and Liverpool Street rather than the porticoed splendour of the Natural History and Science Museums, the Victoria and Albert, Imperial College and Royal Albert Hall, those monuments to Victorian and Edwardian imperial grandeur, with their South Kensington satellite of trendy streets, neo-Georgian townhouses, and the great department store shopping emporia. Since the mid-1970s, the forces we have been identifying have, with rapidly increasing intensity, intervened across the world to influence the strategies and steer the social, political, and economic outcomes of development in a neoliberal, free market, deregulative, open investment, free trade, trickle-down direction. They have radically rewritten the domestic political agenda of former developed welfare states, bringing to an end the historic compromise between capital and labor that defined the social democratic character of the immediate post-war settlement, and driving these societies towards what Philip Bobbitt calls the market state model, and all major political parties and governments towards the center-right ground of what has been called a one-party politics. These are the lines of force that bind together the domestic and international political agendas of carrying neoconservatism in the US and New Labour's hybrid version of modernizing third-way neoliberalism, see Hall 2003. They connect the so-called reform agenda in the UK domestically with the new doctrine of humanitarian interventionism and preemptive strike in the geopolitical and strategic arena. This new world order must be made safe globally for liberal democracy and the free market economy, defended where necessary by shock and awe, or measured force, as Mao Zedong and President George W. Bush would, in their different ways, put it. Meanwhile, the promises designed to make the poor complicit with their global fate, rising living standards, a more equal distribution of goods and life chances, an opportunity to compete on equal terms with the developed world, a fairer share of the world's wealth, have comprehensively failed to be delivered. Both the trickle-down theory of wealth redistribution and the manifestly utopian nonsense about a new win-win global economy have proved themselves to be the waste material of yesterday's common sense so far as large sections of the developing world are concerned. The product of the upswing in the economic cycle has vanished into thin air as the cycle turns down and the war clouds gather. Those at home and their allies in the new states who profited from the massive inflation in shareholder value largely escaped the downturn unscathed, although a few, such as Enron, were caught out before they could find cover. The poor of the world, however, did not escape. The gaping difference in the distribution of economic, social, cultural resources across the world has remorselessly widened. The Unhabitat Report, commenting on the unprecedented rising rate of urbanization, recently reported that the global urban population increased by 36% in the 1990s and that there are 550 million urban slum dwellers in Asia, 187 million in Africa and 128 million in Latin America and the Caribbean. The new megalopolises of the developing world, with their New York-style financial city centers floating like glittering glass islands in a veritable ocean of poverty-stricken and drug-ridden favelas, are the urban markers of this process. Even the 30 richest countries in the world account for another 54 million urban poor. Globalization, The Guardian reported on October 10, 2003, has partly caused and greatly exacerbated the perilous social and physical condition of slum dwellers. The new insecurities that globalization has caused are legion, with barely any benefits going to the poor. Dominant neoliberal economic doctrines have explicitly demanded an increase in inequality, including the reduction of all government welfare spending, the privatization of everything that the state controlled, the reform of regulation and the removal of planning restrictions. The rapidly growing disparities between the haves and the have-nots, which is glaringly obvious at the global level, are being reproduced within the richest societies of the developed world. Following the long period of leveling incomes and wealth after World War II, the era of redistributive welfare states, these inequalities began to rise exponentially after 1980. The gap between rich and poor in the UK is wider now than when New Labour took power in 1997. The richest 1% of Americans own more than 40% of the nation's wealth. Even in the UK, the comparable figure is as much as 18%, and the top 20% are richer than the bottom 29% by a ratio of 9.6 to 1, in the US, it is by a ratio of 11 to 1, The Guardian, November 5, 2003. Meanwhile, millions in the US are still without any form of health insurance and more than 3 million children remain below current restrictive definitions of the poverty line in Britain, even in a period when child poverty has been one of the areas targeted for reform. At the same time, the powers seeking to impose permanently adverse terms of trade on the poor countries of the South through free trade open investment regimes, and defending the right of transnational corporations, energy, pharmaceutical, biotechnology and agribusiness interests especially, to buy up basic public utilities, patent the genetic sequences of natural products, subsidize and dump cheap commodities, drive out indigenous producers and pay day laborers below subsistence wages, have come together to design a new World Trade Organization round, which the vigorous but belated opposition of some developing societies only temporarily delayed at the Cancun WTO meeting in 2003. No Western economy has been known successfully to develop, with benefits for the majority of its population, under the conditions such a regime would impose. The delay, however, is only temporary. The major economic powers are determined to return to this privatizing free trade agenda. Reliance on market forces as the sole driver of global economic and social development has brought in its train other insuperable problems that have an indirect impact on social life: ecological and environmental disaster, the disruption of the fragile balance of indigenous economies, disease epidemics, the massive exploitation of rural low-wage labor, the destruction of peasant farming and of subsistence agriculture, and the collapse of world commodity prices. The result has been rapid and unsustainable urbanization and, coupled with collapsing post-colonial state regimes, civil unrest, and the militarization of ethnic conflict, the phenomenon of mass migration. These global disasters form the invisible infrastructure of the changing cartography of globalization/migration and are powerful contributors to the only two visible crises of the metropolitan city. Migration is increasingly the joker in the globalization pack, the subterranean circuit connecting the crisis of one part of the global system with the growth rates and living standards of the other. The logic of globalization says that every element of growth must be free to move fluidly across every regulative boundary, including that of the nation-state. Capital, investment, commodities, technologies, currencies, profits, cultural messages and images all flow. Ideologically, barriers must be thrown over, the circuits kept open. In fact, the reality is something different. All the major proponents of free trade and open investment borders manage, in practice, to impose their own selective preferential regimes where it is in their national interest to do so. However, when the model is working perfectly, only one commodity, labor, is required to stay still or to be strictly controlled in its movement. Otherwise, how can transnational corporations take competitive advantage of the cheap labor, low-wage conditions, tax breaks, and favorable investment regimes offered by developing societies? Suppose thousands of workers in Bangladesh, Indonesia, the Republic of the Congo or Guatemala were free to desert their $1 a day jobs and turn up as high-waged labor in the high-tech economies of the cities of the American West Coast. The fact that, in the UK, small numbers of highly trained and scarce workers, such as computer technicians and nurses, and untrained, unemployed seasonal laborers willing to work in shocking conditions at below minimum wage levels, such as fruit pickers, kitchen porters, and building laborers, are encouraged to migrate in selective and controlled numbers in keeping with the uncertain rhythms of the labor market does not undermine the general model. Nevertheless, and in spite of the logic of the system, there has been an unprecedented explosion in the largely unplanned movement of peoples across the globe. Whether fleeing the consequences of mass poverty, malnutrition, and unemployment in search of better economic or personal opportunities, or displaced by political violence, regime change, persecution, religious conflict, ethnic cleansing or civil war, those people stigmatized as economic migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers now constitute the homeless multitudes of the modern metropolitan city. Seeking by whatever means, legal or illegal, to escape the consequences of globalization and the New World Order, they move along uncharted routes, secrete themselves in the most inhospitable interstices, mortgage their worldly goods to the human traffickers, seal life-threatening contracts with gang masters and pimps, and exploit their lateral family connections in order to subvert the physical barriers, legal constraints, and immigration regimes that metropolitan powers are vigorously putting in place. These are the overspill of the global system, the world's surplus populations, the sans-papiers of the modern metropolis, who slip across borders at the dead of night or stow away in the backs of lorries or under trains and silently disappear into the hidden depths of the city. This is the human face of the new globalization from below. The global cities of the developed world are the sluice gates of this new tidal movement. In earlier phases, the problems of religious, social, and cultural difference were largely kept at a safe distance from the metropolitan homelands of imperial systems. Metropolitan liberals, long distanced from the day-to-day management of slave and plantation regimes or mining outposts in the tropics, could indulge themselves with the thought that, when finally the full benefits of the slave trade had been extracted, Britain had vigorously pursued the ships on the high seas still engaged in that nefarious traffic. On this slippery foundation a great deal of national self-congratulation has been constructed. Today, the new kinds of differences whose deep, underlying causes we have sketched intrude directly into the heart of the Western metropolitan city, disturb, challenge and undermine the social and political space of its urban centers, disrupt its long-settled class equilibrium and subvert its relatively homogeneous cultural character. They challenge the idea that the nation-state is the sole source and effective guardian of human rights or a universally democratic conception of citizenship. They project the vexed issue of global poverty, social and religious pluralism and cultural difference into the largely settled monocultural spaces of the Western metropolis. This produces an epistemic rupture and a new social problematic, that of the post-colonial paradigm. The global city has been significantly transformed by these forces. They have had massive effects upon the spatial, social, and cultural reconfiguring of cities, as the old industrial cities' material ecology declines and social strata whose interrelationships were forged in the crucible of industrialization, mass production, democratization, and imperial hegemony change in orientation, composition and lifestyle. Manufacturing in Britain is now in general decline and large-scale industrial production no longer dominates city centres, governs their economies or defines the character and tempo of their social life as they once did. These are now often urban areas of extensive social deprivation and economic dislocation, endemic unemployment and environmental degradation, as well as sites of a widespread social despair and hopelessness, leading to the defensive mobilization of difference and thus of ethnic tension, intra-class hostility, racial conflict, social alienation and civil unrest. In the wake of civil disturbances between white residents and Muslim youths in northern British industrial towns and cities such as Bradford, Oldham, and Burnley in 2001, Kundani observed that in such places in earlier times, the textile industry was the common thread binding the white and Asian working class into a single social fabric. But with its collapse, each community was forced to turn inwards onto itself. 2001. This has been compounded by the long drift towards ethnic segregation in neighborhood housing and in schools, a breakdown in communication between groups, the rivalry over scarce urban regeneration funding and poor local services, highlighted in Herman Ousley's report on social fragmentation in Bradford, 2001. It has also been deepened by the fear of difference and change, the hatred stimulated by racism, the growth in Islamophobia and a general failure of political leadership. Asian community leaders are often out of touch with the younger generations. The white working class, part of Labour's heartlands, feel progressively detached from New Labour's modernizing project and, lacking progressive political leadership that would place local defensiveness in a broader context, are open to the seductions of racially activist minority parties such as the National Front and the British National Party. Professor Ash Amin, summarising extensive recent urban research, identifies two types of neighbourhood as typical of these degraded urban spaces. The first are run-down inner urban areas in which the conflict is between an old white working class lamenting the loss of a golden and ethnically homogeneous past and non-white immigrants claiming a right of place, often against one another. The second type consists of white flight suburbs and estates dominated by an aspirant working class or inward-looking middle class repelled by what it sees as the replacement of a homely white nation by another land of foreign people and cultures. Here frightened families, white youths, and nationalist/fascist activists disturbed by the fear, rarely the experience, of Asian and black contamination terrorize a few immigrants and asylum seekers who happen to settle there. 2002b. Both types of neighborhood can be found in the new global/multicultural city. The former is the state of play in many so-called inner-city areas. The latter is more typical of the outer London suburbs such as Eltham, into which Stephen Lawrence and his friend inadvisedly strayed looking for a bus home on the night when he was murdered by 5 white youths. In between, there are many mixed neighborhoods up and down the country that seem relatively settled after years of patient negotiation, but which are nevertheless, in a subterranean and invisible way, riddled with prejudice and conflict between their varied ethnic groups, Amin 2002b. No longer the workshops of the world, English cities have become the service centers, the financial and speculative investment engines and consumer retail hubs of the global economy. One after another, large cities Leeds, Manchester, Bristol, Birmingham, Liverpool, and Newcastle as well, of course, as parts of London have been revamped into transparent atrium-bedecked cosmopolises dominated by the corporate glass HQs of globally orientated enterprises. Surrounding the city bases of investment banking, entertainment, consumer retail, technology, and other corporate global giants are the sprawling satellites of outsourced service industries, both the producer services, finance and investment, personnel, marketing, PR, advertising, and media consultants, computer and design workshops, that provide the critical circuitry that knits the global economy together, and the consumer services that nourish the appropriate cultural tastes and lifestyles of its inhabitants. The suited executives, those well-groomed, toned and limousined corporate heroes whose well-fleshed faces adorn the business pages of the quality newspapers and magazines, are either a new global entrepreneurial class or, alternatively, the remnants of an old stuffy one who have undergone a makeover. They are as at home in New York, Los Angeles, Hong Kong, Moscow, Kuala Lumpur, Tokyo, or Beijing as they are in Bishop's Avenue in London, in their country homes in Hampshire, or on their temporarily beached yachts at Saint-Tropez. The gap between senior directors and CEOs has narrowed, since both have the same deep commitment to the business and the bottom line, an overriding investment in the nurturing of shareholder value, exorbitant 6- or 7-figure salaries, reinforced by astronomical annual bonuses, generous share option deals, private medical cover, and copper-bottomed retirement and pension schemes. Individually, their fortunes seem to rise and fall with surprising regularity, scandal and failure crowning meteoric rise as night follows day. But, as a class, they are installed as the permanent executive officers of the new global capitalism. Many wealthier executives now live well outside the city or in its increasingly gated enclaves and pied-a terrace. They too are more cosmopolitan in orientation. They travel constantly for work and pleasure. They remain in touch, through the circuits of instant communication, with mobile transnational elites elsewhere as they glide in comfort and style across the globe. In contrast with their predecessors, they know much more about business and finance, marketing and PR, management buyouts and branding than they know about producing, building, or making anything. They too are at home anywhere, and the more so since elsewhere is increasingly like here, only more so. They are focused on profit margins and share values, on restructuring core businesses and absorbing other companies by merger and takeover. They are remorselessly attuned and without a shadow of embarrassment to salary settlements unrelated to any calculable performance achievements, guaranteeing the steady supply of staggering amounts of money for skiing holidays and private school fees. Their wives are fully occupied ferrying the younger children in 4x4s, people carriers, or SUVs, sports utility vehicles, to select and selective private schools, those launch pads to success. Fitzjohn's Avenue in northwest London, or what the fancy estate agents call Hampstead Borders, where there must be 12 or 15 private primary schools and nurseries within a half-mile stretch of traffic-crammed road, is notorious with taxi drivers. For the school run brings an army of jeeps, with their ranch-like bumpers, some parked in driveways, others perched on the banksides, others still blithely reversing into oncoming traffic. In terms of lifestyle, this new global executive class increasingly blends into and makes common cause with the new rich, the self-made tycoons, the celebrities, and the new flashocracy for whom key sites in the city function as stage, playground, and photo opportunity. They are flash, fast, fun, feckless, and fantastically frivolous, as the editor of Tatler, Geordie Grieg who should know describes them, The Observer, June 6, 2004. Powered by a Veblen-esque resurgence of conspicuous consumption, the nouveau riches are also attached to global rather than national itineraries, agendas, and hot spots, film festivals, fashion house openings, award ceremonies, opening nights, race meets and so on. Rapidly trading tweed for bling, they are experts in visualizing for the rest new forms of urban style and status, not status as an alternative to class, as in the old Marx vs. Weber dialogue, but status as the cultural signifier of new riches, as the materialization of social success. They, too, are beginning to impose their tastes, ideas, and lifestyles on the global city. The creatives who service this corporate and celebrity world are very different in background and in attitudes to the older professional and managerial middle classes. They are more individualistic, consumer-oriented, culturally savvy, lifestyle-focused, entrepreneurial and hedonistic. More often they are on fast-track mobility or aspirational escalators from lower in the social order. Here, rather than higher up the urban pecking order, the leading edge of the rising Asian and Afro-Caribbean new middle classes are beginning to carve out an elegant niche. The places they aspire to live in, the lifestyles they covet and the kinds of leisure pursuits and entertainment they invest in are very different to older, more Puritan tastes. Far from moving to the suburbs for a quiet life in respectable surroundings, later on in life they may, of course, buy a renovated barn or two in the country for weekends. They are the advance party of the new urban living, the agents of the gentrification of older working-class residential areas and of industrial small manufacturing dockland or storage areas of the city, whose abandoned warehouses, refashioned into loft spaces and city center pads, they are rapidly colonizing. Good food, art galleries, smart cafes, and health clubs are the necessary accompaniments to this lifestyle. These are the pioneers of an intense, designer-shaped, global consumerism, the avid readers of upmarket-style magazines and celebrity supplements, and the cultural happy few exquisitely attuned to every minor shift or wobble in global postmodern taste and design. At the other end of the scale are the poor areas that surround this vibrant global center. Some until very recently were the inner city. But as city centers are increasingly trend-ified and colonized for urban nightlife and clubbing, their older inhabitants have increasingly been pushed to migrate towards the outer ring. In London, this means Harlesden, Cricklewood, Wembley, Southall, Tottenham, Haringey, and Tower Hamlets, Whiteteeth or Brick Lane territory. These are areas of mixed residency in which the new multiculturalism is being tested in myriad everyday encounters. Here the better housing is highly sought after by professionals harried by ferociously rising house prices and land values. But these are typically areas of high and multiple disadvantage, with poor schools, forbidding estates, run-down or boarded-up high streets, high crime and drug rates and drab terraces. They are often dilapidated, poorly serviced and grim in terms of the conditions of life they offer. Increasingly, these are the colonized areas of immigrant settlement, whether by the first, Afro-Caribbean, second, Asian subcontinent, Indian, Pakistani and Bangladeshi, third, West African, Turkish, and Greek Cypriot, fourth, North African, Somali, Sudanese, Moroccan, Algerian, etc., fifth, Bosnian, Albanian and Kosovan, sixth, Afghan, Iraqi and Middle Eastern, or seventh, post-Soviet East European, migrant waves. In these areas, white residents who now feel threatened by change, abandoned by modernizing and multicultural political agendas, and neglected because they lack the entrepreneurial and creative skills which the new service economy demands, meet the ethnic minority communities, whether in their young posse, trapped and deprived, veiled and turbaned, or in their aspirational, socially and occupationally mobile manifestations. Corner grocery shops, greengrocers, market stalls, record shops, newsagents, mini-cab firms, small under-the-bridge mechanics and car repair yards, cafes, and fast food late-night outlets are the small motors of the local high street economy of these city enclaves. The inner city, as the urbanists remind us, is a servicing-oriented economy too, a place of markets, exchange, the vigorous trading of goods and services, and the exploitation of niches, though at a much more depressed, small scale, and marginal level than those described above. Occasionally, there are small sweatshops. These are patriarchal havens where migrant owners oversee a workforce composed largely of migrant female labor working at marginal rates of pay to produce designer versions, imitation branded goods and fake fashion items for the street stalls. Family and female labor are the working backbone of these communities. Some, especially black women and educated second-generation Asians, by dint of enormous struggle and further education or training achieved at considerable personal and financial cost, manage to find a niche in the wider economy or are drawn into local government and the health and welfare services. If the men have steady work outside shop and home, it is often in transport. The more recent arrivals are overwhelmingly illegals, so-called economic migrants and asylum seekers working at below minimum wages, washing up in cafes or on building sites, or brutally dragooned into the sex trade. Here, economic survival and family stability are tenuous, difficult accomplishments, and survival strategies, whether legal or illegal, are at a premium. Hustling, within or at the margins of the law, is the name of the game. Some of these areas continue to function as transition zones in which different groups interact and in which a sort of multicultural diversity is, here and there, beginning to appear on the ground. You see black and white groups at street corners, mixed-race couples in the local clubs and pubs, Asian shopkeepers and greengrocers who have become familiar local figures, the acceptance of a multi-ethnic, multicultural reality as the normal form of the local. As the Parak report titled The Future of Multi-Ethnic Britain observed, post-migration communities are distinct cultural formations, but they are not cut off from the rest of British society. These communities are not and have never aspired to be separate enclaves. They are not permanently locked into unchanging traditions, but interact at every level with mainstream social life, constantly adapting and diversifying their inherited beliefs and values in the light of the migrant experience. Parak 2000, 27. Layback has charted how, in some largely black areas of South London and elsewhere, a certain genuine cultural syncretism is emerging among young people in which music and urban street style are critical zones of interchange, not only cementing a new ethnic urban lifestyle among black and Asian youth, but drawing in a section of white wannabes estuary/patois fluent, garage or drum and bass music aficionados, back 1996. In many ways, these longer-standing communities, which have negotiated a sort of truce with the dominant society that enables them to operate effectively while remaining in touch with community habits and values, are also part of an emerging transnational trend and belong to global urban formations. This is globalization from below. The syncretic forms of Black and Asian urban culture, especially, are integrated into informal and largely invisible city-to-city global cultural flows in music, fashion, and street style as well as drugs, from Kingston to Brixton and Harlesden to Queens and Brooklyn in New York to Manchester, to the Compton district in Los Angeles, to Atlanta, and on to the Berlin, Stockholm and Warsaw club scenes. However, other patterns exist and may be becoming stronger. Professor Amin is certainly right to warn that interethnic understanding is not guaranteed by cultural hybridization. 2002a. In some areas, the minority ethnic and host communities live relatively separate lives, with everyday public exchanges conducted in a spirit of live and let live. In still other localities, not very far away from these, the local populations young and old have fallen apart into a silent but sullen separateness, a hostile and mutual defensiveness. Here, an embattled Little Englandism has won vital sympathetic space within white urban working class culture, and those perceived as outsiders on a number of criteria, of which skin color is only one, really are at risk. This is especially true of recently arrived asylums. Since the moral panic about the politicization of Islam, 9/11s, and the War on Terror, Islamophobia is everywhere close to the surface, and young Muslim men and women are particularly vulnerable. It is clear that as we try, however roughly and impressionistically, to map the connections between the changing social and spatial configurations of the city and the new and emerging forces of globalization, a more complex picture of the global city emerges. It is a city of more multiple and overlapping spaces, with complex patterns of interaction and the distribution of activities, resources, and attitudes. Diverse practices are to be found coexisting in the same urban spaces. However, divisions have also become more intense and entrenched. The reality is and for a long time has been that multiculturalism and racism proceed hand in hand. Indeed, in some ways these tendencies are becoming deeper, more entrenched and wider in scope. But they do not mark the face of the city in such clear ways. The global city is more one of an intricate network of differences, any of which can at any time be activated as a potentially explosive line of division. In the global/multicultural city, as Bridge and Watson argue, differences in identities are constituted in multiple and complex ways in multiple spaces of the city and shift and change, producing different city spaces and new boundaries and borders. 2002. The history of post-war racism, as it relates to migration, has not been seriously studied. Popular and public attitudes in the early post-war years, migration in the shadow of decolonization and the end of empire, were deeply implicated in the legacies of slavery, indenture, and colonization. They were still, broadly speaking, rooted through the imperial connection. This involved the subordination of colonized economies to the advantage of the metropole, a fact visible in imperial cities such as Bristol, Cardiff, and Liverpool, and was also reflected in the symbolic role the imperial idea played in the construction of British identity as a master and governing race. This civilizational superiority became deeply woven into and remains an active trace within a post-imperial consciousness. It was very much to the fore in the early confrontations between native and migrant people. However, as the tides of migration broadened and settlement became more permanent and extensive, a profound shift occurred. To the degraded repertoires of race and color were added other dimensions of racialized otherness more to do with cultural differences, historical, religious, linguistic, enshrined in custom, dress, familial practices, and values, and so on in the racialized system which came to be known as the New Racism. Since then, racialization of difference has increasingly drawn on these two repertoires, biogenetic and cultural. Hall 2000. Recently, migration flows into the UK, driven in connection with new developments in globalization, have broadened even further into multiple and diverse streams. Far from easing the associated tensions, a more complex overlapping system of civilizational differences has come into play alongside the older racialized repertoires, producing what Weaverka and others call differential racism, a racism of racialized differences complexly articulated in relation to, but also between, different groups. What promise, then, do these new urban patterns and formations hold out for a just and progressive resolution to the questions of social justice, equality, and diversity? The prospects are not optimistic. A kind of cosmopolitanism does exist in the new elite spaces and formations of the global/multicultural city, because these spaces are now extensively connected with and orientated towards the wider world and its networks and agencies. However, this kind of cosmopolitan outlook has strict limits. Its principal effect is to reproduce within the city the divisions which globalization in its contemporary forms assumes in the wider world. Although the term globalization has benefited greatly from its positive associations with an earlier version of internationalism, it has very little to do with distributing the wealth and resources of the planet to humanity in general in a more universal and egalitarian manner. Globalization is planetary in its scope, global in its operations. It creates and depends upon greater interdependence between different parts of the globe. But it and the elites it has created form a system rooted in power relations, driven by the imperatives and interests of the developed Western world and grounded in the massive disparities of wealth and power between the world's rich and poor, the most critical dimension of which remains that between the West and its subalterns, and the rest. Its principal effects are, largely, to exploit and reproduce these divisions and differences within the global city. Despite its implied promise of a better future for all, globalization is thus a highly contradictory system. 4. As a sort of excess effect of the system or an unintended consequence, globalization from below is also the site of a proliferation of differences which refuse to be corralled into a single unitary formation. This contradiction between the drive to political, economic, and cultural homogenization and the subaltern proliferation of difference across the globe is deeply unresolved by globalization in its contemporary form. Of course, everybody is now being progressively drawn into the net of global investment, consumption, and technology. In this sense, a planetary cultural homogenization is making deep inroads. The new urban elites, and the parts of the city connected with them, have been pulled into its orbit. But resources, opportunities, and life chances are not being leveled or equalized across the globe or within the city just because the system no longer has any real or effective outside. The workers producing runner beans in East Africa for Western supermarkets are part and parcel of a global system of production, but that has no effect in equalizing their miserable rates of pay. The logging companies driving through the Amazonian forests may be dragging indigenous people into the web of globalization, but in the process they are also destroying the livelihoods and ecologies of those very people and laying waste to planetary resources. For a time, at the other end of the scale, a sort of practical multiculturalism seemed to offer a viable alternative. This was globalization from below against the grain and logic of, and often in the very teeth of, globalization from above, though, as we have shown, still clearly articulated to its effects. Cosmopolitan in any simple sense it was not, for it was rooted in the significance and persistence of differences that refused to be homogenized into a planetary cultural consumerism, Western style. But it seemed for a time as if these were genuine differences which safeguarded the historical roots, memories, trajectories and traditions that had sustained people and their ways of life through the terrible vicissitudes and dislocations of migration. These differences needed not to be subscribed to in a rigid, essentialist, doctrinal or fundamentalist way and could, in the right circumstances, begin to be traded and translated into broader, more inclusive patterns, as people with different histories who had come to the Western metropolis by different routes learned to live with and negotiate the terms on which they could occupy the same spaces as one another. The hope was that this might eventually give rise to forms of vernacular cosmopolitanism. However, the more globalization is harnessed to global systems of economic, military, and geopolitical power, the more it has become, in its dominant form, an integrated, expansionist and missionary system. It obliges everyone to come into line with it and thus aims, by assimilation or forced conformity, to universalize itself. It makes its claims to universality come true by ensuring that it is universal, or global, in its real operations and effects. Interventions in foreign places around the globe are no longer made just to safeguard Western interests but in the name of Western values, in President Bush's terms, and in order to bring freedom to mankind and to liberate the world by making it just like us. A more detailed account of this development in the U.S. and of its effect on policing and justice in American cities is offered by Williams 2006. In the UK in recent months, in the context of the War on Terror, the adventure in Iraq, and rising new immigration numbers, multiculturalism, which for a time was official government doctrine, has been undermined and subverted as an ideal by spokespersons in and near to New Labour. It is being quietly buried. As the barriers to migration across Europe have become more entrenched, the pursuit of illegal immigrants more vigorous, and the policing of borders more systematic, so a widespread assimilationism not seen in the UK since the 1970s is rising to the surface and becoming de rigueur. Often it seems to proceed paradoxically under the cover of the call for social cohesion. Naturally, the enemies of this global universalism throughout the world have become more entrenched in their differences, and are now being represented as antithetical to modernity, or Western-dominated globalization, primordial, essentialist, untranslatable and fundamentalist. The global/multicultural city is being spatially and socially reconfigured by these processes and forces and, at the same time, becoming one of the critical sites where these contradictory tendencies, conflicts, and trajectories are being worked through. The city cannot resolve the wider contradictions of the globalization movement it reflects and embodies. But it will continue to be a sensitive recording template of the panoptic recomposition of power that is taking place as the global continues to make its decisive mark. Chapter 22. The Multicultural Question. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, former colleagues, friends, political editor of the Daily Mail, and other assorted folks, I am very pleased indeed to be at the Open University again, and especially so under these auspices. As perhaps some of you do know, but I think many of you may not, the Pavis Center was the consequence of a bequest from a former Open University student who had studied especially with the Faculty of Social Sciences here, who took courses in sociology and who, at his untimely death, left a generous bequest to start this program of research in the social sciences, of which the annual lecture and its publications are a part. It is not very often that such an unusual bequest is made to an institution like this by a student, and I just wanted to start by acknowledging the enormous generosity of that act. I have chosen the title The Multicultural Question. I have to confess that it is a very large and circumscribing one, and it has been especially in the focus of my attention since I joined the Runnymede Trust's Commission on the Future of Multi-Ethnic Britain 2 years ago, whose report appeared last Wednesday amidst a maelstrom from which I have not yet fully recovered. It is such a wide and all-embracing topic and theme that I can't possibly do it anything like overall justice in the one lecture. In fact, the truth is that I have been giving a lecture variously titled The Multicultural Question, of which this, I think, is the 5th or 6th version, and each has looked at rather different aspects of the problem. So I hope you won't limit questions and discussions to precisely what I say. If you want to ask questions outside of that topic, please feel free to do so, and if I don't know anything about it, I hope I have the courage to say so. My proposition is that we need to take the multicultural question seriously, that is to say, that its disruptive potential as a topic of discussion, debate, and research has not yet been exhausted. This proposition may appear to you as an untimely anachronism. Surely you are entitled to think, we have had that one already, and so indeed in some ways we have. Over the years the term multiculturalism has come to reference a diffuse, indeed maddeningly spongy and imprecise, discursive field, a train of false trails and misleading universalities. Its references are a wild variety of political strategies. Thus conservative multiculturalism assimilates difference into the customs of the majority. Liberal multiculturalism subordinates difference to the claims of a universal citizenship. Pluralist multiculturalism corrals difference within a communally segmented social order. Commercial multiculturalism exploits and consumes difference in the spectacle of the exotic other. Corporate multiculturalism manages difference in the interests of the center. Multiculturalism accordingly has a multitude of different enemies. Conservatives oppose it by citing the cultural integrity and purity of the nation, and we saw some of that last week. 1 Liberals oppose it for reasons of personal autonomy and individual liberty. The left often contests it on the grounds that it privileges culture over economics and divides the united front against injustice and exploitation. Modernizers affirm against its pluralist particularism the universal values of Western cosmopolitanism. It has in recent months been subject to a far-reaching new assault. In a wide-ranging critique too, the journalist Yasmin Alibi Brown has argued that multiculturalism no longer offers a shared narrative of who we are today, doesn't speak to young people or capture their aspirations, identities, and the way that they feel about the world. We need, she says, collectively to reimagine ourselves and our society, preparing ourselves for a very different world from that which multiculturalism was created to serve. This sense that the debate is entering a radically new phase is, I find, quite widespread and is captured in the title of Alibi Brown's recent book After Multiculturalism. More radically, one of the greatest contemporary social theorists, Pierre Bourdieu, and his colleague, Loic Wacquant, have recently argued that multiculturalism is an issue peculiar to American society and its universities and has been imposed, in apparently dehistoricized form, upon the whole planet, a sort of American academic imperialism. Slavaheek, for whom no twist in the Christian Hegelian dialectic can be the last, insists that multiculturalism is a new racism, indeed, is the cultural logic of multinational capital. With this final turn, which is simultaneously apocalyptic, reductive, and banal, the wheel appears to have come full circle. But I should say at this point that multiculturalism is not in fact my precise concern. The term refers to a variety of strategies for dealing with the cultural diversity and social heterogeneity of modern societies. The problem, it's been said, is that the ism in multiculturalism converts it into a single political doctrine which reduces it, fixing it into a cemented condition. It thus assimilates the heterogeneous character of multicultural conditions to a pat and pedestrian doctrine. Well, my purpose is to return us to those underlying conditions and the problems which they pose, both of practice and of theorization. The multicultural question is, in my mind, the question of how we are to envisage the futures of those many different societies now composed of peoples from very different histories, backgrounds, cultures, contexts, experiences, and positions in the ranking order of the world. Societies where difference refuses to disappear. That is to say, where an unspoken social and cultural homogeneity cannot be assumed to provide an implicit consensual horizon of action, practice, policy, or interpretation, but where nevertheless there is a determination to build a common end, if possible, a just life together. So the question, to reduce it, is, how is this commonness in difference to be imagined and constructed? One important difference between a focus on multiculturalism and a focus on the multicultural question is that, whereas multiculturalism is addressed principally at ethnic and racial minority people and communities, the multicultural question, in my view, concerns the nature of society as a whole, and thus addresses the changed conditions of everyone. This question, which I have tried to define in this simple way, entails focusing on a collection or set of issues around the question of difference. The major factor which undercuts both the claims of some overarching set of universal values and the claims of self-sufficient separate and distinct communities, is the force which has been unleashed in the world at an increased or exaggerated pace, which appears to undermine and unsettle all of the existing totalities. We might term this the play of difference. The play of difference can be traced at the local, the national, and the global level and exists at a plurality of different sites within society. At the local level we may think of the so-called ethnic minority communities in this country. The term community is here, as we know, a deeply ambiguous one. The model is an idealized representation of the face-to-face relationships which are sometimes said to characterize the one-class village, if you can find such a thing, one which connotes a homogeneous group or homogeneous groups, with strong binding, overlapping internal ties and clearly marked external boundaries. It is immediately obvious how, for the so-called ethnic minority communities, the divergence between the model and the practice exists. There are, of course, densely overlapping, intersecting variables, such as residence, location, shared place and cultural background of origin, shared relative social and economic deprivation, similarity of position in the social structure in terms of access to goods, wealth, and opportunities, real and symbolic. There are these many overlapping and intersecting variables which, I suppose, provide that element of reality to the notion of a shared community. But the term community, in this context, also reflects certain shared self-understandings by people who are in it, a strong sense of group identity, the binding ties of common language, religious practices, history, social customs, and customary types of relationship, especially those maintained in familial and domestic settings. Here we may think of some of the Afro-Caribbean communities of Brixton or Tottenham or Moss Side or Handsworth or Toxteth, or the Asian communities of Southall, Tower Hamlets, or Bradford or Balsall Heath or Chapeltown. Point 3. Now, on the other hand, these overlapping densities have steadfastly refused, to be consolidated into permanently separate social spheres. None of these so-called communities is a racially or ethnically segregated ghetto. Both Asian and Afro-Caribbean communities are internally highly differentiated and becoming more so, along class, gender and nationality lines, social attitudes and lifestyles, and especially generational dimensions. These are not inert social variables, they positively and actually inflect contemporary positions, internal relationships, and future orientations. All these communities are in fact racially mixed, with substantial white populations with which the minority population share many critical life conditions. All are multiply embedded in and implicated by relationships with the rest of so-called mainstream society. So-called traditional ways of life, while remaining important in terms of self-definition and identity, consistently operate alongside extensive daily interaction with all spheres of mainstream social life, so far as this is permitted. Contrary to the stereotypes, these are not communities immersed in something called immutable tradition, with a capital T. Traditions here are being constantly revised and transformed in relation to the migration experience. And I want to say that this includes religious tradition. Traditions are increasingly variable, without ever completely disappearing. They are variable from group to group, from person to person, indeed, within persons. There is considerable variation now, both of commitment and of practice, between different nationalities and linguistic groups, and different class positions, and the class positions of the so-called ethnic minorities are diversifying at a very fast rate, within different religious faiths across locations throughout society, between men and women and across generations. Some maintain cultural and religious practices in an intensified form. That is to say, they become more of what they originally were, as the influences on them from the outside deepen. Some others express continuing allegiance in the abstract alongside what is now known, in research, to be the visible decline in actual practice, especially amongst the younger generation. Many women, for example, both defend the right of their parents to honor and practice the traditions of their original culture whilst strongly opposing the view that their own rights in education, marriage, relationships, careers should be policed by communal norms or patriarchally enforced. Every family, I am quoting Piku Parak, has become a terrain of subdued and explosive struggles. Just like normal folks. On the wider societal level, we are aware of the increasingly mixed visible and actual presence of the dissemination of difference, while being simultaneously struck by the depth of involvement in every social sphere and by the fact that this dissemination is itself socially structured and shaped. Now, this explosive and unsettled combination is, in fact, closer to the true character of so-called multicultural diversity which, for good or ill, has come to be recognized in many places in British social life and political discourse. It would, in my view, be a fundamental, category mistake, either to imagine or to develop policies which imply that this distinctively diasporic mix is either, on the one hand, just a superficial disguise for the continuation of an original cultural inheritance, or, on the other hand, the sign of some slow inevitable transition to full assimilation. Neither of those things in its pure form, in my view, is what is happening, and I don't think they are likely to happen either. They represent, rather, a novel end, for social scientists, who like things to stay in boxes that they can measure and count, an unsettling configuration, what we may call, despite the fact of its obvious oxymoron, cosmopolitan communities. They have had a massive pluralizing impact on British public and social life, transforming the face of one British city after another unevenly, of course, into multicultural metropolises. None of them, even should they wish, can, or indeed try very hard, to preserve themselves inviolate from the pressures to interact and adapt. None of them are about to disappear into an assimilated invisibility. They are all communities in translation. Something of the same kind is visible at what, with many caveats, we may call the national level, in quotation marks. This is one of the many points where a disturbing truth, which seems to arise at the margins of society, somehow floods the mainstream, changing all perceptions as it goes. The most obvious aspect is simply the way the ethnically and culturally homogeneous culture of the British mainstream has, as is true of most developed societies of North America, Europe, and the Pacific, been pluralized by the unstoppable, often illegal, tide of forced or impelled or so-called free migration. Migration is the dark side, or one of the dark sides, the unacknowledged underbelly, of globalization, where everything moves: capital, goods, elites, images, currencies, and only people and labor are supposed to stay put. However, I would argue that migration is only one of the many factors which are massively pluralizing and diversifying British society, unsettling and unstitching its many historical settlements and undoing its so-called cultural homogeneity. It's true that migration is one of the causes of this, but in my view, it is just one of the factors, though of course it happens to be the factor which is usually selected out in order to define the cause of why, unfortunately, everything doesn't seem to stand still and be recognizable anymore. To describe this diversification of British society and culture in detail is quite beyond the scope of this paper. I have to content myself by identifying some of its principal causes: relative decline over a long period of Britain's position economically and militarily on the international stage, the so-called profound end of empire which was for so long deeply intertwined with the national identity, its sense of itself and its image of its own greatness, the growth or intensification of national and regional sentiment within the so-called nation alongside the recognition that it never was a single nation, has always been a multi-nation, leading to the currently stalled process of devolution, the enormous social upheaval consequent on the decline of the old industrial economy and all the values, occupations, communities of interest and experience associated with it, and the fragmenting consequences of the internally uneven and contradictory so-called new economy, the relative erosion everywhere in Britain, as in many other places, of what one might think of as the sovereignty of action associated with the nation-state as a political form, with the so-called national economy as a strongly bounded one with national policy, where policies of redistribution, taxation, and so on, can be made with reference, as it were, to one's own population, national cultures and the corresponding growth of influence or salience of below the state and above the state, especially of supraregional and global forces and influences. And above all, what can't be detailed at this stage, the massive forms of pluralization, which have overtaken one sphere or another in recent years. This is widely believed to be something which happened, so to speak, towards the end of the 20th century. Until then, the dominant definition of the national culture suggests that Britain really was something like a tight little island unified by a sort of floating spirit or gas, called Britishness, which was evenly distributed across the land, from the outer Hebrides to the White Cliffs of Dover and from the Wash to Omagh. Recently, Gerald Howarth, Conservative MP, said the report that we had produced was an insult by the 6% to the 94%. And I note that the 94% is supposed to be homogeneously welded into an absolute unity on these questions, and that its distinction from the 6% could, in fact, be defined without the use of the concepts race or ethnicity. Now, it would, of course, be silly even in this setting to deny that long historical stability of settlement since the wave of invasions, a more or less common language, some would say less rather than more, but a more or less common language and a sort of shared framework of governance, but the Scots won't stand to attention immediately. These things have created what one can loosely call, in very uneven ways, common solidarities and reciprocal ties. However, again without being able to argue it in detail, I would suggest that so-called British society has always been much more diverse, much more internally divided and contradictorily related to itself than it was ever represented in the dominant historical myth. Britain is, of course, a political unit, but it is also an imagined community. In the only time in which, with approval I quote Enoch Powell, the life of nations like that of men not women, is lived largely in the imagination. And what an imagination it was! That is, it depends on how it is represented and imagined. It is through the national culture, which is not a sort of thing, but a system of social representation rather than a primordial being and its forms of representation, that so-called identifications with national identity, identity means identification, or requires it, can be made. That is to say, won, and sometimes accordingly, lost. The liberal view of a so-called civic nationalism in which no cultural particularism is permitted to override the secular universal forms of citizenship in public is, in retrospect, quite inadequate. It needs to be radically supplemented by the recognition that the said Britain is not just a political unit but is also an imagined community. That Britishness, like all national discourses, is deeply embedded in the dense integument of a complex tissue of cultural meanings, symbols, and images, selectively woven together in a dominant national narrative. It is this alone which fills Britishness, which is otherwise an empty signifier, with specific social content. The dominant version of the national story has, in my view, systematically overplayed the unity and homogeneity of the nation. It has systematically underrepresented the deep differences of nation, region, locality, class, gender, and language which have persisted throughout. The fact is that national discourses like this don't reflect a unity which is already there, they constitute a sort of unity built out of the many differences with which it is confronted. Its many complicated and conflicting strands are reduced to a simple unfolding story of essential, enduring, unified and triumphal unity. For example, almost every one of the totemic items which constitute the great majority of English or British achievements, most of them, indeed, are English, as you will see that great majority in which we might list the sovereignty of Parliament, free speech, or at least the ability to report on Parliament, the extensions of the franchise, the ending of slavery, the end of child labor, the right to combine to defend working conditions, the National Health Service, the welfare state, every one of them was a product of a ferocious struggle between one sort of English person and another. Only retrospectively, after the real dust had cleared, were they rewoven into the seamlessly unfolding story of an ascendant Englishness, which effortlessly is then elided into Britishness. When the Daily Mail was on, in its 6 pages, about rubbishing our report, they commissioned Paul Johnson to write a historical essay called In Praise of Being British. This was headed by a photograph of outstanding British figures. I note that it contained no black or Asian people. Big surprise. Laughter. That it had nobody who was born after Queen Victoria, that the only Scots were Charles I and James I, that Charles I's representation was coupled with that of Cromwell's so that both the sovereignty of divine right and sovereignty of Parliament are both equally and in the same moment things of which we British should be proud. As Norman Davies once remarked, England is assumed to be fixed and eternal, and the English sometimes seem unaware that anything fundamental has changed since 1066. Finally, let us turn to the question of difference at the global level. Culturally, globalization's dominant tendency is towards cultural homogenization. This is not a complete explanation, of course, but that seems to be what most people would feel is the overall push which globalization has made in the cultural sphere across the world. The thing we need to remind ourselves of is that it also has extensive differentiating effects both within and between different societies. From this perspective, globalization, whether one thinks that it is going to change everything or that it is simply an updated and modernized form of a system which we have had for a long time, whatever is your perspective, globalization has to be seen, not as a natural and inevitable process, whose imperatives, like fate, cannot be resisted or inflected, only obeyed. That is to say, it is not as Anthony Giddens represents it to Tony Blair. Rather, it is a hegemonizing process in the proper Gramscian sense, that is, it is of course structured in dominance, it has some main driving, overall tendencies, but it cannot control and simultaneously saturate everything within its orbit. Indeed, it produces, as one of its unintended effects, subaltern formations and emergent counter-tendencies which still remain fragmented and dispersed, but which it cannot simply integrate and must try instead to hegemonize, that is to say, to harness into its wider purposes. It is a system for conforming difference rather than a synonym for the obliteration of all differences, and this argument is absolutely critical if we are to take account of where and how its limits occur, of where resistances and counter-strategies are likely to develop. Alongside globalization's homogenizing tendencies there is what I want to call the subaltern proliferation of difference. It is a paradox that, culturally, on the one hand, things appear to look more like a sort of Americanization of global culture, for example, while at the same time there is a subordinate proliferation of apparent differences, that is to say, the vertical of American cultural, economic, and technological power seems constantly to be cross-cut and slightly offset by lateral connections, producing the sense of a world composed of many local differences with which the global vertical is obliged to reckon, although these local differences do not instantly cohere into an alternative to globalization or an image of what the world might be. In this model, the classic Enlightenment binary, which has recurred in this area so often between traditionalism and modernity, is displaced by what I want to call a series of vernacular modernities. Consider, for example, the way the effort to saturate India and China with a staple diet of Western television was forced into, well, not its opposite, that's too optimistic, into a tactical retreat. It could only advance through the indigenization of local television industries, and their very indigenization, though of course linked to the technology and the global imperatives of the large media corporations, genuinely complicates the range of images which can be offered locally and sets in motion the development of an indigenous industry rooted in different cultural traditions. Some see this as just a slower version of westernization, others see it as the way in which peoples in these areas do indeed try to enter modernity, that is to say, to acquire the fruits of its technologies and yet want to do so on their own terms. In the global context, the struggle here between local and global interests is not in any sense finally resolved, it is not even fully defined. In a completely different context, the French philosopher Derrida has used the concept of difference rather than of difference, and he calls difference the plane movement that produces these effects of difference. The important thing about the notion of difference is that this is not a binary, either / or form of difference between what is absolutely the same and what is absolutely other or different, but is a weave of similarities and differences which refuse to separate into fixed binary oppositions. Difference characterizes a system where every concept or meaning is inscribed in a chain or a system within which it refers to the others, to other concepts and meanings by means of the systematic play of differences. Meaning in that sense here has no origin or final destination, cannot be finally fixed, is always in process, in translation, being defined positionally along a spectrum. Its political value cannot be essentialized, that is to say, it can't be snatched out of the play of similarity and differences which are constantly constructing it, it can only be defined in relation to all the other forces which are trying, as it were, to define the cultural sphere at that moment. Now, it is absolutely true and realistic to acknowledge that the strategies of difference are not yet able to inaugurate totally different forms of life or to preserve older forms of life wholly intact. They operate best in what Homi Bhabha has called the borderline time of minorities. The interesting thing is that more and more of us mainstream folks operate in the borderline time of minorities. However, the important thing about difference is that it prevents any system at all from stabilizing itself as a fully sutured and finished totality. It arises, rather, in the gaps which constitute political sites of resistance, of change and intervention, of translation. Within these interstices lies the possibility of what I called earlier a disseminated set of vernacular modernities, and you understand what I mean now by talking about societies which have not refused modernity, but which do not believe that modernity must always come packaged in the forms in which it is offered to them. Culturally, strategies of this order cannot frontally stem the tide of westernizing techno-modernity. However, it is my understanding that they continue to deflect and translate its imperatives from below, and, in doing so, they constitute what I want to call a new kind of localism, a localism which is not self-sufficiently particular but which arises, so to speak, within, without being simply a reflection of, the global. This localism is no mere residue of the past that is going to pass away. It is something rather new, it is globalization's accompanying shadow. It is what is always left aside in globalization's rather panoramic sweep. It returns to trouble and disturb what appeared to be globalization's cultural settlements. It is what a philosopher would call globalization's constitutive outside. That is to say, there is no identity which doesn't leave something outside. Indeed, to know what a thing is to know what it is not, so every identity has a constitutive outside which it has not included, or does not yet include. It is here that we find what we might call the return of the particular and the specific, of the specifically different at the center of globalization's so-called panoptic aspiration to closure. The local, in this sense, has no stable trans-historical character. It is not always traditional practices or patriarchal forms of power or what everybody has done since the beginning of time. It resists this sweep with what one might call different conjunctural times. It doesn't have a fixed political inscription, sometimes it is progressive, sometimes it is emergent, sometimes it is critical, sometimes it is revolutionary. It doesn't have a fixed political character to which you can, as it were, attach a set of political baggage. It emerges at many sites, although one of the most significant is the planned and unplanned free and compelled migration which has brought the margins to the center. And the fact is that, even at the heart of modernity's project, we do all continue to live in different time schemes: personal time, family time, work time, social time, non-social time, the time of Europe, the time beyond Europe. We occupy more than one of these chronotopes. I have been trying in an inevitably grossly summarizing, generalizing way to describe the persistent dissemination of difference, at different levels, in different ways across the world. It variously affects those levels, and I want to insist on the unevenness and unfinished character of its effects. In the final section, then, what I want to do is examine briefly just two implications for political theory and social practice which this dissemination of difference carries for societies which are trying to live its fate. The first concern is the tension between difference and equality. The projects for social justice, for an end to racial violence and discrimination, the projects for greater social equality and the guarantee of civic and social rights to everyone as an intrinsic aspect of citizenship, all of these projects have customarily been underpinned by a commitment to equality. We should notice at once, given the frequency with which it is invoked, how deep are the ambiguities around this idea. Liberal theorists who support a universal citizenship founded on civic nationalism and individual autonomy believe difference, in any real sense, has no place in the public domain at all. It should be reserved for the private sphere. And they feel that it is possible these days, although I think it's heroic of them, to separate neatly what is now public from what is now private. However, the equality which they advance, the equality of opportunity, the equality to compete, the equality of so-called level playing fields, and if I hear that term joined up government for once more, it belongs to the lexicon of language which should really be ditched. That is the kind of equality which they have in mind, the equality of the level playing field where we all begin from the same place. And, of course, given our various talents etc., we are all going to end up in a different place, but that's the game. This is, of course, a negative version of equality. It is drawn from the repertoire of classical liberalism, no matter how long ago that was its commitment to end the constraints to enter social competition, which otherwise should recognize no wider, social or collective commitments. Universal as this liberal discourse now appears to have become, it has never on its own been able to bring social justice to particular groups at risk, or to recognize the persistent strength of collective inequalities, or even to acknowledge that, as human beings, we are dialogically constructed, that is to say, we depend intrinsically on other people and on the other, and that we are not simply national, calculative atoms but are also always embedded in a variety of particular relationships and forms of life which have real rights, claims, and needs of their own. Racism is one such particularism which has stubbornly refused to yield in response to the negative version of right, justice, or the good life, and this is because differences which racism constructs operate at a deeper level than the formal play of citizenship, equality, and individual autonomy. This is compounded by the fact that racism, far from having, as it were, one strand, has in the contemporary world radically expanded its forms. To the biological racism of skin color or anti-Semitism we must now add the proliferating forms of racism of cultural difference, of ethnic violence and cleansing, and of religious bigotry which the end of the Cold War and the ethnicization of conflict in its wake has brought into existence. This means that what we might, in our cynical wisdom, define as the old anti-racist agenda of racial justice and social equality, not only remains in force but has been compulsorily intensified. Its need now is greater than it was before, and this is because the problem of resisting racial oppression, injustice, and violence is compounded by the new need in multicultural societies, not negatively to stop disadvantage, but positively to advance a recognition of diversity as a basis of social being and as a positive goal of social action, of government practice, of diversity as a political objective. The fact is that multicultural drift, which is the condition we have been experiencing, can coexist with racism. There is no intrinsic opposition, no necessary opposition, between multiculturalism and racism, both can flourish. In the moment of the celebration of the arrival of the Windrush, when Britain congratulated itself on having crossed the line to, a multicultural society, the Stephen Lawrence inquiry opened. 5 Does one cancel out the other? Not at all, both exist, both are real, both are to be found in a society. Quite apart from this society being unified by some 94% consensus among its mainstream majority, I would say that, as a rough guess, on the multicultural question it's divided into 3 parts. One group simply couldn't understand modern life without it. They are mainly young and they live in the cities. They just wouldn't understand modern urban metropolitan existence in which people were ethnically and culturally homogeneous. They're with it. Another group sees that it has happened, thinks that you probably can't do anything much about it. They have mainly moved out of the urban centers and they think that, as long as they don't go down to the southeast or to any big cities, multiculturalism will leave them alone and certainly will not propose to their daughters. The third group are militantly hostile to multiculturalism. It undermines everything about their being, especially it underwrites the degree to which they are not part of so-called mainstream liberal society. And a minority of those are perfectly prepared to stick knives into multiculturalism, or to throw it into the Thames or to set it alight if they pass it on the streets. Now, that is the real situation produced by multicultural drift. It is not some kind of consensual, homogeneous unity from end to end that this is a great thing and so we don't need to think about it anymore. The new claims which arise, then, from this situation, especially among the ethnic minorities, are, in my view, for a genuinely universal racial justice, for equal outcomes to the major social and economic processes and also for the recognition of difference. That is to say, for both a politics of equality and a politics of recognition. Now, how to combine the claims of equality, justice, and the recognition of difference in such a way that none of these factors trumps or neutralizes the other is, of course, an extremely difficult question, both in theory and in practice, and my argument here can only be a starting point to try to persuade you that that is really the political task with which the multicultural question confronts us. This is indeed increasingly a double demand. You might think of it as an impossible demand in which the proliferation of difference within an increasingly interdependent world puts diversity on the agenda of equality without displacing it. Let us note how profoundly any attempt to bring together in the same sphere of policy or debate or negotiation, both equality and difference, disrupts and dislocates our inherited political vocabularies. I would say that it signals nothing short of the emergence of a transformed political logic. Of course, in making the move towards greater cultural diversity at the heart of modernity, we must have a care lest we simply reverse into new forms of ethnic closure. We have to remember that so-called ethnicity, in the singular, and its naturalized relationship to community, is another term which is operating under a kind of erasure. It doesn't quite mean, any longer, what it claims to represent. We all locate ourselves in cultural vocabularies, without them we are incapable of speaking intelligibly at all as cultural subjects. We all come from and speak from somewhere, we all have different roots into modernity, we are all located and, in that sense, even the most modern bears the traces of a cultural identity and cannot be without it. However, cosmopolitan critics are quite right to remind us that, in late modernity, we tend to draw on the fragmented traces and repertoires of several cultural and ethical languages. It's not a denial of culture to insist that the social world does not divide up neatly into distinct particular cultures, one to every community, nor that what everyone needs is just one of those entities, a single coherent culture, to give shape and meaning to life. We often operate, indeed, with a far too simplistic conception of belongingness. Sometimes we are most spoken by our attachments when we struggle to be free of them, when we quarrel with them, when we criticize them or, indeed, dissent radically from them. Like parental relationships, cultural traditions shape us both when they nurture and sustain us and when we have to break with them in order to survive. And beyond, although we don't always recognize it, there are always the attachments we have to those who share our world with us but who are necessarily different from us. The pure assertion of difference is only ultimately viable in rigidly segregated societies, that is to say, its ultimate logic is that of apartheid. Well, after this long detour, must personal liberty, individual choice, liberal citizenship in the end trump every particularity in modern society? Is it stronger, bigger, more inclusive than any other identity which is, as it were, vying for recognition? That's what liberalism claims. I would argue not necessarily so. The right, for example, to live one's life from within, not as it is imposed or dictated simply from outside, but from within, to give it a kind of authenticity from within, this is at the heart of the modern conception of individuality. Well, it was, of course, honed and developed within the Western liberal tradition. And it has had, in its most contemporary forms, many very negative social consequences. But one needs to recognize that this sense of the need and the right for all peoples to live their life from within, of the forms of life in which they are placed, is no longer a value which is restricted to the West, in part because the very forms of life in which it developed are no longer exclusively Western. It has become a cosmopolitan value and, in the form, for example, of the discourse of human rights, although there are problems about that discourse, it is as pertinent to third world workers struggling at the periphery of the global system, or to the women in the developing world up against patriarchal conceptions of a woman's role, or to political dissenters subject to the threat of torture. It is as relevant to them as it is to Western consumers in the so-called weightless economy. Though after the oil thing it doesn't look quite as weightless as it did laughter. 6. In that sense, paradoxically, cultural belongingness is something of which everybody partakes, everybody is particular in this way. It's what Marx once called a concrete universal. By definition, a multicultural society must always involve practices and debates between more than one group. There has, therefore, to be some framework in which serious conflicts of outlook, belief, and interests can be negotiated, and this can't be simply the framework of one group writ large or universalized, which was precisely the problem with Eurocentric assimilation. The specific and particular difference of a group or community cannot be asserted absolutely without regard to the wider context provided by all the others to whom particularity acquires a relative value. Philosophically, the logic of difference means that meaning and identity are always constituted in relation to an other. A particular identity cannot be defined only by its positive content. All identity terms depend on marking their limits, that is to say, defining what they are in relation to what they are not. As Ernesto Laca has argued, I cannot assert a different identity without distinguishing from a context, and in the process I make the distinction and the context part of the term itself. I am asserting the existence in reality of the context in order to define why a particular term is different from that. Every identity is founded on an exclusion and is in that sense necessarily an effective power. There must be something which is external to an identity, and that outside is constituted by all the other terms of the system whose absence or lack is constitutive of its presence. I am a subject precisely because I cannot be an absolute consciousness, because something constitutively alien to the so-called self confronts me at every moment of social life. Every particular identity then in this sense is radically insufficient in terms of its others, and this means that the universal is part of my identity insofar as I am formed, very much, by the lack of those others to whom I'm obliged to relate. The problem is that this argument seems to provide an alibi for the surreptitious return, by the back door, of the good old liberal universalism. Finally, when we can't run and where we don't have the energy for struggling with these complicated questions of difference, we reach into the tool bag of universal values in the hope that that will provide some resting place which will resolve our difficulties. The Cotters remind us that European imperialist expulsion had to present itself in terms of a universal civilizing function, and the resistances of other cultures had to be presented as part of particularity and particularism. And that is true, indeed, of Enlightenment reason. You know, Enlightenment is not successful in the sense of an effective, unstinted march of reason to its logical conclusion. It's a much more dirty, mixed Foucauldian kind of power game, and has a lot to do with those who win being able to define themselves as the universal self. In this paradigm, the classic liberal and Western cosmopolitan one universalism is opposed at every point to difference. However, if, as I have tried to argue, this other is in fact part of the difference we are researching, then any generalized claim or conversation which includes the other doesn't come from outer space where universal values exist, timeless universal values throbbing away there since the birth of the cosmos. They must arise from within some particular culture or set of organizations. The universal only emerges out of the particular, not as some underlying principle which explains the particular, but as an incomplete horizon which stitches your particular together with mine. That's what generalizes and makes insufficient my view of the world, because I have to take yours into being. That is to say, universality is the very process of negotiating with that which is different from yourself. Why is this process incomplete? Because it can't be filled with a specific and unchanging historical content. It will be redefined whenever a particular culture or identity, in taking account of those others who are different from itself, has to acknowledge its own radical insufficiency, is obliged to expand the horizon within which the demands of all can be met and within which the difficulties, and there are enormous difficulties between conflicting forms of life, have to be negotiated. Its content cannot be known in advance. Lacan argues it is a horizon to action. The fact is that the particular and the universal, the claims of difference and equality, cannot be recognized by some theoretical sleight of hand. There is no simple answer lying out there for us, as it were, to pluck out of existing political vocabularies. This is the dilemma, this is the conundrum, this is the problem, this is the multicultural question. At the very heart of the multicultural reconfigurative impact on all societies, it requires us to think beyond the traditional boundaries of existing political discourses and their existing, ready-made solutions. It suggests, rather, that we have to put our minds seriously, not to reiterating the sterile arguments between liberals and communitarians and others, but to some new and novel way of finding the space for difference and identity to commune and communicate together, drawing on the same terrain and drawing together what have, in political theory until very recently, been considered incommensurable, liberty and equality with difference, the good and the right. Questions, comments, and discussion. Graham Thompson, Stuart, a term which I was thinking about whilst you were talking, which didn't enter your vocabulary or lexicon, was toleration. And I just wondered why. Is it because it is thoroughly compromised, in your view, by being one of the classic virtues of liberalism? Or is there some other reason? I ask because it seems to me quite an attractive possibility would be to think about toleration in the context in which you are talking. I mean here toleration as, in a sense, the cultivation of a studied indifference towards difference. That kind of way of thinking about toleration seems to me to be a potentially attractive sort of project in the context you are talking about. But my general question is, what happened to the concept of toleration in your talk? Stuart Hall: yes, it's a very good question. It isn't that I think it's not relevant, particularly in the sense in which you describe it. I guess it would be closer to my position to say that it is one of many compromised terms because of the condescension that has come to figure in toleration. Yes, okay, you can stay around if you have to, and I agree not to be bothered by you. But that's not quite the same thing as a kind of dialogue between equals, between cultures that recognize themselves as both having a weight in defining what the space that they are going to coexist in will be like. But that is not because I don't think that cultivation of an indifference to difference in this binary form isn't a very important element. Standing in this traditional place, I couldn't use the term community, I couldn't use racism, and toleration is one of these many words which are under erasure in our society. That is to say, they carry history and a certain baggage, which is now unusable in its own place. On the other hand, you can't think the future without them. So every time you were to speak you have first to undertake the process of deconstruction. I don't mean that and I don't mean that. I think toleration must belong in the mix, but I don't find it as easy to reincorporate in its transformed form because it seems to carry, I suppose, from the point of view of the excluded. I don't know why the excluded always feel that toleration does not express an equality of relationship, an equality of recognition, so to speak, but that is why I avoid it. But insofar as we are talking about negotiation, negotiation has to be framed by willingness to engage with those with whom we radically disagree, and therefore you have to tolerate the tension and the frisson which all those conversations are bound to entail. Question: I just want to ask you, Stuart, in a world that to many of us seems to be becoming very destabilized and deconstructed and that often undermines a lot of the principles that we hold dear, do you still believe that there is really a possibility that diversity and equality can come about? I have a grave doubt about that possibility, but maybe you feel optimistic about it. Stuart Hall: optimism of the intellect, pessimism of the will. That it is increasingly difficult is undeniable. And also that the difficulties now operate on such a large scale, you know, when one talks about global forces, it seems almost they occupy the full stage, as it were, of one's awareness. It's impossible to think one's way around them, except by, you know, sporadic action which doesn't seem to entail very much, and so on. So I understand people who feel pessimistic about that. I am just not constitutionally constructed that way. I suppose that is because I have never believed in snatching some simple good alternative out of the mess. I think we are always working on the mess. We are working for the good side of the mess or on the bad side. So I am not surprised that things feel as if they are not going very well. I just think that is the way life is. If you are really trying to, in as complex and interdependent a world as ours, read some of the marginalized or more marginal values and virtues back into the middle, that will not be an easy prospect. It will not be an easy matter, it must entail struggle, organization, and also, even more troubling really, some critical reinspection of the ethical and political baggage we carry with us, which is the most difficult part. It is not going to be constructed out of what we always thought because it cannot be constructed out of the world as we always thought it existed, because it is changing in front of our very eyes. Now, of course, people can read change in such a way as to say, the whole idea is completely irrelevant, and I don't say that, but I do say that, unless, which is why I sort of began the talk with what might just seem to you a fairly simple, straightforward description of things we all know. You go back to the difficult description of the world you have in front of you, as it is, in all its contradictoriness, only then do you get an ethic or political ethic which is grounded, which is situated, which is relevant. And only then can you begin to say, who might be drawn to this rather than the existing way of thinking about things. So it's a tempered, qualified optimism, it isn't continuously transformative, it isn't triumphalist. We have not yet got to the end of history. History is always an open horizon, it doesn't open immediately to freedom and total change, but it can never be closed, or it's not history. It has to have contingent possibilities not yet taken account of in the existing dominant organizations, practices, corporations, structures of power, and so on. Something is left behind that is the constituent outside, and you have to work from the constituent outside to understand the structure that presents itself as finished. This is the age in which we have talked about history coming to an end. People in the West have really been so hubristic as to define for the rest of the world that history has ended. Well, at the moment I think we have to say it hasn't. John Clark, I wanted to ask a question which connects with what you just said, but goes back to your description of the three attitudes to multiculturalism, the with it, the in retreat and the in denial. My question is about what the politics of movement across those three parts might be. In particular, is there a politics of re-engaging the ex-urban in retreat? Don't you really quite want to know about this group, which remobilizes them in a positive direction? Or, if it is partly generational, I don't even know quite how to phrase the last part of the question. Do I just wait for them to die maybe? Laughter. Stuart Hall, that's the hopeful view of university promotions, for example. Laughter. Death cannot be long in coming. No, I suppose the most important thing to say is that it is probably a differentiated strategy. That's the first thing. The second thing is that it is probably a combination of shorter-term measures which do try to make those advances that have been made real and to deepen them and make them stick, and at the same time carrying the news that this can be done in such a way that is not so deeply alienating and undermining of people's sense of themselves and the sense of history that they had to give up. I think one wants both things. Paradoxically, as far as those who appear to be most hostile to it, I honestly think that, though we can trade with them, at least we understand why that is their response. We understand why it is. They are people who don't have any other set of ways of belonging to society, except a kind of imaginary Englishness, and this multiculturalism takes even that away from them. Have you ever stopped to think, apart from the horrendous nature of their crime, of those 5 white boys who allegedly murdered Stephen Lawrence? They don't have a steady job to share amongst them. They don't have an O-level to share amongst them. They feel betrayed even by the fact that they are now a target for the police, because they thought at least there must be space for skinhead rogues in the police force. But if the police force is going to modernize and liberalize itself, where on earth do they go? It is not the men acquitted of the murder I am talking about specifically, but those conditions of marginalization and exclusion which make the message about race and the message about multiculturalism and the message about declining England and having to change our story of ourselves, etc., Profoundly undermining. They are asking the question, where on earth do you expect us to stand? Now, I have to acknowledge that it's a tall order to require those of us who are trying to make this society more just and equal to spare a thought for those who are ready to stick pins into us. But actually, unless the strategies we undertake are going to do something to undermine the conditions which sustain that kind of powerlessness and hopelessness, there will always be such an active minority which are seeking to reverse any advance. So it's not easy, but I sort of know where I go there. I find it more difficult to know what I say to older middle and lower middle class people who moved out of the cities because they don't like change. It's not because they don't like blacks, they don't like change of any kind. They want to live in a country which they falsely believe is the place of continuity and stability. And they would say, well, I don't have the problem, it's not here, you don't see black people in my village. I can't see my way to the end of my life without reconsidering anything profound about how I have understood my life, society, the nation, the culture to which I belong and feel at home in. Again, they are not impossible to address. I think one of the most remarkable things about the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, not about the murder, about the inquiry, is that it actually did reach many of those people who don't face the problem every day, they don't live in the inner cities, they don't see it every day, they are not part of urban life. But they did say, this is a respectable boy with an academic future with Christian parents who are trying to bring him up as well as they could. He could be my son, except that he is black. It can't happen, things like that can't happen. I thought there was a moment there, in this society, when really, if the opportunity had been taken, a large number of those people could have been converted to feel that some aspect of anti-racist policy is really their concern and does not belong to the Southeast or somewhere else, but I don't think the opportunity was taken at that point and in that way. So, all of these are stubborn resistances to any of the difficult things I was trying to outline, but they are not immovable. But I think you do have to think more strategically about the way in which the question is presented to very different audiences. Just as there is a temptation on the conservative side to sort of homogenize Britain, 94% of everybody thinking the same, so there is, rather, a tendency on the part of anti-racists to think that everybody is either anti-racist or racist, and that is not so. We don't ourselves have a sufficiently differentiated picture of what the society is in order to understand these longer questions of educative refashioning. A question from Mexico City, relayed from the internet chat room set up for the lecture: what part do media, both non-interactive media like TV or film and interactive media like the internet, play in this multicultural narrative? Stuart Hall: well, that's a very big question. But I would say, first of all, about the more mainstream media, when I said that I thought the discourse of the nation is always, in fact, a system of cultural representations, it's a question of how Britain and its history and its relationships are represented. Well, you can see instantly that media, in a very broad sense in which I would include literature, because in the English setting, at any rate, literature is a major carrier of images of Englishness, a major, profound carrier of images of Englishness. The media generally play a very clear, very important role in reproducing a certain definition of what it is to be British, what British history is, and so on. I think that it is also true of the education system, incidentally, of which I didn't have an opportunity to say anything very much. And in terms of the education system in Britain, if I can just make that point, I think that if you are concerned with addressing the population as a whole, the absence of history in the national curriculum, that is to say, the absence for even the so-called native populations of any profound way of understanding the formation of this society and how complex and diffuse it has been, that is a crucial battle we have lost. And I do not see it being repaired in the so-called citizenship education which is about to come into existence. It hardly acknowledges the diversity of Britishness. But just to return to the question, the media do not simply reproduce one story. It would be wrong to say that they do. We have to talk about the overwhelming weight of what seems to be constantly taken for granted, the kind of background assumptions made whenever you say, the British people think, everybody thinks, everybody supports. What everyone? Which everybody? And for how long everybody? That's where it seems to me indirectly the media consolidate the notion that there is a kind of consensus in spite of the superficial apparent diversity of modern society. That is really what constitutes the core meanings and core values of the national identity. Now, the interactive media are very different, significantly different. And their differences have to do with the extraordinary way in which they are able to open access to relatively small communities, relatively weak societies and marginalized communities to a so-called global public. Of course, it's not a global public which includes everybody. It is not speaking to that great mass of people out there that Murdoch's News Corporation is able to speak to, but it is carrying out a kind of niche communication. In that sense it is a very flexible form of communication because it has to ask itself who in the global arena would be interested in the problems of, I don't know, the indigenous peoples in the Amazon. Nobody is interested? Well, that is not true, and the interactive media create forms of lateral communication which are relatively uncontrollable. In fact, to tell you the truth, I am surprised by how uncontrollable the media authorities have allowed them to be. It may be because, technologically, they are not easy to control at all. But this does leave a certain room for so-called minority cultures not to be dominated by their relative size and relative marginality in terms of world importance, but to communicate outwards. And it does make the possibility to have people generalizing their own particular problems and struggles to those who might support them in a wider terrain. Questions of the environment always arise locally and they are always transnational, translocal in their implications because they always have implications for what people very far removed from you can do, or need to do. So they have this combination of the local to the global which doesn't pass through the usual filtering channels of a national media, of regional news, which is only to the back end of the evening news. It is able to jump over those and to begin to speak to people everywhere. So small groups are everywhere and this is a very important new development, and I think that people in England will certainly have imprinted in their minds the picture of the road haulers with their mobile phones coordinating a major stoppage which brought the country to a halt. This is a reminder that technology has no intrinsic political content but can be deployed in a variety of useful and nefarious purposes. But that doesn't matter, it simply means understanding what the potentiality is of no longer being restricted to those carefully segmented relationships between local, regional, national, and global media, but of bypassing and condensing some of those connections and channels. Question: I am another member of the Spanish-speaking community. This multicultural question you have addressed, what implications may it have for an institution like the Open University, for its growing teaching in a global, online, electronically connected multicultural environment? And perhaps related to that, how could an open university protect itself from the temptation to give in to merely exporting, through commercially driven practices, a UK-centric curriculum worldwide? Stuart Hall: and will I put my head into the noose? Well, in terms of its impact in broader terms, in terms of curriculum and so on, it seems to me that there are two factors, two ways in which it impinges on the OU's Open University's practice, and they are simple to identify. One is to begin to understand, really to understand, and begin to reflect, not just by the odd qualifying sentence at the end of paragraphs, the real increasing diversity of the British population which is itself a major audience. So already the question of diversity begins at home, it begins at home. And I think the OU is better than many other universities in terms of this. If you were to do it, would be really interesting to do a sort of inventory of major courses in the OU and ask yourself at each point who is the who that is being described. Who is the us, who is the implied us, who is the implied them that is being talked about, and what are the strategies of writing and of discourse and presentation. Because we are sensitive to the external environment, we have begun to incorporate those wobbles from the mainstream, but still, by and large, feel ourselves required to address the society as if it is more homogeneous than we really know it is. So that's the first way. And the second is that, participating in global educational environments and networks, as undoubtedly we must, I think, it would be a fundamental error to, as it were, try to solve the problem of a declining audience at home, if that is so, with filling it out by sporadic audiences across the world because that gives a vagueness of address. After a while you get so cosmopolitan that you don't know who is talking about what to whom and for what. You can make yourself generally intelligible to a large number of people, but education, the educational discourse or conversation, requires a more focused interaction than that, and so I think that would be bad. On the other hand, we are inevitably, the OU is in that wider network, and insofar as it's in that wider network it has to understand, but I think it can't, to the same extent at the moment, feel as responsible for the way in which it speaks to audiences unless they can begin to be defined more clearly. So I think there is sometimes a sort of weak open-ended way in which the global is invoked, partly as a kind of response to local problems and difficulties and partly as a kind of fashion word. You know, we are going global. The truth is, if you really understood the global, hardly anybody goes global in that generalized way. Nobody does. It belongs to another era. Going global is not to go the same way as everybody, which is what I think that people mean. Going global is to understand how many languages one has to speak in order really to be in connection with people in different situations. It's that pluralization of language which makes it more difficult, not easier, to operate at the global level. It's not because we shouldn't, but it's because it is really difficult to do that and maintain the function of education. That is to say, the function of education, which I still archaically regard as a very specific discourse, different from other kinds of discourse, not just chatting, not just selling people something, a different kind, very distinctive kind of discourse in which people who are not necessarily located in an equal relationship come to build a relationship of mutual understanding and trust because of what is carried in the way in which people discourse with one another. A fundamental recognition of their commonness, with a careful attention to the responsibilities of teaching and learning, which are related but different. And if you have a sense of what is distinctive about an educational institution, which is not the same as a supermarket, you can't operate in the global market as if you were a supermarket. You do have to have a more situated approach. To which particular audiences would it be relevant for this institution saying this kind of thing really to try to teach on the broadest framework? And that is a really difficult question and involves, I think, a lot of actual analysis of what the so-called globe is really like.